Volume 43 Prologue, End of the Dream. Light Novel 43 Edition, translated by Archbishop of Transpoltry, harbored by Aldebaran upon his homecoming to the Castle of Dreams, were emotions beyond any description. A sight he knew, an aroma he knew, a soundscape he knew, a warmth he knew. Welcomed by the familiar everblue sky and verdant plains, by the familiar sound of wind that carried with it the fragrance of grass, and by the familiar warmth of the rays of sunlight, Aldebaran stood frozen amidst a scenery of which he knew every last detail. That instant, color was vibrantly breathed into the faded and clouded picture within his mind, shining with a brand new radiance. Aldebaran unmistakably, this was the Castle of Dreams of which Aldebaran had dreamed. Through the months and years long past, he had doubted the veracity of its existence. At the sensation of it slipping away, he had even doubted his own sanity. Even so, permeated through every last bit of the flesh and blood that made up Aldebaran, as the school of his soul that he could by no means ever forget, that Castle of Dreams had continued to persist beyond. Spanning across years numbered both 10 and 400, Aldebaran had arrived home to that place. Atop the hill underneath a white parasol, he could see a slender, supple silhouette standing still. Black and white, the beautiful woman made up of naught but those two colors, was looking down upon Aldebaran at the foot of the hill. Meeting her black eyes, the moment her beauty, evident even at a distance, scorched his retinas, Aldebaran was convinced that this was the witch who had scorched him to the point of believing in his own irrationality. For Aldebaran, this was a being who gave rise to countless indescribable emotions within him. Aldebaran, teacher, real. She was real. Here, she was really here. Existed, she had certainly existed here. The witch, the Castle of Dreams, Aldebaran's past. None of them were delusions made up by Aldebaran, unable to find a place in the world of the sane. Aldebaran, teacher, HK. There were so many things he wished to say to her. There were countless things he wished to tell her. The words he wished to exchange with her, numbered far greater than the stars in the night sky. Only, above all else, Aldebaran had wished to share his feelings with the witch, his feelings of having survived, and finally reuniting with her after many, many long years. With those impatient feelings in his chest, Aldebaran hastened towards the witch atop the hill, which, Aldebaran, the leg with which he was about to step forth, was halted by that call. The voice of the witch he had continued to desire, to long for, to yearn for, was one filled to the brim with emotion. Such was not the case. Aldebaran's leg had ceased for a different reason entirely. The coldness of that voice, of which his gaze as it fell upon him, its sharpness, had caused him to freeze. Aldebaran, teacher, dominated by unease, Aldebaran halted his step as the witch gazed upon him in silence. She was ever eager to learn, a bundle of curiosity, the very incarnation of a thirst for knowledge. But that which currently dwelled in the witch's black gaze was decidedly different from that of the witch whom Aldebaran had known. With a form Aldebaran knew, with a voice Aldebaran knew, she ought to have been the witch Aldebaran knew, and yet her very nature was decidedly different. The reason for that cause, the truth was the witch of greed. In response to the misgivings and anxieties Aldebaran held, that was the witch's answer. Aldebaran, ah! As the witch spoke that and not a word more, her black eyes emotionlessly gazed over Aldebaran as if testing to see how he might respond, just as though he were some sort of lab rat. He understood. He intuitively felt it. He was convinced. The woman before his eyes was certainly the very witch who had spent the same time alongside Aldebaran. And in a sense, that witch had ended up being lost to eternity. She had become compatible. The witch had become compatible. It required selfishness. Yet no matter how much she yearned for it, she had never been able to make it her own. The qualification to become complete as a witch in the truest sense, she had become compatible with the witch factor. The witch had been reduced from the one who guided Aldebaran to the witch of greed. Aldebaran had been defeated in the battle he could not afford to lose, and as compensation for that, the witch had been placed on the verge of death. On that boundary of death, after parting ways with Aldebaran, the witch had been chosen. In exchange for her sincere love, she had been chosen by the qualification to become inhuman, thereby gaining the power needed to grant her wishes. Witch of greed, why must love fade? He did not know. The answer to the question that the witch of greed had voiced, Aldebaran did not know. Only there was one thing that he knew for certain. Aldebaran, teacher, no, witch of greed, Echidna. Witch of greed, Aldebaran, I, no matter what, will definitely kill you. Aldebaran had lost everything. Everything save for his life. Illustration from Volume 43, coloring by Mukuro. Source, Arc 9, Chapter 50. Decisive Battle on the Ice. Original web novel chapter, complete translation by Witch Cult Translations, Archbishop of Transportation, complete art sources. Zionuruncule 1, Magic and the hexacolor radiance that had pierced heaven and earth, gradually unraveled and faded away. The sky that had faded to a dull gray slowly regained its natural color, and before long, as if having recalled why it was called blue, the azure sky began to clear. Roswal, with such scenery before him, Roswal saw tears falling from the eyes of Ezo beside him. Whether they were of joy or vexation, it was clear that he had been overcome with emotion. Although it had taken two people to perform, Roswal and Ezo had nevertheless accomplished a great feat engraved for the first time in the history of magic. The utmost extremity of magical control allocated into groupings of 4 and 2 colors. Perfect formulation of a technique that did not permit any gaps whatsoever. And the ultimate harmony that could not have been manifested were there to have been a lag of even an instant that had surmounted the divine dragon's dragon hello. Roswal's diligent studies and Ezo's research. If either were to have been missing, this hyper-magic would have never been realized. However, Ezo, one day I'll even manage to manifest this technique by myself. Even as Ezo bombasted while shedding ceaseless tears, Roswal smiled at his demeanor. Neither was it out of exasperation, nor was it in sarcasm. Indeed, that was the very essence of a magician. Visualization was important in magic. If it could be visualized, then anything could be accomplished. That was magic. Roswal, isn't that right, teacher? As Roswal muttered those words, his body began to tip over and was about to collapse onto the ground. Ezo immediately reached out to try to support him. But alas, given how immensely exhausted he was, he collapsed first. Then, as the falling Roswal seemed like he was about to crush Ezo under him, Clind made it in time. Good news. At a precarious juncture, that calm voice and those strong arms successfully saved Roswal from falling down and Ezo from being squashed. Roswal glancing at Clind as he was supported by him, Roswal let out a breath, having soared through the skies during the battle. It was the versatile steward who had gone so far as to shatter a star before returning to them. At some point he had put his monocle back on and retracted his black horns. However, it appeared as though he had not managed to entirely restore his perfect, everyday appearance, and thus was a rather unusual form with disheveled clothing. Roswal, even so, outside of your butler uniform, you are mostly unharmed. Dragonkin truly are overpowered tilde. Clind, master, if I may be so bold as to correct you, it is not because I am a dragonkin, but because I, as the dragonkin of the divine dragon, am simply special. Assertion. Roswal, so you really are quite proud after all it was your receptacle's fault that we've ended up like this, you know? Ezo, don't point at me when saying that. It is merely that I cannot stand up because my back, no, because my entire body has gone limp. Having fallen face first, Ezo was unable to stand up and yet did not admit defeat. As if to express sentiments of lament, Clind shrugged his shoulders at that demeanor. But truly, it was a wonderful quality. Roswal, you've changed. You used to be more of a transcendent, detached type. Clind, in that case I could say the exact same words to you. Return, were you not the one who was supposed to be clever and underhanded, content to remain a mere mediocre magician confirmation? Clind narrowed his eye across his monocle, having perfectly guessed Roswal's thinking. Certainly he had intended on that, and yet Roswal had not done so. Getting back up after having failed, he had enacted a recklessness he never imagined he ever would. But that was Roswal. It's simply that I realized something that all these days I hadn't tilde been walking alone after all. Clind Ezo at Roswal's answer, Clind fell silent. For some reason, Ezo did too. Roswal, though perhaps that reason is a bit too obvious tilde. While only natural for Clind, with whom he had been acquainted a long time, when hyper-magic had been invoked a moment ago, his consciousness had been on the verge of blending together with Ezo's. There, Roswal had failed to fully conceal his own sentiments and prayers. After all, Roswal, speaking of that, I am quite accustomed to phenomena such as intermingling of the consciousness. But how did you manage to remain fine, Ezo-kun? Normally, you would end up going insane tilde. Ezo, don't speak of such frightening matters so casually. Likely it is a boon of the books of the dead. Roswal, the books of the dead of the Pleiades Watchtower. Ezo, indeed. While I was on standby at the Watchtower, I read over a dozen volumes of the books of the dead, but in order to do so I had to learn the necessary technique of closing off my heart. Clind. I see. This is a magician. Understanding. He somewhat felt like Clind had settled on a bit of a rude conclusion, but he would not touch upon it here. After all, Roswal did not think Ezo had done anything particularly strange. Regardless, that which they ought to prioritize right now, Clind. Master, we have certainly fulfilled the duty with which we have been entrusted. Completion, however, Roswal, I'm aware tilde. As Clind left his words half-finished, Roswal silently breathed out and looked into the distance, the same direction as both Clind and the grounded Ezo. He cast his gaze beyond that horizon. During the battle against the divine dragon, the rocky wasteland that had been completely terraformed from before, further beyond even that, the final destination of the Aldebaran troop, Roswal, the Grand Mogulade Geyser. Flashing through Roswal's mind as he muttered was the final offensive of magic and dragon that had sundered heaven and earth. As the divine dragon had sent the dragonkin up to rise and intercept the star crashing down from the heavens, placed on the scales were two options, that of eliminating the two magicians who were weaving hyper-magic, and that of fulfilling its own role. It would assuredly win. Such arrogance did not even slightly exist within the divine dragon at that moment. Hence, the dragon followed the conviction of the personality dwelling within its dragon husk, and selected one of the two options through its unleashed breath, It fired at an enormous opening in land far removed from the battlefield. It was unclear why the Aldebaran troop was headed towards that location, but there was no chance that the divine dragon's deed was unconnected to the troop's objective. And even knowing that it would be defeated if it did so, the divine dragon prioritized firing its breath at that opening. The meaning brought about by that action would surely be verified from this point forward. All that remained, Roswal, is whether or not those you have cultivated will be able to surpass the opponent, Subaru-kun. Irregular. Rem recognized that this was the role expected of her, and the duty she ought to fulfill, by utilizing the extraordinary authority of turning back time. Al had surmounted every single obstacle that stood in his way in order to stop him. What was necessary were irregulars. Indeed, that helmet bastard's authority is a fearsome thing. Frankly, even in all my years, I've rarely come across such an utterly irrational power. But no matter how powerful the ability, the one whose god or wielded ain't nothing more than a human. Hit that helmet bastard with countless things that he'd never expect, and keep on getting him to use his authority. The time he can turn back only goes so far. Overwhelm him, and overwhelm him till you take him down. If you whittle away his remaining strength, even the helmet bastard'll make an irreparable slip-up. That'll be how you snatch victory against that helmet bastard. Those were some words of advice from Ramji, who had once nearly driven Al into a corner. In response to Ramji's suggestion, those who were well-versed in tactics, Ram, Roswal, and Klind, did not object. Therefore, Rem had full faith in that advice. What they needed to do was bombard Al with enough unexpected situations until he broke. And if a contest of endurance was required, then Rem was not someone to be underestimated either. After all, I've gotten to watch that person up close. If one were to ask what Rem's best shot at seizing victory was, it would have been that. Perhaps it was fortunate that Rem had been forgotten by everyone until very recently. During that interval bereft of memories, the interactions she'd had with Al and the Empire could hardly be described as extensive. And if she was going to delve into her points of contact with him before that, in regards to the royal selection, it was even less so. But that was precisely the reason why Rem's actions had the potential to betray his expectations. However, roaring, Rem swung her arm out with her full strength, and following closely behind, the unleashed iron ball ferociously streaked through the air. The spiked iron ball spun around as it aimed directly for its target. The red-haired shinobi, Yi Tenzin, with the stage set as the 5,000-meter-tall Agzed Canyon. The battle raged on as they plummeted through the air, transitioning to the next phase with this prodigious shinobi as the opponent. A discus of ice had been created in the air, serving as a platform for their contest of strength. This was the result of Rem and Emilia working together to impose an irregular situation. But the very fact that they had been forced into such a scenario was frustrating. It wasn't just Al's group that encountered an irregular. They had as well. Rem with a roar, a sharp, heavy strike cut through the wind. The menace of that spiked iron mass, no matter how sharp the opposing blade, was not something that could be repelled even by something like bundling fine threads together. It surged forth in one swift motion towards the irregular Yi HK. Letting out a small noise at the approaching threat, Yi abandoned any attempts at interception and evaded with a cartwheel. Passing right by her as she rolled across the ice disc, the iron ball flew through the air in futility. Emilia. Aya! A sharp, almost carefree shout met the iron ball with a resounding bang. It was the pleasant sound of Emilia, standing on the other side of Yi, kicking the iron ball hurtling toward her with her feet clad in boots of ice. Emilia's long, slender legs swiveled, and the iron ball was forcibly bounced back, chasing after Yi's slender figure as she fled with a cartwheel. Just like that, the iron ball mercilessly sunk its fangs into Yi's side. Yi. Not gonna happen. Immediately after saying that, Yi pressed her hands against the ice disc while performing her cartwheel and peeling up its surface using her steel threads to cover herself. It became a shield that intercepted the iron ball hurtling toward her body. Of course, it was too thin a shield to completely stop a single blow. It would crack in half a second, snap after another quarter, and the spikes would pierce the other side after another eighth. So when exactly 1 second had passed, it would have fully broken through. But that single second was more than enough for the agile shinobi to make her next move. Emilia, no way. And it was Emilia who let out a cry of surprise. However, Rem was of the same frame of mind. In their line of sight, after having evaded the pursuit with an impromptu ice shield, Yi set her bare foot on the fully extended chain of the Morning Star with a light leap, dashing across it in one fluid motion. Emilia was stunned by the acrobatics and balance, while Rem was equally amazed by the footwork over the chains that conveyed no sense of weight whatsoever, and yet the surprises kept coming. Together with a swing of Yi's arm, blades of ice and stone rained down one after another from above, targeting the two of them. Emilia, these are. 20 seconds prior, Emilia and Al had forged these armaments of ice and stone in the air during their battle, leaving them suspended there. Yi had shot her steel threads up towards the heavens to bring them down, repurposing them as a perilous rain. Emilia, it's because I didn't clean up properly. Rem, failing to clean up properly goes for Alsen as well. Yi, Let's just say that we both share the hardship of having masters who are bad at cleaning up after themselves, all right. Reflection, follow-up, and provocation all piled up, leaving Rem and Emilia scrambling to deal with the falling daggers. Emilia fended them off with her twin ice blades, but Rem was in trouble. Her right hand was occupied by the Morning Star, which was currently being used as Yi's foothold, so she could not carelessly withdraw it. He had no choice but to defend with her unarmed left hand alone. Rem won't make it in time. It happened the moment she had resolved herself to tank the bombardment. Someone gave a push to Rem's shoulders, and that same someone was impaled through the chest by a falling stone sword. Rem's eyes widened at that sacrifice. Furthermore, her surprise deepened when she saw who had done it. A gallant figure pierced through the chest, yet still bravely giving Rem a thumbs up. Rem. Subaru-kun. Before Rem's eyes as she unwittingly let out a cry, it was Natsuki Subaru, or rather, an ice puppet bearing his likeness that had been pierced through the chest. The exquisitely crafted ice Natsuki Subaru shielded Rem, flashing a brave smile as if he were the real thing, before collapsing. You wait tilde that just now, don't tell me that was Emilia-sama. Emilia. Yes, that's right. Not only that, Subaru isn't alone either. Immediately after she responded to the frowning Yi, 6 figures leapt out from behind Emilia. Each was an ice statue, identical in appearance to the Natsuki Subaru who had just collapsed. All of them so filled with individuality that it seemed as if they each possessed their own will, pulled a weapon from the ice disc where they had been lodged and leapt simultaneously towards Yi, who was running along the chain. If even one of those icy fingertips could reach her, it could serve as a stepping stone to corner the nimble Yi. Unfortunately, fighting a large number of people is what I'm best at. In an instant, 20 steel threads leapt forth, binding the ice Natsuki Subaru. The threads tightened around their necks, torsos, arms, and legs, mercilessly tearing the 6 bodies apart. Emilia Subaru. Rem, Subaru-kun. The cries of Rem and Emilia overlapped as the ice Natsuki Subaru were reduced to pitiful wreckage. Beyond the scattered fragments of the shattered ice statues, Yi continued running along the chain, heading straight for Rem below. In a split-second decision, Rem released the Morning Star's handle, robbing Yi of support from her foothold. As the shinobi would surely flail about in the air, Rem twisted her body and attempted to deliver a powerful back kick. Yi. As expected, I'd rather not get hit directly by an Oni's kick. As Yi spoke, she released the tension in her knees to compensate for the bend in the chain, a movement that Rem glimpsed in the corner of her eye. Yi dropped her hips down low, maintaining perfect balance midair as the lethal thread released from her fingertips looped around Rem's neck. Her head would be sent flying off, or she would be strangled to death just before that could happen under Yi's feet. The chain snapped taut, defying her expectations. Yi's eyes opened wide, and she instinctively flicked the chain with her toes and leaped away. Nothing less could be expected from her. Her gaze caught sight of what had pulled the Morning Star's chain in Rem's stead. Having been the first one to fall after being pierced through the chest with a sword, it was an ice Natsuki Subaru. The ice Natsuki Subaru, who had never given up on the fight even after collapsing, had saved Rem. Truly, this person was always doing reckless things for the sake of someone else. Yi, it's not even the real thing, you know. Rem, even if it's not. As Yi curled her lips, Rem's full-force back kick drove straight into the center of her chest. Irregular, Yi recognized that obstructing this was the role expected of her, and the duty she ought to fulfill. Within Yi, the assessment of Al as a dreadful, capricious monster would not be overturned. But there were irregulars piling up that would serve to exhaust and burden him. That's the thing. Yeah, even I've ended up on the verge of death many times quarreling with those above myself. You see, I'm sick and tired of the fact that this world's full of nothing but monsters. But I'm the one who's still kicking when all's said and done, so it means there ain't nobody who can't be killed. When both sides are performing their best, there ends up being a gap Thatcher can't do nothing about. And so, in order to bridge that gap bit by bit, we've got our underhanded techniques untiringly refined to perfection. If you can rob your opponent of their ability to perform flawlessly, the opportunity to chop off the heads of those above you will come around. That's the blood-reeking secret to our success in life. That was the advice of the vicious old man, the village chief who had instilled Yi with the way of life and techniques of the shinobi. In regards to those ideas of the village chief, Yi had no objections, but she had surprisingly few opportunities to test them. After all, most of Yi's opponents were weaker than her. She would not lose to them, let alone ever engage them in a head-on fight. The first defeat she had ever suffered was against Al, and it fundamentally distorted Yi's way of being. Even now, merely being near him would cause her entire body to be filled with dread, and she wished for him to disappear even a second quicker. For that purpose, there was no other option but to have Al accomplish that which he desired, that which he wished for. That was why Yi, I don't want to let anyone who can corner that person get near him. Distorted, twisted, full of contradictions. Yi was well aware that those things applied to her, but there was no helping it. Yi liked spicy things and did not really care for sweet things, but those were dispositions she was born with, and a predetermination that she could not alter herself, because she had been born into such a self. she would continue to live while staying true to that self. Yi had her own ideal way to end her relationship with Al. In order to accomplish that, Yi's contradictory way of doing things was to eliminate the irregulars. However, Yi, HK, receiving a direct kick from the horned girl named Rem, Yi stifled the cries from deep within her creaking body, maneuvering her body to disperse the impact through her arms and legs. The shinobi techniques that transmitted one's will down even to their muscles, and internal organs allowed for a means of survival. But even when that was applied, it did not equate to a complete negation of damage. The tips of her hands and feet went numb. It was not as though she had underestimated the power of the Oni. However, for Yi, who could discern the capabilities of an opponent by observing their posture and the way they utilized their arms and legs, the Oni clan's trait of dramatically increasing their physical abilities by absorbing the surrounding mana with their horn far surpassed her expectations. In addition, Yi, Emilia-sama's adlibs really are quite troublesome, aren't they, Tilda? Bearing those bitter sentiments, Yi muttered with an expression still harboring some leeway. In truth, they had been quite effective, but she could not afford to relay that. Shinobi would never relinquish information to their opponents. If they did, it would have been fabricated information for the purpose of manipulation. With that level of kickback, not only Rem, but even Emilia would have been able to see that Yi had been dealt a considerable amount of damage. If Yi were to still act calm in spite of that, it would be in human nature to hesitate in pursuit. Rem, Emilia-sama, Emilia, yes. We continue. However, that was only if the opponent was proficiently adept in the ways of combat. After delivering a blow, the duo paid no mind to Yi's composed expression, and instead pursued hot on her tail after she was blasted away. She would not call it thoughtless. It was desperate and it was fervent. At present, that was the most troublesome thing. Yi, in that case, I'll answer with my own nasty hand and footwork. Counter. Yi greatly spread out her toes on both her right and left sides, and together with her hands, she controlled 20 steel threads, the numerous swords that had pierced the glacial discus that was serving as the platform. Snaring those constructs of ice and stone with her threads and flinging them up, she directly intercepted Emilia and Rem, poised for pursuit as they were. Guided by the deftness of her digits, the daggers sliced through the wind as they whirled around, combining with the invisible, soundless steel threads to form a twofold assault of heavy and light, rampaging atop the ice as a rending gale that would confound any attempts to respond. If one were to trace the path of the daggers with their eyes, the steel threads would entangle their limbs and rob them of their combat potential. Al had ordered her to abide by the no-killing rule. But even if she had to sever a finger or two, or even all 4 limbs, those requirements could be met as long as they retained their lives. With those thoughts in mind, Yi surged with a severing intent. However, Rem's Heya, Emilia Ya, Te, Ta, the defense of the howling Rem and fierce Emilia repelled Yi's assault entirely. Display of teamwork with Rem handling the daggers, and Emilia countering the steel threads. Rem coiled the chain of her favored iron ball around her arm and wielded it as an impromptu gauntlet, while Emilia transformed her twin swords into a gigantic halberd. The pair perfectly defended against Yi's attack with a certain coordination, despite not having exchanged any words. Yi, how? Their abilities were certainly enough to handle the visible daggers, but there needed to be an explanation to how they had managed to defend against the invisible steel threads. Questioning that reason, Yi caught sight of a faintly white cloud of air as she muttered, and noticed coldness biting at her skin, to an extent greater than that of being atop a great mass of ice, whilst plummeting from an immensely high altitude. Yi, HK, ice fog. Minuscule ice particles fluttered down through her vision, twinkling to highlight the contours of the steel threads. At the technique Emilia had employed to detect the invisible steel threads, and the sense needed to come up with it, Yi was struck with wonder. Then, even more so, by the possibility of things taking an even worse turn. Emilia, icicle line. That instant, in accordance with the formulated incantation, the atmosphere began to let out a shrill screech. The particles of ice that had made up the ice fog linked together with the particles adjacent to them, and the chill that had painted the world white bared its fangs with even greater ferocity. The first to fall prey to it would be the steel threads that were lacking in mass. The advantage granted by the steel threads' greatest characteristics, weightlessness and thinness, would be crushed in a freezing world. Even if steel threads could slice through the winds, they could not slice through a blizzard. Hence, her decision followed immediately afterward. Yi brought the rings on her fingers to her lips, and at that instant, flames dashed across the steel threads, birthing an infernal explosion atop the ice. A heat wave that jostled back even the icy gale, in exchange for relinquishing the steel thread's strength of being unseen, clad them in the power to not succumb to the cold even amidst the icy fog. Yi, please accompany me in this flaming dance. Letting her steel threads dressed in flame wreak havoc, the Crimson Sakura began to perform a dance whilst unleashing her scintillating thread attack. In contrast to that brilliant, fiery dance illuminating the canyon, the two who were bringing about the frigid ice and snow counting the 7 ice-sculpted bodies, 9 silhouettes leaped forth. Rem, invitation accepted. Emilia, sorry if I step on your feet. On the ice and armed with twin blades of frost, Emilia slid into Yi's range as the latter manifested a maelstrom of infernal flame. She skated across the ice discus with boots of ice affixed with blades, and tracing a circular orbit, she moved in rhythm with the waltz of flames, commencing a gently curved, yet sharp and relentless onslaught. Comparing favorably to the extreme tempo of Emilia's offense, Rem's decision to plunge forth whilst engaged in a scrum formation with the ice sculptures was more directly stunning to witness. Rem. Roaring out like a beast, Rem launched her bare white fists forward in a pummel, worthy of being described as a bombardment. What rained down seemed as though a storm of numerous fists. Twisting, crouching, bending back, sidestepping, and leaping over repeatedly, Yi evaded it as if merely flitting through the movements of her dance. Yi, if you're only using your bare fists, you'll spend eternity trying to catch up to me. Even with the physical abilities of an Oni, if there were 4 limbs extending out of a torso, the flow of strength through the muscles was plain to see, and Yi's eyes would not fail to glimpse it. Rem's Oni strength was astounding, but it did not outpace Yi's reaction speed like the sword demon had. With that logic, the irregulars that were actually betraying Yi's imagination were rather the 7 ice sculptures of humanoid shape, reining things in with inscrutable movements during the intervals between Emilia and Rem's attacks. At this rate, just as she had declared, Yi would end up spending an eternity engaging these two in combat. Yi. No. When Yi was on the verge of opting for the easy option, she put the brakes on herself. This battlefield had been selected by her opponents. If she were to allow her opponents to have things their way, she would be playing right into their hands. In order to obstruct these irregulars, she would have no choice but to become the irregular to her opponents. For the time being, Yi. This platform, a discus of ice that had been constructed in collaboration by Emilia and Rem, employed to split up Yi and Al. With its transparency harmed in proportion to the wind hitting it, Al's figure on the other side of the cloudy white ice disc grew foggy. Deeming this platform unidle, Yi dealt with Rem's volley of punches, slipping under Emilia's attack from behind, and used one of the ice sculptures trying to tackle her as a stool to leap into the air. Then, sending all the steel threads on her hands and feet in every direction of the discus, she exerted all of her might and began to spin her body around. As a result, Yi, I'm changing the situation. Is this also within your calculations? Guided by Yi's might, the arena known as the ice discus was altered as that disc began to spin like a top. A tremendous centrifugal force was applied to everyone on the ice. With that, the battle transitioned to its next stage. Irregular, that had the meaning of something unexpected, and understanding that piling them up was their current greatest weapon, Emilia hyped herself up. Whenever she got abruptly startled, Emilia would be unable to immediately think of the next action to take. The same thing could be said about Al. Al would have probably thought about a lot of things in order to plan what he was doing now, but he could not read all the way into the minds of Emilia and the others. That was the purpose of the irregulars. Leah, whenever you're in a pinch, you immediately try to use whatever strength you can to force your way through to some sort of solution. Right, though when that doesn't work, you end up worrying over what you should have done to begin with. But it wouldn't be like you to come to a halt there, Leah, nor do I think it would suit you. My adorable daughter has the power to smash through any problem with a bam. So don't just give up after the first go. How about you pile up a bunch of tries and do your best with that? Don't worry, Leah. When the time comes, your body will naturally teach you whatever you might need in that moment. After all, you're the daughter I'm so proud of, so you'll inherit the most powerful genetics. Indeed, words that Puck had once spoken to Emilia were now affectionately resuscitated in her head. These days, it was always Subaru's words that she found to be reliable. But now that she knew Subaru was in danger, the first one to encourage Emilia was the teachings of Puck. As always, her joint offensive with Rem against Al was now in the midst of hard-fought struggle. Due to the intervention of Yi, they had already passed 2 more engravings in the cliff, meaning they only had around 30 seconds left before they reached the bottom. She felt extremely fretful. However, she could not afford to let it overwhelm her. This was not something she was particularly skilled at, but she needed to foist these feelings onto Al and Yi. In order to stop Al, no. In order to properly talk things out with Al this time for sure. After all, Priscilla would have never desired this sort of thing. The fact that voicing such a thing would be cruel to Al, Emilia knew. Even now, thinking of Priscilla, it made Emilia's heart ache to voice her name, and she would feel a sensation of moisture in the corners of her eyes. She wanted to allow Al to vent those feelings. In the past, Emilia had once been rescued by Al. Even without that, Emilia wished to become a source of strength for Al. Not just because they shared the same pain, it was not that. But as a more instinctual feeling, Emilia wished to save him. That was why Emilia, HK Subaru. The heat-filled wind ferociously stirred the maelstrom, and the disk of ice revolved with Yi at its center. Topped the disk of ice that had begun to revolve as vigorously as a spinning plate. The ice soldiers modeled after Subaru were unable to hold their ground after bearing the additional centrifugal force for a bit, and were subsequently blown away. It would be unable to do a thing about being thrown off the face of the disk, and at worst would meet a fate of crashing and shattering against the cliff face of the canyon. But before that could happen, Emilia would not forget how one of them caught her hand just as she was about to stumble from the spinning, preventing her fall and saving her. Emilia, Rem is sliding across the revolving ice disc with skates of ice. Emilia tried to locate Rem in her vision, as she ought to have been cornered into a similar situation as her. No, what if she had been thrown off like the ice soldiers then? Before the worried Emilia erupted a thundering boom, and an even more enormous inferno. The collision had occurred at the center of the disc, where Rem and Yi violently crashed into each other and flared into a fiery blaze. Once again wielding the iron ball that she had cast into the sky earlier, Rem swung it down, and Yi skillfully warded off that downward strike by utilizing the tensile strength of threads bundled together. As a result, Rem's large, sweeping movement was halted, and there did Yi thrust her toes squarely at her. Rem ka. Letting out a cry of pain, Rem was repelled back and tumbled down onto the ice disc, slipping towards the outer circumference. With the rotation of the disc and Yi's leg strength, there were no means to stop Rem's sliding body. Unwilling to allow that to happen, Emilia tried to devise a way to reach her, but Yi, looking away is forbidden. As soon as she kicked off the ice, Yi's counterattack closed in as if thrusting towards her. Attack with the stone dowel that had been snatched up by a flaming steel thread, and the second stage follow-up of the thread slicing not far behind it. At the two-stage assault that spanned a large range and necessitated evasion, Emilia began to ruminate. She tried to, but recalling the words of the reliable Subaru and Puck, she abandoned that endeavor. Relying on her senses more than her thinking, Emilia soared towards Rem, who had been flicked away. Quite literally, she had caught wind in her wings and flown towards Rem. Yi Hua, staring in amazement, Yi was taken aback by that shocking display. It was the first time she had left herself completely open. But unfortunately, Emilia did not have the leeway to focus her attention there right now. Only flying directly towards Rem, she scooped her up right as she was about to fall off the edge of the disc and soared up. Emilia did, with wings forged of ice upon her back. Rem T, thank you, Emilia-sama. These wings are Emilia. Subaru drew a picture of them before. Beings that grow wings on their back, they're called angels. Subaru would talk about them every once in a while, but I tried my best and I did it. Answering Rem's question after carrying her up, Emilia softened her cheeks. But then again, these were fake wings that only resembled them in shape. They could not be flapped like a real bird's wings, and at best could glide on the wind. Moreover, it was something that could only be realized in this particular situation, an instance of success for an extremely rare magic. Subaru would probably be delighted if she were to show it to him. But for that, they would also need to fall together from 5,000 meters up in the sky. For that reason as well, Rem, Emilia-sama, let's retaliate. Emilia, yeah. Emilia spread her glacial wings as Rem gave a valiant utterance within her arms and nodded in agreement. Retaliate, the first thing that flashed through her mind upon hearing that word. Intuitively believing it to be the same thing that Rem was thinking of, Emilia lowered their altitude directly above the ice. Detaching her wings there, Emilia and Rem entered freefall and began to spin themselves, striking their heels down in unison. The horizontally rotating disc of ice was forced into a vertical gyration with all of their might. Emilia, as payback for the ice disc having been made to spin horizontally, they made the ice disc spin vertically. It was very simple, but it was an incredible payback that neither of them would have been able to accomplish on their own. And so having remained on top of the disc, Yi ought to have been stupefied. As the platform turned over from up to down, and then back to how it was before, and then immediately upside down again, to normal, to upside down and to normal over and over and over, she was jostled about. To make matters worse, Emilia, there's also still the horizontal spin. As a result, the ice disc spinning on both axes became a random battlefield that did not trace any expected trajectory. It was just like the wobbly and shaky attraction of the training ground that Subaru and Garfield had made behind the Roswell mansion. And precisely due to thinking of that, Emilia speedily dashed across the ice disc attraction. Emilia's ya, ta, to, sawya. While altering the direction of the vehement force within a single second, Emilia relied only on the sensations from the bottom of her feet to receive that momentum and use it to propel herself forwards. She was somewhat relieved that she had been able to run on it. On the other hand, she was worried about whether Rem was all right or not. But, Rem, there is no need to worry. As Rem responded so, she thrust her iron ball into the ice disc, and with that as the fulcrum, she pulled herself forward with her chain in one go, aiming for the center. Though falling a bit short of Emilia's momentum, it offered a far more reliable sense of stability. Contrary to that, Emilia had to ensure that her own footing did not slip. Emilia, that girl. Either atop the ice disc that had been disrupted both vertically and horizontally, or possibly below, desperately clinging on in order to not be shaken off. Emilia searched for the figure of Yi in order to pursue her, and then blinked her amethyst eyes. There she was, unmoved. Yi was right in the middle, the spot on the disc with the weakest centrifugal force. Even so, that would not change the fact that she had been jostled about, and as she seemed like she was about to stretch out her legs, Emilia realized. Emilia, having folded her knees and leaned into the ice disc, Yi had not been affected by the gyration of the platform. The reason was clear: she had excavated the center of the ice disk with her steel threads, creating a unique safety zone immune to the effects of the rotation, as she lay ready in wait for Emilia and Rem. That instant, steel threads alight with flame bundled together, and a blazing flash of weighty silver engulfed her vision. A blazing silver flash of crimson. If one were to have had a bird's eyes view of that, and if they possessed knowledge of that technique, they would have likely realized that what Yi Tenzin had unleashed was a steel thread iaido, the art of swiftly drawing a katana and unleashing a lethal strike before immediately returning it to its sheath. Nobody would have imagined that something so thin, lacking any consistent form, could take the shape of iaido. Not to mention, even amidst the long and storied history of the shinobi, the steel thread technique was a legendary art that none save the most gifted of geniuses could even grasp the fundamentals of, let alone master. The fact that Crimson Sakura, the most gifted shinobi throughout all of history, had polished that deadly technique to even greater heights was something that not a single person, not even Aldebaran, had been aware of. Therefore, the fact that Rem had managed to defend against the silver flash of flames could not be described as anything short of a miracle. Rem, Priscilla-san. Spun by her lips was the name of the woman bearing one of the reasons that had guided Rem to this point and had gotten her standing back on her feet. Now, she was the benefactor who had left behind signs so that Rem could continue clinging on to life. She had felt it, something she had not been allowed to detect a single time up to this point: Yi's definite murderous intent. The emotions of humans dwelled within mana. Those who excelled at perceiving such mana could easily guess the emotions of others. The reason why spirits could vaguely sense the thoughts of other people was thought to be corollary to this sensation. Thus, absorbing the surrounding mana with her horn via her Oni transformation, Rem felt sensations that she normally could not grasp with an acuity several times greater than usual. Rem, until now, she had not felt it. No, it was a sensation she would not have noticed even if she had felt it. There were various factors that played into her gaining the ability to sense this. The fact that she had restored herself, as well as the sense of duty she carried to take back Subaru. But the number one reason lay elsewhere. The number one factor was the influence of the days she had spent together with Priscilla in the fortified city of Garrel. Midst the time that was by no means long, Priscilla would often present Rem with words that seemed like riddles, granting her an impetus to deeply come face to face with her own self. At the time, due to frustrations with her inadequate healing magic and uselessness, she had merely attempted to superficially follow Priscilla's words. But, Rem, now I feel like I finally understand it just a bit. Even now, she would not say that she knew all the answers to the words from back then. She would think of it as an assignment that would last for her whole lifetime, and she would never be able to check her answers anymore, either. That was sorrowful, lonely, pained her heart. Rem, right now I wish I could speak with you. Priscilla-san, muttering, she closed her eyes. Then when she reopened them, Rem's gifts as an Oni awakened in those eyes. What she keenly perceived mixed in with the mana was a faint enmity, murderous intent. Will to attack to the place where that seemed to be tinged with color. Rem sent forth her iron ball with pinpoint precision. The silver flash of flames that had drawn near in an attempt to bisect both herself and Emilia, slamming her morning star into a position that could clear it away in a single swing. The certain death unleashed was transformed into non-lethality. The shrill clangor of steel on steel rang out, and as a vehement recoil was delivered to her grip, Rem's counterattack met Yi's brandish head-on. Yi, slightly aghast at that reality, Yi nevertheless stooped down and prepared for her next move. Countless rampaging silver flashes, perceiving the murderous intent surging through the air before they could be unleashed, Rem preempted them, firing her iron ball, chains, and magic forth as if to trace the lines. In a series of moments that almost seemed to overlap into a single instant, Yi's onslaught was thwarted by Rem. A breath spilled from her heart. This is it. This is the true scenery that the Oni clan had gathered. A mere sliver of the domain Ram had reached by birth. Now, at this moment over a decade later, the tips of Rem's fingers had finally caught on. Emilia, Rem. Springing up her iron ball, Rem continued to fend off the tempest of blazing threads of steel, and Emilia called out to her. The sense of urgency loaded in that voice was not out of gratitude for having been protected, but rather a cry to inform her of a change in the situation, and one for the worse at that. She caught Emilia in the corner of her eye, stretching out her long legs as she clung to the surface of the ice discus, darting her eyes around the revolving view. Emilia, Al's gone. I can't find him anywhere. Rem, HK. At her wit's end, Emilia's voice caused Rem to finally realize that Al had disappeared from her own sights as well. Below the discus of ice, Al was supposed to be in a position where he could do nothing but spectate the battle above. But he was nowhere to be found in the sky made perceivable from the disc's rotation, having eliminated all obstructions to vision. Illustration from Volume 43, coloring by Mukuro, source. As soon as Rem thought about where he could be, realization struck her like lightning. She strained her eyes to the distant sky as they plummeted down the Agzad Canyon. Beyond that long, massive fissure in the ground, far in the distance from Rem and the others, A silhouette could be seen receding into the distance, similar to what Emilia had done earlier. With wings on his back catching the wind with wings forged of stone, Al was gliding away at ferocious speeds. That instant, what flashed through Rem's mind was her joint attack with Emilia onto the ice disc that had made the platform spin vertically and had advanced the battle against Yi into the next dimension. But that had been used against them. Rem, when Emilia-sama and I linked up in order to kick the platform. At that time, Al had clung to the bottom side of the ice disc, and using the momentum of the rotation from Rem and Emilia's kick, he gained a propulsion to launch him straight up into the distant sky. Rem, if Al were to escape like this, the entire operation would come crumbling down. By piling on the irregulars, they had been whittling away at Al's reserves. But if things proceeded this way, they would be unable to arrive at the trump card they needed to play. That must not happen. Making a split-second decision, Rem and Emilia exchanged gazes. Emilia, Rem. And the will of Emilia, which she ought not have been able to hear, was delivered to Rem through mana. The things that the Oni horn perceived were not limited to just omens of hostility. By also taking an unshakable trust and expectation, Rem was bestowed with unlimited power. It was to the extent that, rather than simply taking in mana, she might end up believing that bearing those emotions was actually the source of the power. Indeed, she had certainly been granted strength, and so, Emilia, I'm headed off. Rem, take care. Raising herself up and then swinging down on the ice disc with all her might, the vertical rotation of the discus began to rapidly accelerate, and receiving that momentum, Emilia was launched straight up into the sky. Clad in the glimmer of ice, Emilia once again caught the wind with wings of ice stretching out from her back, soaring above the Agzad Canyon towards the distant sky in pursuit of Al. She soared and soared away. Then, entrusting Emilia with the pursuit of Al, Rem, I won't let you go after them. Yi, that's my line tilde. Passing by yet another marking in the cliff face of the Agzad Canyon, there remained 20 seconds until they reached the floor. The two maids left standing on the plummeting ice platform, Rem and Yi faced off. The final clash between Oni and Shinobi, between the hero's confidant and the Crimson Sakura, commenced. Arc 9, Chapter 51. Yi Tenzin. Original web novel chapter complete, translated by Archbishop of Transportation, proofread by Archbishop of Masculinity, Witch of Nocturne, Archbishop of Regalia, Archbishop of Valiance, Archbishop of Superiority, complete art sources. Nemumohu Rakaroka, Nesajita Riziro, Rakaroka Shinobi must never give their heart to anything. In the Shinobi village of the Valatian Empire, that was an absolute teaching imparted upon those forbidden to lead any way of life other than that of a shinobi. It was an ironclad rule that demanded absolute obedience, even more so than the law of iron and blood rooted in the vast lands of the empire. If they were to yield their heart to something, the honed blade known as shinobi would easily come to rust. Therefore, any and all who took on the mantle of shinobi, without exception, etched that ironclad rule into their soul, abiding by it no matter the cost. Despite that, hey, you're that ain't just same like me, you can do just about anything without so much as a second thought. And so life kinda loses its spark. Done it, wouldn't it be fine to keep at least a single something in your heart then? When the village chief had spoken those words, grinning with a tidy set of teeth left in spite of his old age, Yi recalled wondering to herself where exactly the ironclad law of the shinobi had disappeared to, and experienced some intense feelings of irritation. Included among them was a firm belief that she would never be able to live her life in such a way. The Crimson Sakura, Yi Tenzin, was an unparalleled genius of a shinobi. That was an unshakable fact, and something that even Yi herself was humbly willing to admit. Those around her had lauded her as possessing the greatest talents the shinobi village had seen since its founding, loudly voicing their admiration that her potential might even rival that of the admirer of the Kararagi city-states. To tell the truth, Yi herself had earnestly wished for them to stop comparing her to such an outrageous individual, but setting aside those feelings of the person in question, Yi's talents drew out a frenzy from the people of the village. In practice, if the thing known as talent was something that allowed for an almost prideful extent of shortcuts to be taken past the many hardships within a given field, then Yi unmistakably possessed the innate talents of a shinobi. However, contrary to that evaluation harbored by those around her, Yi fiercely hated the special treatment she received. That was akin to a physiological sense of rejection, a resistance towards the idea of being special. So perhaps it was a phenomenon that ought to be labeled as a special allergy. It did not bother her when others were given special treatment, but the moment she experienced special treatment for herself, she was assailed by an unbearable sensation and began wanting to abandon anything and everything. It was that sort of visceral rejection for Yi, who possessed this violent allergy towards specialness. The ironclad law of the shinobi that the village chief had personally denied in the introduction was something she had exceedingly high compatibility with. To give one's heart to something was to create a kind of specialness within oneself, and she had an allergy towards such specialness. Yi could obey the ironclad rule of the shinobi without very much effort. Certainly, it could be said that she was a woman who had been born to be a shinobi. But then again, that was one of the reasons why those around Yi were giving her special treatment, so it was truly quite a quandary. Now then, to begin with, The path walked by the shinobi was a steep one, and it was not something that could be easily accustomed to. Only one of 1,000 trainees would become a genin. Only 1 out of 1,000 genin would become a chunin. And only 1 out of 1,000 chunin would finally become a jonin. Such sentiments were commonly repeated due to how high the hurdles were. To this day, whenever Yi heard that example, she would think about how it would require 1,000,000,000 shinobi candidates. Well, it was a good thing that the senior shinobi had such awareness of just how grueling the path was, to the extent that it made them want to use such ridiculous expressions. No matter the torture, it was in human nature to want to undergo it whilst knowing this is meant to target this part, rather than suffering through it whilst wondering, what is the point of this? In practice, the process to complete a shinobi was undoubtedly the harshness known as torture. He believed that the shinobi training, which commenced around the age a child first gained awareness of their surroundings, was more aptly described as child abuse than it was torture. But the immorality that went into the makings of shinobi was a list that went on endlessly, so stumbling at the entryway would prevent this digression from progressing. First of all, the candidates for shinobi trainees were mostly children who had been abducted from other places. As mentioned previously, shinobi training began during the early stages of childhood, but the drills levied upon them were so inhumane and unreasonable that an abundance of them would end up dying in cold blood. For the sake of efficiency, instead of babies, they abducted toddlers who were at a suitable age to commence training right away. Here, the fact that the shinobi skipped straight past the most laborious infant stage revealed just how truly nasty their inhumanity was. And so, the first thing that the abducted children were subjected to, above all else, was the disposal of memories. It was said that the methods consisted of drugs, signals, and techniques that had direct influence over memory, but it was not entirely clear. Only through these methods, the abducted children were wiped to clean slates, completely forgetting about their families and hometowns. Yi did not remember her parents' faces either, nor did she even know her own real name. Yi, it was a name that she had only received later on, and until then she had simply been called Red No. 8. In accordance with her hair color, those without aptitude would fail first at this memory disposal. For some, the memory erasure would not function effectively enough, and conversely for others, it would function too effectively, leaving them as useless husks. It was a mess right from the start. And so Yi, to the extent that she even thought herself heartless, completely forgot her past in an instant. It slipped away so effortlessly that even the one in charge of her memory disposal, Fujiru Tenzin, was left speechless. So much so that he told her about it afterwards. Incidentally, this Fujiru would later go on to be Yi's name-giver, and was the previous Tenzin whose family name she inherited. But even if he had the title of her name-giver, their relationship was an emotionless, obligatory one of instructor and pupil, familial only in name. From Yi's perspective, her impression of Fujiru more or less amounted to someone in the village with whom she had a high frequency of contact, who had also happened to bestow her with a name. Regardless, forcibly robbed of their heart's foundations, they would become a white canvas to be painted at the mercy of the black brush known as the shinobi once the children stripped of their past were prepared. The true essence of the inhuman training facility that was the shinobi village would begin. Not merely strengthening of the flesh and muscles, but the very restructuring of the human body. Destruction and correction of the bones in order to achieve mastery over a soft body and acrobatics surpassing human understanding. Training to build up a resistance to poison by gradually advancing from small doses to lethal ones. Daily routines comprised of learning the dangers of martial arts and shinobi tools by the pain they inflicted upon the body, and being tasked with meeting a quota of broken bones, torn-up flesh, and shed blood. Peers who had grown cold, unable to see the next morning, were scattered all about. Since that too was a teaching material for their training to grow accustomed to death, it was forbidden to bury them, and instead the putrid odor of those corpses rotting day after day was drilled into their minds, causing some to end up losing their sanity. All those so-called dreadful drills were easily completed by Yi. No, even for her, calling it easy would be a lie. Yi had faced adversity in her own way, but it seemed to Yi that the adversity she had faced did not even amount to a single 10,000th of that which her peers had experienced. If that could be called talent, then she certainly had talent. Destruction and correction of her bones flipped the switches for pain perception within her, and the agony of the poison that seemed to melt and scramble her entrails was kept to a minimum along with her bloody urine and stool. Just by laying fingers upon a shinobi tool, she acquired a mastery as if she had been exclusively wielding it for 10 years. And after experiencing a martial art just once, she could use it to take down an opponent larger than herself, and would never be hit by it ever again. Only the smell of the dead bodies was tiring, but she got used to that in the end as well. So after such happenings, the very young Yi had become the first one of 1,000 at an unprecedented speed. Fujiru, from this day onward, you are to call yourself Yi Tenzin. The day Fujiru gave her that name was the day she had qualified to be a genin. Unfortunately, she harbored no particularly strong feelings on the matter. After all, she had been treated differently from her other peers since the point she had been called read no. 8. So whether she had a name or not did not have any particular influence on Yi's self-perception. Only receiving such special treatment made her feel itchy, and she had thought it bothersome. For what reason Fujuru had named her Yi, she knew not even to this day. She had missed her chance to ask. By now, she had taken somewhat of a liking to it, and the Tenzin part also had a nice ring to it. It was far better than ending up with something like Yi Dunkelken through some sort of mistake. Upon hearing that sarcastic sentiment from Yi, the village chief had burst out laughing, kaka. You're starting to say some cheeky things, ain't ya? Speaking of which, there was not a single person in the Shinobi village who bore the same family name as the village chief. But whether that was because the village chief was a poor teacher or because he had abandoned his duties was unclear. The former seemed more plausible, so that was what Yi suspected. Either way, even if she had gone from being called, read no. 8. To Yi Tenzin, Yi's path as a shinobi, as well as the very way the world felt to her touch, stood unchanged. That which had changed was not Yi, but rather the environment that surrounded her. Unmistakably, that was the prime reason why Yi had come to detest specialness so much. Now then, the fact that Yi possessed a special allergy has already been mentioned. But for her, the youngest and fastest promoted genin in history, a certain situation arose that caused this allergy to accelerate. Ultimately, everyone in the village ended up recognizing Yi's talents and abilities. But upon qualifying to be a genin, there was one who grew enchanted by her promising future. Fujuru Tenzin, as her name-giver, and as the senior who provided her with guidance, Fujuru was completely enthralled by Yi's ability to take the first piece that he taught her, and extrapolate the next 100 or 1,000 pieces, let alone 10. Namely, that was an act that ran counter to the ironclad rule of the shinobi, to never give their heart to anything. He was left with no choice but to forge the unparalleled genius, Yi Tenzin, into an extraordinary shinobi with his own hands. Fujuru had ended up blindly obsessed with that sense of duty. Fujuru, you have more than enough talent for it. Why can't you understand that? As Fujuru exclaimed so with bloodshot eyes, he harbored a fanatical belief in Yi's talents. Day by day, she felt the eyes with which he looked at her tinged with more and more ardor. But the damage brought about by their eruption was far greater than what Yi could have imagined. With Yi's specialness seared into his mind, Fujuru had arranged the crawling bane, a rite structured in the same manner as the imperial selection ceremony that was used to decide the next emperor of the Valatian Empire. Dragging in 30 genin who were the same rank as Yi at the time, it was a reckless folly capable of spelling the demise of the village. The genin were taken out to a forest far removed from the village, and there they were ordered to fight to the death until only one last person remained standing. Without questioning those directions from their superiors, lives were expended in futility. Just as Fujuru had hoped when he devised the rite, the only one still standing in the end was Yi Tenzin. However, she never once took up the offensive against the others, instead using the tactic of turning the tables on any opponent who came after her. And in the end, when she let her final peer get away when he pleaded for his life, Fujuru had gotten exceedingly incensed. No, to be precise, it was not just him, it was all of them. Enthralled by the talents of Yi Tenzin, Fujuru was not the only one who had gone astray. Inspired by his words, or perhaps by directly witnessing Yi's growth, there were a great number of people who wished to have Yi shoulder their distorted expectations by holding the ritual they had named the Crawling Bane. Yi had betrayed the expectations of those who blindly believed in her. However, rather than causing their ardor to subside, their fervor only intensified, explosively flaring up. If they had simply dealt with Yi after she betrayed their expectations, and then took their own lives, it would have still been somewhat endearing. But for those who had steeled their mistaken resolve to repeat the Crawling Bane as many times as necessary, until Yi was established as the model of the ideal shinobi they desired, there no longer existed any remedy. Fujuru, you are the one who shall overturn the very way a shinobi ought to be. Collapsing as he spoke those words, Fujuru had died, believing in Yi's potential until the bitter end. The throat repeating that grating assertion was gouged out, and ironically enough, the beautiful blossom of snow-white sakura petals began to flutter down upon the corpses of her name-giver and his foolish comrades, face down in a pool of their own blood. Yi recalled those blood-stained cherry blossoms, alongside an indescribable sense of futility. Oh ho, now this here's quite the big deal. Has a lass whose rump still as pale as snow really gone and taken down all of 'em, even though there were even jonin in their midst. Having hastened to the scene a bit later, the village chief gazed over Yi and the corpses of the young men surrounding her, and then let out those carefree remarks. It seemed like the secret operations of Fujuru and his allies had been grasped by the higher-ups of the village, so regardless of the outcome of the Crawling Bane, there likely would have been no future for them. He did not want to entertain the idea that the reason for this delayed response, despite having such a grasp on the situation, was because they had decided on leaving it entirely up to Yi to deal with the disruptive elements to the village. Village chief. So all of them ended up dying, and although that suspicion was not the reason, Yi lied in response to the village chief's question. The reason why Fujuru and the others had been displeased was the fellow genin whom Yi had turned a blind eye towards when he had pleaded for his life. She concealed the fact that not only had she allowed him to flee the crawling bane, but to run away from the shinobi village entirely. That peer had suggested, in that case you also gonna flee with me to her, but Yi firmly refused his offer. It was not that she had wished to remain in the village, but that she simply had not wished to stand alongside him. In terms of both skills and talent, Yi was vastly superior, and yet her instincts were alarming her. If death were to ever come for Yi, it would be when she stood by his side. "Genin, my bad, my bad." And so, when that peer of hers took his leave and gave those parting words, she sensed his desire to eliminate every person who knew of his existence. But thanks to him being rational enough to abandon that goal, Yi and that fellow Genin made it out of this crawling bane as the final survivors. Because it ended without her being the sole survivor, Yi wondered if her own status as special might erode even if just a little bit, and as she thought such things. Village chief, well then, let's start heading back now. Crimson Sakura. Turning his back towards her, the village chief called Yi by that alias for the first time. Until the bitter end, Yi had not known why Fujiru had named her Yi. But the reason why the village chief had called Yi by that alias was clear even without needing to say it. After all, on the night brimming with excessive shinobi deaths, the full bloom of the snow-white Sakura was lavishly dyed in blood. The crimson Sakura, Yi Tenzin, was an unparalleled genius of a shinobi. As the youngest to ever be promoted to Jonin, that perception of her had become widely known as something unshakable. So Yi's special allergy had worsened to a point beyond any help. Yi being treated as special by others was something of a curse, a menace, an abhorrent interference that brought nothing but negative influences onto her life. Things like expectations or hopes often had a strong positive impression. So there were far too many people in this world who would wave them around while blind to the fact that they could become blades gouging deep into others. Moreover, blades wielded blind made it difficult for both aggressor and victim to notice the wounds. Truly a nasty characteristic. Such things had held a great deal of sway over her life thus far, and Yi was completely sick and tired of it. Hey, you're that ain't you same like me, you can do just about anything without so much as a second thought. And so life kinda loses its spark. Done it, wouldn't it be fine ta keep at least a single something in your heart then? And so, when the village chief said those things to Yi, despite being fully aware of the blades, he seemed truly odious. The village chief was personally advising her to do something like break the ironclad law of the shinobi. She could not think him sane. To begin with, Yi did not seek anything like a spark in life. Such a thing would be a superfluous accessory. Spark, namely, that was the act of harboring expectations for one's own abilities or placing hope in one's own future. It was none other than believing in one's own specialness. That was undeniably Yi's landmine. Hence, Yi deliberately distanced herself from the image of the ideal shinobi that everyone seemed to be placing their hopes and expectations in. That was the exact opposite of the ideal shinobi image that Fujiru Tenzin had staked his life, attempting to complete a frivolous attitude, speech, and conduct that left nowhere to grip onto, and a friendly demeanor that would absolutely never get along with anyone. Bearing such a facetious humanity, Yi Tenzin's personality took shape. He did not wish to be misinterpreted, so she would assert it here. This was the natural consequence of Yi spurning the notion of specialness, and was by no means something inspired by the village chief's own nature. Without getting deeply involved with anyone's life, without ever confronting anyone head-on, and without being held dear by anyone. That was the very worldly wisdom that the Crimson Sakura, Yi Tenzin, had arrived at, her life philosophy. Surely you do not misconstrue that disgraceful way of being for your own nature, do you? Addressed in such a manner when the two of them were all alone, Yi held her breath before the crimson beauty. Yi, with her special allergy, having worsened, hated being treated as special by others, and at the same time had developed a keen sense of smell for specialness within other people. In that regard, the woman with whom Yi was now in close contact was an individual who seemed to be the embodiment of nothing but specialness, both inside and out. But then again, her specialness was so glaringly obvious to anyone that having a keen nose was hardly necessary to ascertain it. The bloody bride, Priscilla Bariel. For Yi, who had completed all sorts of missions as a shinobi, the days spent together with that woman who was fondly called the Sun Princess by the local population were quite striking and profoundly memorable. Originally, Yi's infiltration as a maid in Priscilla's vicinity had been something set into motion by Keisha Gold, one of the Empire's 9 divine generals. Just what sort of significance a woman participating in the royal selection of the faraway kingdom of Lugunica had to the Empire was not something Yi had been informed of, nor was it something she had even thought to question. The essence of the shinobi was to obey commands without asking too much, and Yi considered that a preferable trait. The only one who would brazenly disobey was the village chief, and since Yi was not the same as him, she remained obedient. That said, it was a bit of an illogical and enigmatic mission. Fundamentally, her job was to monitor the target and report on her actions. She had not received any particular instructions for disruption or sabotage, nor was it simply a matter of a quick assassination. Since Yi had been designated to this task, There was no doubt that they were counting on her befitting skills and ability to return alive. But while she was undercover at the mansion, her days as a simple maid went on monotonously. She was loath to say it, but this felt like a bit of a waste of the genius shinobi that was the Crimson Sakura. In practice, the innate talents Yi had been bestowed were not just that of a shinobi. There was an all-purpose nature to her that allowed her to easily master most other things. And so, flawlessly mastering all the duties of a maid, Yi's infiltration of the Bariel mansion was a job just as easy as all her other missions up to this point. However, only when she interacted directly with Priscilla did she need to pay extra careful attention. Throughout her career, Yi had gotten all sorts of opportunities to glimpse important figures. Counted among those were the White Spider who had ordered Yi on this mission. And for the most part, her village chief known as the Vicious Old Man was also an important figure in the Empire. She had also seen His Excellency the Emperor from a distance back then. The Blue Lightning standing next to the Emperor had locked eyes with her and given a wave of his hand, leaving her with the trepidation that there would always be somebody on a higher level than her. And so even from Yi's perspective, having encountered those sorts of first-rate individuals, Priscilla's insight had a somewhat unfathomable quality to it, making it impossible to anticipate just how much she had actually seen through. Even though it should not have been possible, she had questioned many times if even her own identity as an assassin sent from the Empire had been seen through. Only if that suspicion were true, there would have been no reason to keep turning a blind eye to Yi, so her identity should have still been a secret. But was that really so? Priscilla was so difficult to read that it was entirely possible that she would turn a blind eye even if she became privy to Yi's identity. That could be called a disposition towards favoring danger without valuing her own life. Or perhaps it could just be outright classified as the delusion she fully believed in without caring what anyone might think, repeating on a daily basis how the world would unfold however she wished it to. Either way, considering it a misfortune, Yi pitied the special Priscilla. Priscilla possessed exceptional beauty, of course, but she also harbored a bewitching allure that charmed others with her mannerisms, words, and even the manner in which she breathed. Whether she desired it or not, that specialness would catch the eyes of all sorts of people, leave marks upon their lives, and stir their emotions. A great number of people would likely place their hopes and expectations on her, only to be consumed by foul desires and emotions. After all, even this pity that Yi felt was something that had been brought about by the specialness possessed by that woman. And as if reading right into Yi's heart, she had spoken the words mentioned prior. Eyes cast down upon the book in her hands whilst sitting in her private room, just as Yi was serving tea. Noticing how she did not pass even a single glance in her direction, Priscilla had suddenly spoken those words without any forewarning. Regardless, as had been mentioned previously, Yi was always on guard when interacting directly with Priscilla. So even at this juncture, though she had received a bit of a surprise, she had managed to respond with her usual frivolity. Mixing in a light playfulness, and acting as if she had no mind to earnestly grasp the meaning, she forged a smile. And seeing Yi's unchanged attitude, Priscilla closed a single eye. Priscilla, someday, you too shall have no choice but to expend everything you have to offer. Be diligent and keep mine words close at heart. Your preparations must be perfect. Yes, Yi never asked about the true meaning of those words. Her shinobi instincts warned her that asking again might arouse suspicion. But probably more so than that, Yi was loath to do so. From the lips of the special Priscilla, she did not want such inconvenient words to be hurled at her. For that reason, Yi did not grasp the true intent behind Priscilla's words. Neither did she know the reason Fujuru had named her Yi, nor did she know the village chief's intentions in endlessly trying to get her to break the ironclad law of the shinobi to the point it felt like harassment. She knew nothing. In order to avoid being treated as special by others, she continued to plug her ears and avert her eyes from all of that. After all, that was Yi Tenzin's life philosophy, not desiring to be special, in order to not be desired as special. In the end, Yi's thinking turned out to be correct, having shone so radiantly, captivating great numbers of people with her flame-like special way of being. Even Priscilla had ended up laying down her life in those cruel and merciless lands of the Empire. Thus, while fiery emotions with no place left to turn to scorched his soul, the one who had yearned for that special woman who was no longer among them, even now still wishing to repay her, was burning his life to naught in order to do so. Yi Tenzin did not wish to live her life at the mercy of such specialness. That was precisely why, as soon as possible, she would rid this world of the specialness that had burdened her with such an undesirable fixation. Unmistakably, that was the sole reason why Yi was willing to risk her life to assist the man abandoned by the specialness. His heart had yearned for Yi. HK. The discus of ice rapidly revolved on all axes without consideration for its surroundings, yet still using it as a platform whilst constructing the battlefield. Yi intercepted the incoming Oni girl Ram. Steel thread reeling out from her right hand dashed up vertically, and a steel thread from her left hand snagged a dagger to perform a horizontal sweep. The two varieties of precise and difficult to avoid severing flashes pincered Rem from the front and behind. Due to the cooperation of her opponents, Yi had failed to stop Emilia from fleeing the battlefield. Having grown wings of ice upon her back, Emilia received the momentum of the ice discus that had been forced into a spin and caught the wind. Chasing Al as he soared far off to a distant sky, she was rapidly gaining speed. As she got further from the two who could do nothing but plummet straight downwards head first, she at last escaped the range at which a steel thread could still reach her. It was not impossible to still use a thread to launch some projectile like a stone fragment or sword at her. But looking away is forbidden. With that, after countering the double-layered attack from a moment prior by meeting the dagger with her chains and bending down to evade the steel thread, Rem obstructed Yi, causing the chance to take such an action to slip through Yi's fingers. While gritting her teeth at that failure, Yi pivoted to getting away from Rem as she rushed her down, and using the steel thread she had sent out as a grip, she executed a wide turn, circling around to the other side of the ice discus. Yi. Isn't it a bit unfair to become so formidable all of a sudden? For what reason, Rem? It's love. Yi shouldn't have asked. Chasing after Yi as she went over to the other side of the ice disc, Rem smashed through the ice by sheer force, distancing herself at an apt medium range from the barbarity of the Oni girl whose vitality surged along with the brightness of the horn on her head. Yi's footwork managed to sidestep the iron ball wielded by the stout arm, and sticking to the revolving platform, she spun around behind Rem. It was a high velocity, but although there was a certain randomness to the direction of the ice disc's rotation around its origin, the speed of rotation itself had a fixed rhythm to it. As long as she kept to that, there was no risk of losing the platform, and so Yi freely danced across the ice, leaping and bounding as if in flight. And contrary to Yi's magnificent mastery over the ice disc, Rem's movements were plain and simple. Rem won't let you do that. As Rem firmly declared so, she struck the ice with a pointed hand, with the tips of her toes, and with the iron ball held close in her grip. Using them as wedges to secure herself, she ferociously pursued Yi with beast-like movements. Far removed from refinement or grace, the hunting style was like that of a savage, carnivorous beast, and yet she was fast. As Yi fled in a dance, the distance between the two of them was shortening in the blink of an eye. Yi, aren't you way too unconcerned with appearances, and isn't that totally improper conduct for a maid? Rem. Unfortunately, there is only one quality our master requires from his maid's utmost effort. Raising her face, Rem twisted her body with three of her limbs as anchors, utilizing the rotation of the ice disc to launch an attack of her iron ball with minimal movement. Its might was dispersed through the mobilization of the steel threads, but as she had needed to fire them directly to her side, Yi internally clicked her tongue. A battle to decide on the best maid between the two factions. Yi did not have the leeway to joke about such things. Superior in skill, Yi could even assert that she was 3 stages higher in terms of strength. But against Rem, Yi simply had a poor affinity. The Morning Star wielded by Rem was a weighty weapon, and those kinds of heavyweight attacks that aimed to guarantee a kill with a single blow were the most troublesome to defend against using steel threads. The strength of steel threads was that they had the potential to defend against any attack so long as they were bundled and intertwined together. But that necessitated an adequate amount of time, as well as a suitable number of threads. For Yi to defend against Rem's blows, she needed to use at least 7 fingers to guarantee safety. If she was unwilling to do that, then she also had the option of dodging. But Yi, the aim is way too accurate. Despite how unstable this platform was, Rem was able to launch her iron ball in a way that came biting at Yi as if it were a great serpent. Each throw followed a trajectory straight towards the exact middle of Yi's body, and although she would not fail to defend against it even if she held her eyes closed, the rhythm of her own attacks was collapsing. And to top it all off, the fearsome combat capabilities of the Oni clan would now be thrown into the mix. Rem, Ra-H-H-H-H-H-H. With all 4 of her limbs planted in the ice discus, Rem's entire body discharged red steam as she roared. That was the result of the low temperature from falling thousands of meters from a high altitude, the Oni clan trait of invigorating all the mana surging through her body, and finally, rapidly regenerating from the lacerations given to her from Yi's steel threads. Until now, while Yi was evading Rem's lethal blows, she had carved her with many wounds that aimed to render her incapable of fighting. But none of them could outstrip the Oni's regeneration. And above all, Yi, bringing her rings to her lips in a kiss, the steel threads were once again swallowed by tongues of flame. That instant, after Yi had blanketed Rem's vision in flame, she aimed for the neck of the enemy on the other side of this heat wave. And with a flick of her arm with a speed nearing that of sound, the steel thread flashed as it aimed to perform a decapitation. That was one of Yi's original techniques that could not be found written down anywhere in a book of secrets, and was the fastest brandish possible amidst the steel thread technique employed by Yi, something that Al might have called an ultimate move. She had confidence that this invisible thread attack of undiscernible range, a flash of absolute death, could vanquish any opponent. And yet Rem had avoided it, and that was not just once but twice. Yi HK. In its initial reveal, it had been an attack that aimed to take out both Rem and Emilia at once. Since that had been averted this time, she aimed not just for the neck, but for the chest, unleashing the single flash so that it could not be dodged by the retraction of the head. It sliced through the wind, as if to proclaim that it would not allow any fluke evasions hence. The fact that Rem managed to avoid it was no miracle or fortuity. It was inevitable. Rem had fully seen through Yi's steel thread technique. The ice fog had already vanished from their surroundings. So this was a different method to how Emilia had perceived the steel threads based on how the ice particles were being sliced, though she had no way to confirm the exact principle behind it. Yi won't let you do that. No longer keeping up the appearances that were meaningless to keep up, Yi muttered as she tensed the corners of her mouth. Won't let them do that. Won't let them go. Won't let them stop him. Yi would thwart both Emilia and Rem. Yi stretching out his wings of stone. Al had fled to the sky without waiting on the outcome of this battle. Even if he had left her behind, Yi would not take that as him abandoning her. It was not impossible that he had abandoned her, but Al had a tendency to be frugal. He would not easily give up on the pawns and cards in his arsenal, and so Yi would take Al's breakaway as him entrusting it to her. She would interpret it as an order to stop the two who were chasing after him, no matter what it took. Hence, Al had granted it to Yi, a license to kill. Yi, even if it means killing you, I'll stop you. I'll stop them, no matter what it takes, I will stop them. She would see to it that Al accomplished his objective. Anything that might get in the way of that would be removed. Everything was so that she could have Al, floundering after having lost Priscilla, who was his own specialness, disappear from the world as soon as possible. After all, if she did not do so, Yi Tenzin would be unable to return to the self who obeyed the ironclad law of the shinobi, to the self who would never give her heart to anything, and to the self who loathed being special, who distanced herself from it at all costs. Your stars were bad. Indeed, the monster who had taught Yi Tenzin the meaning of dread uttered those same words over and over again. Her days at the Bariel mansion, sent there as an undercover operative, abruptly came to an end. Performing her daily maid duties, teasing the adorable butler apprentice, and joking around with the clownish knight who did not receive any knightly treatment. Working for the tremendously dazzling sun princess had been not so bad. But Yi's own emotions would not matter in the slightest once she received the order. She would fulfill her duty and disappear without leaving a trace. Thus, in order to carry out the assassination directive that had been passed so suddenly, Yi attempted to sneak up on Priscilla in her bedroom, but in a dark corridor of the mansion, she was stopped by that man, leaving no room for excuses. Obstructing her as though he had known all along, the man Al battled Yi in a death ballet. Even if she called it a death ballet, the difference in their abilities was evident. Although he was the knight of a royal candidate, Al's strength was far inferior to Yi's, so the outcome was decided in an instant, or so it ought to have been. Al, your stars were bad. The man whose heart she had certainly gouged out hurled those words at her in the same tone. Even when faced with that abnormal situation, Yi's body acted without delay, stripping him of his life for a second time. Someone who would not die even when killed. This was not her first encounter against such an individual. There were a great number of bizarre and astonishing people in this world, and she had even fought against someone who had not just 2, but 3 hearts. All she had needed to do was crush all 3 hearts for that person to properly die. The important thing was to just keep killing them until they died. She lopped off his head, bisected his torso, burned his whole body, plucked off all his limbs, tore out his throat, smashed his skull, gouged out his eyeballs, peeled all the skin off his back, shattered all of his bones, crushed his organs, fed him poison, plunged him into the ground, plunged him into water, wrung his neck, wrung everything other than his neck, testing out all manner of shinobi techniques on him. She robbed him of the life Ben-aimed life, enacting every conceivable manner of slaughter as she drove the act of killing to its absolute limit. Al, your stars were bad. But no matter how many times she killed him, Al would get back up, hurling those same words at her, wielding the entirety of the shinobi techniques in her arsenal, and attempting every countermeasure that came into her mind. Yi finally abandoned rationale and tried yielding herself to her instincts, but she still could not kill him. She had failed to fully kill him. Al, your stars were bad. She attempted to put him through torture that would make him regret being born. It was all for naught. She attempted to abandon her mission and get away. It was all for naught. She attempted to drag other people into the fray. It was all for naught. After finally having enough, she even attempted to put a thread around her own neck and end it all. Al, your stars were bad. Even that was all for naught. Al, your stars were bad. The repetitions of the same dialogue, an unending helix loitering in the interval between death and death, conferred with those same things for a time that seemed to stretch on forever and ever. For the first time in her life, Yi Tenzin knew dread. Al, your stars were bad. If it meant she could be saved, she was willing to do anything. She vowed to do anything. If it meant she could put an end to this, she was willing to do anything. She vowed to do anything. Al, your stars were bad. Even with dread newly awakened in her heart, she won no pardon from Al, from the man, from the monster. Al, your stars were bad. Even after her heart was exhaustively shattered beyond repair, the monster's indifferent cruelty showed no signs of stopping. She was unable to even keep count anymore. There existed none in this world whom Yi had fought to the death as much as this monster. A countless number of times Yi had killed him, and a number of times she wished not even to count, Yi had been killed by him. Al, your stars were bad. This kind of individual, there was nobody else like him. Such a thing was not needed. She did not want to even consider the chance of there being another. Even now that she had been released from that endless torment on the monster's whim. Even now that she had pledged obedience to him and was devoting her entire being to his objective. It had been engraved into the depths of her soul. Al, your stars were bad. There was no choice but to have the monster, to have the man, to have Al disappear as soon as possible. After all, no matter the trigger, no matter the reason, no matter the relationship, Yi Tenzin's heart must never be shackled to anything. Al, your stars were bad. After all, her heart must never be shackled to anything. Yi, your stars were bad. As Yi's lips spun those words, an invisible light of decapitation surged forth, aiming for Rem's slender neck. Perceiving that alongside the sensation of goosebumps on her skin, Rem reflexively swung her arm, gripping the morning star, swatting away the flash by wedging the chain into its trajectory. The boundary of death, unmistakably, they were standing on the boundary of death. It was the type of high-risk situation that Rem had not encountered when she had lost her memories and fighting strength in the Valatian Empire. And at present, Rem was in a state that she had never managed to reach before having lost her memories, even in the battles against the Sin Archbishops and the White Whale. Rem Subaru-kun. Amidst sensations that seemed as if her organs were quaking and her blood was boiling, the greatest heat was stored within the horn sprouting from her head, vividly experiencing the strength, emotions, and pulsations of the world pouring in from there. Rem roused her soul by calling out the name of that darling boy, synergizing the advice she had received from the dazzling sun princess with the swell of feelings towards her beloved. The Oni clan blood flowing through Rem's veins was finally able to exhibit its original specs. Even so, the gap in abilities between Rem and Yi was vast. So the fact that she was able to persist so much against someone ranked among the foremost powerful individuals Rem had witnessed until this point was not solely thanks to her own strength. In order to stop Yi, to stop Al and his group, this was the culmination of the many forces who had endlessly refused to back down. Starting at the Pleiades watchtower, a clash with the Felt camp, and then a battle at the royal capital, followed by Otto's relentless pursuit. By using this divide-and-conquer tactic and steadily piling on the irregulars, Al's group was bound hand and foot by the inescapable chains of attrition. What had allowed the gap in strength between Rem and Yi to be temporarily bridged was the weight of those chains. In addition to that, an ironic twist of fate had become a tailwind for Rem. That was Yi, HK. Yi grit her teeth as one of her fingers sprung up, sending a thread reeling out as it sliced through the air in an onslaught towards Rem. As countless severing flashes rained down upon her, Rem keenly sensed them through her horn. Chaining together perfect evasion after perfect evasion, she made it out with the life that ought to have been cut short, ferociously clinging to the battlefield. The secret to that evasion, seemingly brushed by the hand of the divine by the hand of an Oni, lay in but one thing. Rem bloodlust, she could see it. She felt it. It was coming through to her. Through the horn of the Oni clan, her opponent's intent was transmitted. That vividly colored boundary of death, evading it, tracing it, and bouncing it back, Rem closed in on Yi. Just before Emilia had set off, and just after Al had fled the battlefield, Yi's attacks had started to be tinged with a definite bloodlust. Boisterous dance of bloodlust, showing no hesitation in Yi's will to decapitate her or slice off all four of her limbs, vehemently stimulated her Oni clan instincts, ironically yielding a state of hyperreactivity within Rem. If Yi had kept to the initial policy of no killing, and faced off against Rem, she would have likely rendered Rem powerless much sooner. As the result of starting to go all out with her true abilities as a shinobi, Yi's attacks had lost their ability to reach Rem. If not an ironic tailwind, just what could this be called? Rem digging her toes into the revolving ice disk as she supported her body. Rem grasped Yi within the field of vision, glistening with ice shards flying about, the smile gone from her face as she stared at her. The figure of Yi sharpening her almond-shaped eyes was so captivatingly beautiful as she regulated her heart. As for what was sustaining her supply-tempered body, Rem understood perfectly. What had filled Yi's slender body to the brim was a sense of duty, a wish that she needed to fulfill at all costs, and a prayer that she wished to accomplish no matter what it took. Those were the things that granted Yi extraordinary power, giving her the resolve to not even care about making an enemy of the world. Thus, as for where that sense of duty originated from, Rem was well aware. Rem, after all, Rem is the same way. With a horn growing out of her forehead, her entire body littered in wounds, while plummeting down headfirst from 5,000 meters up high, the reason why Rem was standing here now was also because of a sense of duty, a wish that she needed to fulfill at all costs, and a prayer that she wished to accomplish no matter what it took. Those were the things that granted Rem extraordinary power, giving her the resolve to throw everything away in order to save a single person. Thus, as for where this sense of duty originated from, Rem had no reason to keep it hidden. That was Rem, love, Yi. One who knows little often repeats it, HK. As Rem howled, Yi's voice filled with irritation in response. The expression of the shinobi, of congealed or perhaps fabricated emotions, that would by no means ever reveal her true feelings, slowly began to unravel. However, Rem would not interpret that as conceit, carelessness, or lack of experience. Gritting one's teeth was only natural. That is, if one was to devote their everything for the sake of another. Rem in the corner of her eye, amidst the fierce battle, a line engraved into the cliff face grazed Rem's attention. The Agzed Canyon, 5,000 meters, the final stretch. All that remained until they reached the bottom was, Rem, 10 seconds. Yi, HK. While fighting off the thread storm that seemed as if a tidal wave closing in, Rem deliberately called that out. She would give her information, increase the factors for decision-making, disrupting her thinking, and causing hesitation in just one or two of those 20 digits on her hands and feet. She would irritate her, strip her emotions down bare, and make Yi hate her, making her overflow with malice, enmity, and murderous intent. She would slip past it, slip past, slip past, slip past, slip past, slip, slip, slip. And then Rem, here. Just as Rem and Amelia had planned, 5 seconds after the final 10 seconds commenced, an impact from directly below would mercilessly perforate the ice discus. Al, your stars were bad. Indeed, the monster residing in Yi's heart would often mutter those words. Even now, the man's voice that Yi felt like she had heard however many thousands and tens of thousands of times still haunted her dreams. At first, she had found that catchphrase of Al's to be rather odious. After all, even the stars would eventually get tired of being blamed for anything and everything, and would end up wanting to object. Even though it was not the stars' fault that Yi's heart had been chipped and shattered, and was rather unmistakably the monster's fault, how could he dare to shift the blame like that only? She gradually came to realize that she had been mistaken, that this was not the man shifting blame. Al, your stars were bad. Whenever he spoke those words, Al was by no means celebrating his triumph. Present there was nothing like contempt or scorn, but rather things akin to pity and compassion. As proof of that, the monster, the man, Al, had refrained from saying it. Following the death of Priscilla Bariel, he did not resort to saying the stars had failed him. When his own worthless self had failed to save her life, he did not resort to saying the stars had failed him. Al, your stars were bad. Whenever the monster, whenever the man, whenever Al spoke those words, it was always on the occasion that his own outrageous power thwarted the desires or goals of an opponent. Those words, spun out of pity, compassion, and feelings of guilt, were always to impart this sentiment unto the other party. It isn't your fault, such was its significance. Oh, how unpleasant, how unpleasant, how unpleasant, how truly unpleasant. She had not wanted to realize such a thing. Al's words, the man's gaze, the monster's heart. She had not wanted to realize any of those things. Yi did not want to discover any motivation other than dread from Al. She did not want to embrace it. She did not want to feel it. Therefore, as soon as possible, she wanted to put an end to it. Upon this specialness, she did not wish to bestow any name other than dread. Yi, everything is the fault of the stars. Hearing those sounds spill from her own lips, Yi snapped back to reality after her consciousness trailed off for just a moment. At that moment, she could tell that her body had been blown into the air, and that her field of vision was spinning around. A crash, yes, there had been a crash. Something had struck the ice discus from below, and the impact that shattered the ice had also run through Yi. She glanced down at the edge of her consciousness to see what had shattered the ice discus. There was the summit of an enormous mountain of ice that had been erected at the bottom of the canyon in which they had fallen down thousands of meters, freezing the great river that ran through the ravine floor. It had been shaped into a dreadfully colossal mass of ice, lying in wait for the falling ice disk. Factoring in the momentum of their descent, the air resistance, and the number of seconds they had been falling, she estimated that the distance of the fall was roughly 5,000 meters. The only geography matching those specifications that she could think of was the Agzed Canyon, the largest canyon in the world. Witnessing the great feat that was freezing the river that ran along its bottom, Yi realized just how extraordinary Amelia's magic truly was. But what had struck her the most deeply was, Yi, you're quite the tough woman, aren't you? Amidst her revolving vision, fragments of the shattered ice disk sparkled like diamond dust within the breathtaking scenery, and therein did Yi catch sight of Rem, crowned by her shining horn. At the moment of the crash, Rem had fled to the sky in order to avoid the impact, and using the scattered ice blocks as platforms to accelerate, she was about to come charging at Yi, who also still remained in the sky. She had been tricked into thinking that there were 10 seconds left until impact, when in reality, there had only remained 5. To lose one's composure was a blunder unbecoming of a shinobi. To lag behind was a folly unbecoming of a maid. To go against the duty entrusted to her was a deed unbecoming of the crimson Sakura. Yi, your stars were bad. Neither was that directed towards the only girl drawing near before her eyes, nor towards herself as she put on such a disgraceful display, but rather towards the one no longer present here, towards the monster who had soared far, far into the distance. Yi spoke, with the same nuance that the monster would always attach whenever he hurled those words at another. She spoke those words to the monster. Yi, the impact Yi had been struck by had caused her entire body to creak, and she was even unsure if all her limbs were still properly attached. But this numbness was nothing. She had already overcome numbness back during her poison resistance training. This sensation in her hands and feet was nothing. All the bones in her body had already been broken back during her torture drills. This cloudiness of mind was nothing. She had already surmounted the training to fight in a near-death state, with vast amounts of blood drained from her body. The fact that every single one of those things was now useful to her made her feel like she could hear the village chief's wily laughter, which aggravated her. It aggravated her, but thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions, tens of millions of times, she had repeated the same movements. The steel threads that had seen no wielder in several hundreds of years. That which demanded the delicate skill to move one's fingertips by millimeters at the utmost precision. In a state of numbness, low on blood, and with a clouded mind, Yi operated them. Even if 70% of her life force poured out of her body, the digits pulling those steel threads would not err. Yi RHHH. She pulled tight on her extended arms and legs, and in that moment, the chunks of ice bound by those steel threads ferociously bolted through the sky. The fragments of the shattered ice discus, ensnaring them with her threads, Yi had them whirl violently through the air to match her body's rhythm, slamming them right into the side of Rem as she charged towards her. A thunderous crash rang out, and Rem was sent flying away by an ice chunk with vehement vigor. And as if to kick Rem when she was down, the ice chunks caught by the steel threads crashed into her one after another, and after another. The barrage of powerful blows rained down upon her as she slammed into the summit of the ice mountain. A white spray of snow was blown up into the air, and with blood mixing into the enshrouding ice fog, the ice mountain would be made into the Oni's gravestone. That instant, the gravestone was perforated, and the iron ball shooting straight out of it thrust directly into Yi. The spikes accompanying that heinous lump of iron gouged into Yi's torso, deeply penetrating the side of her abdomen. But she had avoided damage to her vital organs by shifting them aside. Through the inhumane shinobi modifications to her flesh, Yi could shift the positioning of her internal organs. The spikes pierced a cavity with nothing in it, scattering blood from her back. However, this was a blow she had deliberately taken. Tightening her muscles, she trapped the spiked iron ball in her own body. Subsequently, emerging out of the enshrouding white fog of snow was the blood-stained Oni, ferociously leaping upwards as she followed the chain of the iron ball that had stuck into Yi. Her trajectory was perfectly straight, bereft of any twist or artifice. A straight line following her heart awaiting in her path as she soared up was a deployment of steel threads laid out in a web. Rem voluntarily diving into the steel thread birdcage that would tear her body to shreds. It birthed countless lacerations upon Rem's white skin as it attempted to cut her body up into hundreds of little chunks of meat. But just before that could come to fruition, Rem's lips spun an incantation. Rem. Huma. It was a spell that created ice, one that she had thoroughly borne witness to throughout the course of this battle. For Rem to opt for that in this 11th hour, Yi's entire body was on guard for where the ice would be created, exercising her senses in the 360 degrees of every direction around her. She readied herself to defend against any kind of surprise attack. However, that had been unnecessary. There was no surprise attack. The ice took shape right before Yi's eyes. The stream of feedback from the steel threads that ought to have carved Rem's body to shreds came to a halt. Taking a look, the steel threads that had dug into her flesh had been stopped by red ice by her own frozen blood. As soon as Yi comprehended that, her kiss set the steel threads alight with flame, and the explosive heat melted the frozen blood and attempted to recommence the lethal thread attack. But it was too late. Rem, ya! Without overlooking the momentary bending of the threads, Rem howled as she raised her fist against Yi, a blow imbued with the resolve to settle this battle, alongside the power to make that happen. The fact that Rem's blood-stained white fist held such might was something that Yi perceived from her measurements. Hence, she would not take this blow. She could not afford to take this blow. After all, she still had Emilia to take care of. In order to reach that point, she drew her trump card. Yi, the mobilization of steel threads, utilizing all 20 of the digits between her hands and feet, had been evaded by the enemy. But it was not over. It was not over yet. The trump card of Yi Tenzin's steel thread technique, sticking out her red tongue as if to provoke her opponent, Yi. Beh. Out from a ring placed on the tip of her tongue, her final flash of severance was unleashed. True to its aim, it struck the slender neck of Rem as she ferociously approached, rending her life in a single brandish. The Crimson Sakura, Yi Tenzin, was an unparalleled genius of a shinobi. The vicious old man, Albart Dunkelken, held her talents and capabilities in a very high regard. The person in question very much hated being praised so highly, but that averse reaction seemed only to fuel Albart's sadistic delight, and so he had never let her hear the end of it. Given his years of experience, he was likely stronger than her overall, but her raw talent far exceeded his own, so with enough years of experience, she would easily transform into the strongest shinobi, untouchable by anyone. Hence, he could somewhat understand why some might have had big dreams for Yi. Be that as it may, he was his own person and other people were other people. There was no point in dreams that were fulfilled by somebody else. Hence, still harboring big dreams of his own, The only thing Albart could do for that genius girl was offer her some heartfelt advice. No, a warning. Albart, you don't want to listen. I've been there myself. Remarkable folk like the two of us end up living longer than most ordinary shinobi thout even realize in it. And we end up seeing tons of things. So occasionally there'll be times when you'll have to end up breaking the ironclad law of the shinobi. Albart, HM, you think it's a matter of people who don't hold anything dear ta bane weak? Nah, you ain't getting what I'm saying. It'd be something more like, you can't deal with a poison that you don't know, yeah? Albart. You make brats drink poison when they're young so they won't die from it later. And so, telling you that it'd be fine ta keep at least a single something in your heart was just some advice ta keep you from dying. Albart. After all, never have I loved nor ever been loved. Makes you end up incredibly weak, that sort of thing. I'm telling you, the first time a shinobi goes in starts holding someone dear, kaka. With the brandish of her trump card, a steel thread bolted out from the ring placed over her tongue, and without air, it reaped the slender neck of the Oni girl leaping towards her, severing the connection between head and torso, nulling the no-killing restriction. She had succeeded in the elimination of one of the obstacles standing in the way of Al's objective. Thinking of that fact, and anticipating Al's reaction when he learned of this, Yi felt a grating sensation in the depths of her chest. Yi. Ha! Just before she could digest that heartache, Yi widened her eyes, doubting the sight before her eyes. Beyond any shadow of a doubt, Yi's steel thread had severed Rem's slender neck. She had distinctly felt the sensation that accompanied cutting away a prey's life. And she had certainly heard the rasp of the wind that blew upon severing the blood and flesh and bone that made up a life. And despite all that, Rem, I wasn't exactly playing fair either. Yi's crimson eyes intersected Rem's pale blue ones, and there was still light to be found in those eyes. Then the red line emblematic of her reaped life, one that certainly ought to have been left as a mark on her neck, slowly faded away. Neither had she protected against it, nor had she evaded it. The blow that by all means was supposed to have taken her life had been cancelled. That was not something that could simply be explained by the regeneration possessed by the Oni clan. A miracle that should have never happened. Even in this vast world, the likes of someone capable of wielding that level of healing magic was Yi. Al-Sama. The monster who, even when making an enemy of the world, seemed like he would absolutely never lose. She had wanted to assist him. She had hoped that by doing so, she would be able to erase the specialness living within her own heart. And yet, your stars were bad. Shutting her eyes, she once again heard the dreadful words that seemed to make all her hairs stand on end. Though oddly enough, right now, in this moment alone, the feeling they inspired within Yi was not dread, but instead. Yi, the cause of my defeat, Rem, is love. The powerful arm unleashed alongside that answer smashed into the iron ball stuck within Yi's torso. Far more lethal than the fall from 5,000 meters, the Oni's thunderbolt exploded atop the icy crown of the mountain amidst crags of the Agzed Canyon. Cherry blossoms fluttered down, as though in requiem. Before the blue Oni, the crimson sakura known as Yi Tenzin, ephemeral as her namesake's petals, was scattered to the wind in violent splendor. Illustration from Volume 43, coloring by Mukuro. Source Arc 9, Chapter 52. Aldebaran Letter 2170, original web novel chapter complete translated by Archbishop of Transportation, proofread by Archbishop of Masculinity, Archbishop of Regalia, Archbishop of Shipping complete art sources. Miscal 3262, 8 Humiwitch. There is nobody who can defeat you, you whom I created. Aldebaran recalled the witch imparting those words upon him, as if it were yesterday. In real time, it would have been close to 20 years ago, but in terms of perceived time, it was a completely different order of magnitude. Even if he remembered the number of attempts he had needed for individual deadlocks, he had not memorized the total number of attempts he had taken across everything. Not to mention, the amount of time that had passed throughout all of that would have been so outrageous that he did not want to even think about it. Only it was an absolute truth that he was expending far more time than a single lifetime would usually allow. Be that as it may, even after going through all that time, it would be incorrect to assume that Aldebaran had reached the same mental state as the elves who lived for hundreds of years in perennial youth. If the human mind was something that started out as immature before eventually maturing enough to reach a state of aged wisdom, that was because the passage of time would allow one to experience both the sweet and the sour, granting the mind ample room to grow. But all the time Aldebaran spent outside the passage of actual time was, so to speak, a series of stagnant moments used to break through whatever difficulty was laid before his eyes. In practice, those would range from a few seconds to a few minutes at most, and just by repeating those small intervals countless times, a human could not hope to grow. Ergo, Aldebaran believed that the accumulation of time repeated by his authority was time spent in futility, something that only ever served to abrade his heart and never to foster its growth, even if it was time spent in such futility. When it got to the point of repeating several hundreds, tens of thousands, hundreds of millions of times, the brain would automatically begin filtering memories, attempting to rob Aldebaran of his genuine recollections. Nevertheless, there certainly existed memories that did not fade. Recollections that, rather than his brain, seemed to be etched into his very soul, and the aforementioned words were undoubtedly among them. But then again, if in addition to already lacking memories of all the time he had lived, Aldebaran were to also say that he did not even wish to remember all of it, he could picture that witch, the very incarnation of a curiosity who eagerly wanted to know everything, quietly muttering to herself, "I see. What a shame." Although she boasted that she could not understand emotions, the witch was an expert at putting on an act to bend others to her will. And despite knowing that, Aldebaran could not defy the witch's words or attitude. That was the manner in which he had been disciplined, in which he had been reshaped were he to phrase it in such a way. It might have been a fair matchup against the inhumanity of the Shinobi village that he had happened to hear bits and pieces about from Yi. In this case, it was toss-up between whether it was the Shinobi village, treated as equal to the witch, who were the crazy ones, or if it was actually the witch, single-handedly contending against the entire history of the Shinobi village, who was truly insane. Either way, the current Aldebaran was a product of the witch's creation, which, even if you say that, you do have the right to live your own life. That alone is a domain that even a creator must not one-sidedly intrude upon. Hence, supposing you sincerely believe that you cannot follow me from the bottom of your heart, you may withdraw from the plan at any time. That is your freedom. On occasion, the witch would say such things as though to question Aldebaran's resolve. It was an unusual concern for a witch to bear. Fundamentally, once she had secured the other party's consent, the witch's usual strategy was to always maneuver in such a way that the promises she had coerced could not be taken back. In fact, among the lessons and assignments that the witch had levied upon Aldebaran, there had been plenty with contents nightmarish enough to have made him hesitate had he not agreed to not giving up in advance. Whenever the witch made him do such things, she would never ask him if he wished to stop once she had gotten him to agree. Yet when it came to the root of it all, his initial and most foundational resolve, she would often press him about it. Aldebaran interpreted that as potentially being witch's own way of expressing her sense of guilt or inner turmoil. But was that really so the witch proclaimed herself as unable to comprehend emotion? However, there was no way that she did not know the likes of rage, joy, and sorrow. If she was capable of expressing those sorts of human emotions, then would it not also be possible for her to harbor a sense of guilt or apprehension toward the future at the very least? Throughout the time Aldebaran had spent with the witch, even if there were times when he had thought her a witch incapable of comprehending the human heart, he had never once thought her a witch bereft of a human heart. In the interval between not having and not understanding, there lay a completely different landscape. Could it be that this simply manifested in the form of the witch's questions? If that were the case, then for each time she had voiced that question, had the witch perhaps felt lost lamenting the harsh path that she would eventually have Aldebaran walk, and desiring to respect Aldebaran's own will, letting him choose his own life? Had such a turmoil existed within her maybe, just maybe, on the 1 in a million chance, on the 1 in a billion chance that the witch did have such feelings ironically enough, that became the exact reason why Aldebaran would not go back on his resolve. Therefore, witch, I see. Hearing the same answer Aldebaran always gave, the witch's reaction had also been the same as ever. Perhaps he was being played. Perhaps from the very moment Aldebaran had been created until that day, the witch had been pouring ample amounts of time into brainwashing him. Perhaps the witch harbored none of the feelings of guilt or hesitation that Aldebaran had anticipated. Perhaps she truly was such a wicked witch. But even if he were to pose that question directly to her, the witch, putting on that beautiful smile of white and black, witch, naturally, I am a wicked magician after all. In such a manner, voicing answers that gave no clue as to their sincerity or deception, she toyed with Aldebaran. Basking in the roaring winds, Aldebaran glided through the air at furious speeds. He thought the sight of him spreading wings of stone on his back, catching the wind as he soared, would have looked terribly ridiculous. But he had no need to concern himself with appearances. As Yi held back their opponents, he would need to gain as much distance as possible, as well as eliminate the difference in elevation. Aldebaran, though, I can't imagine that they were targeting my territory. Even as those words spilled from Aldebaran, he concentrated the majority of his attention on the formulation and operation of the stone wings on his back. The construction of the stone wings demanded an extremely delicate balance, with the size and hardness also requiring very fine adjustment. If they were too big, they would be tossed around too much by the wind. But if they were too small, the objective could not even be realized in the first place. Hardness and density were also tied to weight, so tuning them too much or too little would inevitably lead to a crash. Aldebaran, gotta hand it to Icarus for getting it right on his first try. Speaking of taking to the skies with man-made wings, the one who came to mind was Icarus, the great predecessor who had fashioned wings of wax. Setting aside the fate he met, the fact that his wings had not only been able to glide, but had been able to flap and carry him up close to the sun quite honestly filled Aldebaran with wonder. Just how many times had Aldebaran crashed on account of poorly constructed wings that would have been exactly what the opponent wanted? So after tackling the problem again countless times, He had finally managed to fashion his current wings of stone. Even that was an intense feat that could not have been realized without utmost concentration and scrupulous caution. But Aldebaran, I couldn't afford to continue falling like that. That reality and his impatience, they were the greatest reasons behind Aldebaran's ability to level up his level 1 stone wings with great haste, getting them to a level capable of flight. For the time being, although Aldebaran had confidence in himself as the user of an invincible authority, it was not as though his territory had no shortcomings whatsoever. The enemy's ambush on this occasion was something that had inadvertently struck two of those weaknesses simultaneously. Strictly speaking, it could perhaps be better described as an attack on the same weak point from two different angles. For Aldebaran's authority, territory, there existed a valid range of effectiveness. The teleport brought about as a result of the ambush had thrown Aldebaran outside of the established area of his territory. On top of that, factoring in that the destination of the teleport was a free fall from an extremely high elevation, it served as an attack against Aldebaran that would cause the destruction of the second territory. As a result, amidst his descent at furious speeds, Aldebaran had made sure to commit suicide before he fell outside the bounds of his territory, restarting from the middle of the fall many times over. Amidst those repetitions, he deemed that it would be impossible to break out of this high-altitude situation as he fell with his freedom of movement so severely restricted. After testing a variety of different plans, he arrived at attempting to escape on stone wings. At the very least, this slowed his descending change in elevation, allowing him to maintain his territory with relative ease. Just as Aldebaran had finished untying that troublesome knot, Al! Indeed, sharply calling out to Aldebaran as he exerted all his efforts to maintain balance was the voice of a silver bell. Turning his head to glance back, from a considerably lower altitude than Aldebaran, he could clearly see the figure of an angel of Emilia, flying in the same direction as he. Bearing wings forged of ice upon her slender back, she was rapidly closing the distance. Despite using the same method as Aldebaran, hers established an overwhelming lead in terms of its striking visual appeal. Aldebaran, unbelievable. He hoped it would be clear that there was no helping the dumbfounded, nearly admiring groan that had escaped him. The amount of hardship Aldebaran had endured to complete these stone wings, unshapely as they were, had already been described. Precisely because he had gone through all that effort, he felt respect towards Icarus and his wax wings. But just like the Icarus of myth, Emilia's senses had succeeded in crafting artificial wings on her first try, achieving the same result as Aldebaran despite his innumerable failures. Rather than feeling respect towards that, he merely felt the definitive gap between them, furthering his sense of defeat. Aldebaran, even if the idea that I'm just being a bumbling idiot who crashed over 600 times is slightly better than the idea that the Lil Miss is a genius, it's not any solace whatsoever. The strength of Aldebaran's territory lay within its war of endurance, allowing him to persist over the course of an unlimited number of attempts until even the slightest chance of victory arrived. His greatest advantage was his ability to continue playing the cards in his hand until his opponent blundered, giving rise to a situation in which Aldebaran could gain the upper hand. However, while this also applied to his battle against Reinhard, there existed rare individuals in this world capable of consistently arriving at the correct answers. Those right answers would vary from person to person based on their individual abilities and their objectives for victory. But what they had in common was that unlike Aldebaran, they were all loved by fate. Aldebaran was hated by fate itself. It was no longer clear whether Aldebaran had come to despise fate first, or if fate had been the one to initially hate Aldebaran, but that alone was an unshakable truth. Regardless of whether he was loved or abhorred by other things, fate was Aldebaran's absolute enemy. Therefore, he had no choice but to slay it. Even if it meant making an enemy of the world, he would slay fate, no matter what. But since it did not wish to be killed, fate had been sending its own favored pawns after him one after another in the form of assassins. Here and now, it had selected Emilia and Rem to act as its implements. Aldebaran, just my luck. Just who had it been to suggest that Rem should be chosen as the first surprise attacker regardless of who had proposed it? She was by far the most suitable candidate in terms of creating a momentary void within Aldebaran's mind. When she had been a victim to the authority of gluttony, Aldebaran had failed to notice the abnormality of her existence as a result of that influence, unwittingly forming a proper relationship with her. Hence, after the death of Priscilla, the moment he had been hit by that flash grenade of memories and discovered that Rem had been released from the yoke of gluttony, his mind had been consumed by a much greater void than the others. After all, he had come across a being who should not have been present here, one who by all means should have been dead. Aldebaran, as for how that outcome had been achieved, there was no room for debate. Doubtlessly, he had pulled it off. In his struggle against fate, Natsuki Subaru had managed to conquer it. The power to do so dwelled within Natsuki Subaru. Rem's very existence was proof of that. But regardless, despite all that he did not save Priscilla Bariel. Aldebaran, if that's how you're going to play it, I'm not showing any mercy either. The tears he had shed, the fists that had punished him, the consideration he had attempted to offer. Meaningless, all of it. After all, that which Aldebaran desired was neither tears, nor wounds, nor consolation. It was simply the life of a single person, Aldebaran HK. Within his helmet, clenching his teeth to the point that he could taste blood, Aldebaran looked to his rear, as he simultaneously modified the angle and thickness of his wings, all the while keeping the drop in speed and maneuverability to a minimum. In midair, he crossed gazes with Emilia amidst her pursuit of him. The beautiful wings of ice truly suited Emilia, but no matter how cute of an angel she was, she could not flap those artificial wings to gain speed or elevation. She had gained her initial velocity from the recoil of Rem bashing the ice discus, but after that, there would have been no other method for her to gain on him, Emilia. Hey, similar to whenever she would launch an attack, Emilia raised those lackluster battle cries, and with each shout, her altitude and speed would increase by a step, and then another step higher. The methodology was plain and clear, using her magic to create an icicle as a foothold in the air. She kicked off of it in order to gain acceleration and vigor. After a moment of stillness, the created icicle was kicked down towards the ground by the strength of Emilia's legs. However, it immediately dispersed into mana and returned to the atmosphere before being born anew as yet another foothold. Once again, she kicked off from it to boost her momentum. By repeating this process, she had been able to relentlessly close the distance on Aldebaran. Aldebaran, that's fucking ridiculous. Having an extraordinary sense for magic, it was a brute force solution made possible by her ability to get the most out of a vast supply of mana. Thanks to the path which linked him to Aldebaran, Aldebaran could draw from the power of the external mana tank known as the Divine Dragon. But even if he was asked to perform the same feat as Emilia, he simply would not be able to do it. It was not a question of mana capacity. There was just far too great of a gulf in their sensibilities and physical abilities. Even if he could bridge the gap in sensibilities through a limitless number of attempts, the gap in their physical abilities could not be spanned. The canyon stretched on for a great, long distance, and the cliff faces which flanked both sides of the two aviators stretched just as far. So long as they both continued in the same direction, Emilia's pursuit would never cease. As Aldebaran grasped that reality, Emilia kicked off a newly created icicle, and while there still existed some distance between them, her elevation finally matched his. Then, while keeping the balance of her ice wings, Emilia, "Al, I'm begging you, let's talk this out. I'll properly listen to what you have to say. Aldebaran, that's rich coming from you. Weren't you all ask questions later, coming at me and trying to freeze me with no mercy? If I had continued to fall all the way to the bottom like that, you were planning on freezing me along with the entire river, weren't you, Emilia? But that plan already failed. Aldebaran, you should be careful about being too upfront, royal candidate. The route of looking on passively and descending to the bottom was a surefire pattern of completely falling right into the opponent's trap. In order to escape that, he had gone all or nothing on choosing a path that veered away from the ice disk's falling trajectory. Even if he had failed to lose both of them at once, should he perhaps count the fact that he had managed to split up Emilia and Rem as a win the answer to that, Aldebaran? It's time to find out. My attitude from the royal capital still hasn't changed. Deciding to take measures to shake free from Emilia's pursuit, Aldebaran raised his hand aloft and created stones midair, assailing her with a barrage of such projectiles. Unexpectedly, that scene unfolded as if something right out of a shooting game had been brought into real life, and greeted by that barrage of stones, Emilia, with a flash of her wings, Emilia. I'll say it as many times as it takes. I don't want to cry believing that there was nothing that could have been done about someone's passing anymore. Proclaiming so in a loud voice, Emilia plunged into the barrage, and the shrieks of the shattering and the freezing atmosphere resounded across the Agzad Canyon as a shrill melody. The reason for his existence as the following star was not something that Aldebaran had ever worried about too much. After all, it seemed that at least once during adolescence, just about everyone would wonder why they had been born, wonder where life came from and where it faded off to, and experience something like a rebellious spirit against their parents for no reason. But for Aldebaran, these were all notions that felt quite alien to him. In Aldebaran's case, it was a bit difficult to establish exactly who the parent he ought to rebel against would be, and due to the nature of his authority, he never truly got the sense of his life fading off whenever it was lost. When it came to the purpose of his birth, he had been provided with a precise answer, and as for why he had been born, he supposed that, perhaps, the answer was love. And so, Aldebaran had never grappled with the notions that ought to have been entertained during one's adolescence. Neither did he consider that as some failure on his part, nor as something that he had missed out on. In society, it seemed like there was the idea that people should challenge themselves with hardship while young, but experiences that would just end up becoming an embarrassing dark past upon entering adulthood held no actual value. It was fine to miss out on experiences that were not worth going through, just as how it was fine for death to be something that everyone only experienced once at the very end of their life, which, I see, so you have no desire for any of the emotions or impulses typical of adolescence. That is a bit of a shame. I had even been considering various ways in which I might deal with your rebellious phase, depending on how it might have manifested. That was the lamentation of the witch, and though he did not consider her to be lacking a heart, she often made such heartless comments toward Aldebaran, who had seen a quick upbringing without causing much trouble. For Aldebaran, the witch was the person with whom he had spent the most time with since his birth. But she had a bad habit of wanting to bear witness to every single choice and emotion of humans, every last possibility. Furthermore, in the majority of cases, the inability to hold back such desires was in the nature of a witch. Aldebaran had been acquainted with witches other than her. Yet, while it was to varying degrees, the fact that not a single one of them could defy that nature struck him as horribly blasphemous. Hence, the witch's attitude, awaiting Aldebaran's adolescence with an air of dissatisfaction, was something brought about by a nature that could not be defied. And when he thought about it like that, he could see that there was no helping it. Nevertheless, he saw no point in pretending to go through adolescence just to make the witch happy. In a sense, that almost felt like the very rebellious spirit indicative of adolescent emotions, which, as expected, maybe it is too convenient for me, someone who is not even a parent, to attempt superficially initiating such parental experiences. If that one created Beatrice, were they perhaps able to experience it? As the witch began to pose such questions to herself, Aldebaran was certain that this sense of loneliness he felt was completely unrelated to adolescence, and instead was something else entirely. Only it was difficult to seek a concrete answer as to why he felt that way, and their relationship was a bit too complex for him to ask. And so, just how the witch had established, the relationship between Aldebaran and herself was Aldebaran, teacher. And when he called out to her, the witch, in the midst of enjoying a stroll through the labyrinth of her own thoughts, lifted her face. Whenever Aldebaran found himself reflected in those black irises, seeing her hair of pure white cascading down her shoulders as she tilted her head in a, "What is it?" he could not help but think about what an unfair witch she was, even though she was always immersed in her own affairs, staying true to her desires without ever so much as trying to show consideration to the hearts of others. Whenever Aldebaran called out to her, she would meet his eyes without fail. The fact that he had never felt any sort of adolescent rebellious spirit against that which was but a matter of course. To begin with, the incentive to do so was shallow, and both his body and mind had long yielded to the futility of defying the witch. Purporting it as performance testing to help him master the use of his authority, the witch had subjected Aldebaran to death over 1,000,000 times, and had already concluded her assessment of him. But then again, no matter how much he brought that up, the witch in question gave no meaningful reply, only responding, "I do not recall even a single one of those times, so even if you tell me to feel some responsibility, I am at a bit of a loss." Regardless, he could understand why the witch would go to such lengths. After all, at present, the only witch who still remained alive, not counting the one before his eyes, was the individual who either directly or indirectly caused the deaths of all the other witches. The point of contact Aldebaran had shared with those witches was not something that had taken place during their time amongst the living. He could not meet with them anywhere outside of the finite space that had been prepared by the witch. By the time he had gotten the chance to meet them there, they were already long dead, their existences naught but gathered souls. Thus, as for the one who had done that to them, under the witch's instruction, Aldebaran would need to, which, you must kill her no matter what. That was the reason for existence that Aldebaran, the following star, had been granted before even experiencing adolescence, the benchmark of his life that he would need to fulfill even if it meant dying 1,000,000 times. In order to make Aldebaran this way, the witch had been reproached by the other witches, having severed ties even with her companions, so her resolve would have needed to be absolute, which there is nobody who can defeat you, you whom I created. Her act of speaking those words to him was something Aldebaran took pride in, and it served as the very foundation of his being. In all honesty, he thought the witch had a horrible personality, and he had many reservations about her teaching methods and her way of giving instruction. But even so, he had no doubt that he would be able to live up to the witch's expectations. He had believed that he would be able to do it. Back in those days, when Aldebaran still had his left arm, he had still been able to believe so. After all, even if he knew death, he had not yet known true defeat. He had never experienced adolescence, but unmistakably, that was the foolish dark past of his that could never be erased. Aldebaran, TCH. As Emilia plunged headfirst into the incessant barrage of stones, Aldebaran stifled all the hesitation within his heart, mustering up his full, unrestrained firepower. This was also the case for their clash in the royal capital. Aldebaran had an instinctive weakness when it came to Emilia. At this point, it was clear that this was an example of a weakness inherent to all life, and due to that, he had been unable to bring himself to take the sort of drastic measures he might have otherwise taken had it been a different opponent, even in the royal capital. Back then, he had borrowed the strength of Aldebaran to hurl down a colossal boulder, preventing Emilia's pursuit of him by occupying her with the protection of the royal capital. But here, there was nobody else he could drag into the fray. In that sense, The decision to drop him in the middle of a massive canyon showed that she had clearly reflected on their previous encounter. Aldebaran, though, you're not exactly giving me enough leeway to appreciate your growth right now. Unfortunately, Aldebaran's heart was not currently relaxed enough to rejoice in the growth of himself or his enemies. For a moment, he felt reluctant to define Emilia as an enemy, but he forcefully shut his eyes to that. That resolve was something he had settled a long time ago, long before he had even met Priscilla. Even if, strictly speaking, the target of Aldebaran's resolve was not the Emilia before his eyes, Aldebaran. Even if it's recycled resolve, it'll still be about as useful as papier-mâché. Holding aloft that resolve despite fully knowing it was but papier-mâché, he moved to sever Emilia's pursuit. Diving straight into the storm of rocks the size of fists, Emilia's ice wings boldly shimmered. The attack had been intended to delay her movements, even if only slightly, by forcing her to evade or to take a defensive stance. But just as his unpleasant hunch had suspected, Emilia adopted the straightforward approach by taking the shortest path, icy wings adorning back, icicles for footholds, and now, firing stakes of ice to counter the barrage, fending off any that made it through that interception by parrying with the twin swords of ice in her grasp. The witch had taught him that the simultaneous activation of magic was difficult, even for a proficient magician, even if it was magic of the same attribute. The talent it required was akin to an unreasonable task, such as taking a pen in each hand, and trying to write an essay with the right hand while attempting to draw an illustration with the left. When it came to different attributes, it seemed to require the drastic measure of adding an extra brain for each additional attribute. And Aldebaran had even seen the witch wielding 5 of the attributes at once. Honestly, it was to the point that he had seriously questioned whether the witch's smaller-than-average head could truly house 5 small brains, even setting aside that extraordinary digression. And even if they were all under the same attribute of fire, with the wings, icicles, ice stakes, and twin swords, the simultaneous activation of 4 varieties of magic was a sufficient feat in its own right. And adding on to that, in order to implement her absurd manner of chase, she had to put on a display of athleticism greater than that of an Olympic athlete, giving him the feeling that he had already exhausted his daily quota of surprise points. Aldebaran, that's why I've got to meet her with minimal discomposure. Emilia had opted to overcome the storm of rocks and stones solely through courage and brute strength. But setting that courage aside, what would she do if faced with a threat that could not be surmounted by physical might? Emilia was determined to close the distance. But in the face of the next threat, her cheeks tensed. Unfolding before her all at once, providing her no path of escape, were objects even tinier than the stone projectiles, an encirclement of gravel whose potential damage could be easily overlooked, similar to leaping into a torrential rain. So long as she did not possess the absurd ability to dodge the rain while midair, it would be impossible for there to be 0 hits. Of course, it was not as though the only objective of that deployed sand was to obstruct her vision, rather. Emilia, HK, it's heavy. Upon attempting to wipe off the sand that clung to her, Emilia raised a voice of astonishment as she flailed her arms about. The grains of sand that had made contact with her arms, legs, and white clothes began to consolidate with the surrounding grains of sand, obstructing her movements through their heft and hardness. It was a debuff attack he had also launched against Reinhard at the sand. See, Reinhard had torn free from it by breaking the sound barrier. But not even Emilia would be able to replicate that method. Moreover, Emilia, my wings, the gravel's primary aim had been to hinder the wings of ice that sustained Emilia's flight. Having plunged into the sandstorm, the grit had eroded her frozen wings, stripping them of their intrinsic ability to catch the wind. Then Emilia's balance crumbled, and she immediately started to plummet headlong towards the ground. To prevent that from happening, Emilia promptly discarded her impaired wings, and by returning from being an angel to simply being an angel-like girl, she evaded the hardship. Aldebaran purged, but that was precisely what Aldebaran had aimed to accomplish. Even though she cast away her ice wings, it was possible for Emilia to deploy another pair of wings right away, allowing her to restart without losing any of her previous momentum or altitude. However, when it came to her physical abilities, no matter how unorthodox they might be, they would not allow her to catch up to an impromptu hang glider exceeding 100 kilometers per hour. Henceforth, in order to prevent Emilia from deploying another pair of wings, Aldebaran doubled down, jutting out of the cliff face accompanied by a rumbling roar. A colossal arm of stone attempted to snatch Emilia out of the canyon's sky. If that could hamper her momentum, then even if Emilia succeeded in forming another set of wings, she would lose the ability to catch up to Aldebaran's unceasing speed. Not to mention, the colossal arms obstructing Emilia did not end at just 1 or 2. Utilizing the raw materials of the cliff faces, the rocky arms protruding out totaled a count of several hundreds. Aldebaran, respect to thousand-armed cannon, or rather, it feels more like the backstage of a haunted house. One as a staple of haunted houses, a bunch of hands would suddenly pop out all at once from behind sliding paper doors. It had a similar impression to that. However, unlike the empty threat that those frights posed, These colossal arms were serious in their attempt to seize Emilia. If even one could just grab her by the leg, this chase sequence would be completely finished, and this do-or-die situation would conclude with Aldebaran's successful escape. Aldebaran. Think you can, Emilia? I'll do my best. Get past this. As he had attempted to finish those words, they were drowned out by her high spirits. He had not intended for it to be something that she could do anything about simply by doing her best. But Emilia's ability to do her best, and somehow wind up pushing through, was one of the most fearsome aspects about her. Having lost her wings, Emilia put that fearsomeness on full display, swinging a glacial sword in her grasp. She hewed the fingers off of the first giant arm to approach her, and having neutralized it, she used it as a platform to perform her next leap. Her momentum had yet to perish. Her elevation, too, was recovering significantly. However, even if the behemoth arms did not quite reach the count of 1,000, there still numbered over 100 awaiting her. Emilia. Soldiers, lend me your strength. Following Emilia's call, the ice soldiers with their repugnant appearance made their entrance once more. Soldiers of ice, who ought to have been shattered to naught during the fall of the ice discus, admirably stood up against the giant earthen arms swarming Emilia. Some used their entire bodies to stop them, some delivered punches to knock them off course, and some were crushed while striking a pose after being overpowered. They performed a diverse array of contributions. What irritated Aldebaran above all else was the individual who had taken Emilia by the hand, guiding her away from the evil clutches of the colossal arms and flinging her forward to aid her in her advance. The Natsuki Subaris of ice, 7 in total, would shatter whenever their duty was fulfilled, only to be born anew to serve Emilia. Repeating a cycle of destruction and rebirth, they never exceeded a maximum of 7 at once, and protecting Emilia from the hundreds of evil stone hands closing in, they continued to assist her. Magic was something that gave form to feelings and desires. The witch had said as much. He had thought that it had been a surprisingly romantic sentiment for that witch to have said. But considering how wind could take the form of a blade if one wished to slice up their opponent, and how flames akin to a crimson lotus could be birthed to scorch everything in a rage, there was likely no room for debate that it was but a manifestation of feelings and desires. In that case, at this moment, the sight of Natsuki's Subaru-shaped ice soldiers aiding Emilia before Aldebaran's eyes, just what sort of desire could it possibly be the manifestation of it, made his stomach churn. That was not in the figurative sense, but rather with the unmistakable true meaning. As those negative emotions boiled within him, Aldebaran linked together the next attack. That was Aldebaran. Sorry for rehashing the same punchline, but it's the return of my trump card. Upon speaking those words, in the air above Aldebaran, Emilia, and the ice soldiers filling the breadth of the Agzed Canyon to its fullest, an enormous, mighty boulder began to hurtle straight down. An inescapable crushing force by a tremendous mass, it was the second coming of the trap he had set back in the royal capital. What had been desired, nay, what had been required, was but a singular victory in his life. It would be no exaggeration to say Aldebaran's life existed solely for the sake of that victory. Since the very moment of his creation, every gift bestowed upon Aldebaran, every lesson poured into his vessel, every blessing graced upon him, all had been ordained for the sake of guiding him toward that victory, to ensure that he would rise, claim it for his own, and stand exalted in triumph. The weight and significance of it all were things Aldebaran had fully understood, or so he had thought. However, when the hour came for his conviction to be tested, that tempered resolve, those carefully wrought plans, his very soul refined to perfection as it ought to have been, all of it was rendered meaningless, which there is nobody who can defeat you, you whom I created. Those words, bestowed upon him by the witch, had been the benchmark of Aldebaran's life. So long as he heeded those words, no obstacle placed before him could ever hope to halt his advance. And so, the thought that he might one day lose faith in the witch, he would never utter it aloud, nor ever wish her to hear it. But that notion had always seemed utterly impossible to him. Thus, in accordance with the witch's words, he had convinced himself that he would never be defeated by anyone. The day that faith was shattered, in a sense, was the day Aldebaran had truly died. Death, that was something he had experienced so many times that even keeping a count seemed a fool's errand. And though he had always considered keeping count to be a fool's errand, he did so anyway, simply because he had been told to. Yet even as he kept track of the actual number, the absurdity of it all never faded in the slightest. Even so, he believed that on that day, at that moment, he had tasted death in its truest form, having gone so far as to build up Aldebaran for the sake of her dearest wish. The witch had prepared for him the sole battle in his lifetime that he absolutely could not afford to lose. Yet which, at the juncture where you could not afford to lose, you were defeated. A familiar plain of lush, verdant grass and the form of the witch sat by the white table of the tea party, enjoying the aroma of tea. Upon seeing her, Aldebaran was immediately stricken with despair, crushed by the depth of his own sin. Employing only black and white, the highest pinnacle of beauty that could be achieved was the witch. Now, the fact that there existed not a single wound upon that odiously attractive figure of hers was proof that this was indeed a world of dreams. After all, when Aldebaran had failed to win the battle he had needed to win no matter what, The witch had sacrificed all 4 of her limbs to shield him, leaving her a wretched figure able to do nothing but await death. As he had stared at her in shock, Aldebaran had found himself vaguely thinking the painfully obvious. Even the witch had red blood coursing through her veins. The heat, the odor, the feel. That blood could not have possibly been a lie. In that case, this world, where all of that had been lost, where make-believe had painted over the reality that should have been, was not more than a blatant bundle of lies. Which make-believe? I am rather unfond of that expression. While strictly speaking, it is not the same word. I cannot help but be reminded of an unpleasant individual. 2. Whether that was the witch's own way of joking, or if she had just wished to express how she felt regardless of whether it was an appropriate time to say it, Aldebaran had been unable to grasp the witch's true feelings, even at the very end. Only he was convinced she hated him, or perhaps in despair, he thought she might have completely forsaken him. However, witch, your arm, it seems unlikely that there is any way for you to get it back. The witch's gaze fell upon Aldebaran's left arm, taken by shadow from the shoulder down. There was no pain. That only served as more proof that this place was the witch's castle of dreams, were he to return to reality. His brain would likely be scorched by unimaginable pain, and that was something that could no longer be overturned by means of death, a true injury that would never fade. Which, robbed of your arm, you lost the battle you could not afford to lose. It appears as though my plan has ended in failure. I can just picture my friends saying all sorts of things. Ultimately, it shall be left up to those who seek to carry on Flugel's will. How frustrating. The thought that his defeat would take everything from the witch was unbearably painful. Without seeking anyone else's understanding, she had parted ways with her fellow witches and the companions who had journeyed alongside her, all so she could attempt to fulfill her wish. But Aldebaran had ruined all of that. The cruelest part of it all was that, even though he understood that much, the passion and determination he had carried before his defeat would not return to Aldebaran's hollow soul. Having lost a battle he could not afford to lose, Aldebaran's heart had been shattered. The sole battle in his lifetime where defeat was not permitted had ground Aldebaran's heart to tiny little pieces. That was by witnessing the inevitable death of the person closest to him in this world. The witch, Aldebaran, would likely suffer a wound beyond recovery in the truest sense, which there is nobody who can defeat you, you whom I created. Hence, Aldebaran did not understand the meaning of those words spoken to him once more, which, now that it has come to this, we need not concern ourselves with appearances any longer. Let us change the victory conditions. We shall leave them to deal with her. Meanwhile, we shall focus on preventing secondary damages. The witch was both wise and selfish, disregarding Aldebaran, who was still left at a loss, his mind unable to think straight due to his immense feelings of guilt. She came to a conclusion all on her own, leaving no room for objection as she forced the conversation along. The altered conditions for victory, the newly presented objective of preventing secondary damages regardless. He did not even believe that was something he could accomplish. After all, Aldebaran had already failed. He had failed, and yet, witch, there is nobody who can defeat you, you whom I created. Aldebaran could not fathom what had caused the witch to say that. Without saying much to Aldebaran, still stunned as he stood fixed in place, the witch rose and began slowly walking towards him, before coming to stand face to face with him. The witch's face, the one he had gazed upon more than any other in his lifetime, on it, there emerged an expression he had never before witnessed. Witch, your stars were bad. It was not Aldebaran's fault. He could tell that was the meaning underpinning those words. Before he could come to terms with the emotions welling up inside of him, the Castle of Dreams abruptly came to an end. Kin to tearing up the very paper stage of Kamishibai, it was a terribly violent manner of conclusion. That which awaited him on the other side was a grim reality. That instant, his brain was dominated by pain and feelings of loss, fresh blood, and the din in the air undermining his comprehension. Heaven and earth had been stained with a black so somber that there no longer existed any semblance of time, and Aldebaran's wails were drowned out by the screeches of the world crumbling, unable to even reach his own ears. Merely in a world where just about everything had fallen apart, despite being in the midst of a cacophony so loud he could not even hear his own voice, he somehow managed to properly hear that blurred, frail, gasping sound. Voice he wished not to let slip, the witch's final incantation, which, Al-Shamak. Illustration from Volume 43, coloring by Mukuro, source. The next time Aldebaran's consciousness returned was after everything had ended, or rather when that which had ended began anew, and that new beginning came to a new end, before beginning and ending all over again. It seemed like after that had repeated many times, over and over, and over again, the world had been left without any traces of the witch, whether it was due to a difference in preconditions, or simply because it had been performed by the tremendous power of the witch. The shock he felt at how the spell's efficacy differed from when he himself had wielded it lasted for only a moment. "Hey you, where'd you come from, who are you?" That question was delivered by the voice of a person completely unknown to him. The man, dressed in attire that was every bit as shabby as Aldebaran's disheveled appearance, stared at Aldebaran with trepidation and caution tinging his eyes. The words he could understand. His experience with human interaction was scarce, But in a sense, that was not a problem either. What mattered was figuring out where he was and when. Jinnenhive, it's the Gladiator Island, which that's the thing from like hundreds of years ago, right? The man seemed puzzled, as if he had been asked something strange, and receiving his words, Aldebaran let out an exhale. Gazing over that, the man's expression shifted from puzzled to startled. After all, as his exhale morphed into sobbing, Aldebaran crumbled to the ground, a flood of tears streaming down his face. Which there is nobody who can defeat you, you whom I created. The words of the witch whom he had left hundreds of years behind in the past still clung to his soul, refusing to let go. For the sin of having turned that person into a liar, Aldebaran had wished to die. But die he could not. Translation notes: Left Arrow 1 Canon is the Japanese name of the Avalokitesvara, a figure in Buddhism associated with great compassion, who in some depictions possesses 1,000 arms. Left Arrow 2, though, which refers to the term make-believe, reminding her of an unpleasant individual. The best guess that can be made here is that of Pandora or the Saintess, as the Japanese term Chinese letter used here as make-believe is fairly close to Chinese letter, the term used for the sin of Vanagloria Arc 9. Chapter 53, Aldebaran Letter 2171, original web novel chapter complete, translated by Archbishop of Transportation, proofread by Archbishop of Masculinity, Archbishop of Shipping, Archbishop of Regalia, Witch of Umbri. Complete art sources: Kuretake 52, 8 Humi Aldebaran. Sorry for rehashing the same punchline, but it's the return of my trump card. Upon declaring so, a boulder of immense SS came hurtling down from straight above, his plan resigned to be naught more than an unoriginal rehash. Aldebaran watched as Emilia's expression shifted mid-flight, evading the colossal stone arms reaching out toward her from the cliffsides. Emilia first widening her eyes at the sight of the massive boulder. Then, as the regret of having completely allowed Aldebaran to escape at the royal capital emerged on her cheeks and her canthi, she firmly held her eyes shut to ensure her heart would not be claimed by the same sense of defeat. After a momentary feeling of weakness spent wondering, can I really do it? The giant boulder was reflected in her reopened sights, and she fired herself up as if to say, I have no choice but to do it, facing forward with even more strength in her gaze than there had been before that moment of doubt. These many shifts in her expression had transpired over the course of a single second, so it was incredible just how quickly she had regained her composure. Aldebaran, but motivation alone ain't gonna cut it. Scraping and chipping away at the craggy cliffs of the canyon, the giant boulder plummeted. The first maneuver Emilia attempted with her renewed motivation was to conjure a massive ice cap in the trajectory of the falling boulder in order to catch its weight. However, Aldebaran countered by firing a stone cannonball with his magic, blasting through the canyon wall to nullify her gambit. With the jagged walls demolished, the ice cap could no longer fit perfectly across the canyon's breadth, merely becoming another falling obstacle alongside the massive boulder. Emilia, in that case, as soon as she saw that the ice cap had failed to catch the boulder, Emilia immediately moved to the next countermeasure. Once again carrying wings of ice upon her back after they had been purged, she enacted the rebirth of an angel while bending her long legs. Then, positioning the soles of her feet on top of the legs of the ice soldiers, kicking up from directly below, receiving leg strength that the original Natsuki Subaru could never have mustered, she soared through the air. Emilia caught off guard by Emilia's ferocious acceleration. The hundreds of arms emerging from the cliffs all failed to catch her, allowing the angel to escape, allowing her to charge Aldebaran. While Aldebaran had been diverting his focus to intercepting her, his momentum had fallen, allowing for Emilia's rush forward to rapidly close the distance. He had been left behind to buy him time, but he had completely forfeited the advantage she had created for him, so he could hear her bitter voice saying, trying to support you truly is pointless, Alsa Matilda. Aldebaran, though that's only if I get caught here. Retorting to the imaginary words of Yi, Aldebaran met Emilia's charge with a barrage of stone bullets, but Emilia sublimely twisted her body through air to avoid the next rehash following the falling boulder. Aldebaran, seriously, the fact that she had accomplished that with artificial wings that by no means should have allowed such freedom of movement left Aldebaran aghast. Naturally, the angel wings made of ice could not be flapped. The true origin of Emilia's three-dimensional maneuver just now were smaller ice wings that had been added on below the main ice wings by overlapping several wings of ice. She had yielded a change in how they sliced the wind, providing functionality that allowed her to apply edge control by tilting her body. Even that aerodynamic solution was undoubtedly accomplished by her natural senses. Emilia, I'll catch up. Even if she veered side to side in order to evade, Emilia kept her loss of speed to a minimum. As she exclaimed, the distance between the two of them vanished. At that speed, Emilia would likely make it out of the falling boulder's blast radius in time. With the blow he had intended as a trump card so easily sidestepped, Aldebaran's situation was truly dire, or that was what should have been the mutual perception of the two parties involved. Emilia HK. Emilia's large amethyst eyes opened wide, painted in a color of shock. From her point of view, Aldebaran had not taken any exceptional action. While he still continued firing a volley of stones that failed to hit her, neither had he deployed any new magic, nor had he performed any extreme maneuvers to evade her. The same went for his response to Emilia's flight, momentum bolstered by borrowing the strength of the ice soldiers. At this rate, she would catch up to him, and he would no longer be able to avoid her freezing fingertips. That was to say, Emilia had met her victory conditions in this situation. Nevertheless, there was no delight or satisfaction to be found in Emilia's eyes. That was because, Aldebaran, didn't I tell you same punchline? A colossal boulder plummeting down. In exchange for the prevention of the damage it would bring about, Aldebaran had been allowed to escape his battle against Emilia in the royal capital. Hence, even if it was uninspired, he carried out a plan that had already proved successful once. However, this time, there were no innocent people here who could get caught up in this. Indeed, no innocent people. Emilia, Al. As she shouted, Emilia recklessly reached her hand out toward Aldebaran, toward the soul being other than Emilia, who would be caught up in the wrath of the falling stone. That settles it. You've done well to survive, Sparka. From this point forward, you can count yourself among the gladiators of this gladiator island. Welcome him aboard, you damn good-for-nothings. The raucous welcome and cheering were indistinguishable from the sound of angry jeers. Following that reception, Aldebaran fell to his knees and leaned against the massive corpse as coarse and vulgar cheers engulfed the arena. He was languidly resting against the remains of a witch-beast, the Giltalaw that had died from the sword deeply piercing its thick neck. Having lost its right foreleg along with both of its rear legs, the Giltalaw had died with an expression that conveyed bewilderment and confusion more so than it did agony. Beholding that pitiful, deathly visage, Aldebaran was taken by a deep sorrow as his shoulders heaved with ragged breaths, though he was immediately disgusted with himself for how terribly deceitful that sympathy was. You managed to survive, how color me surprised. Greeting the tattered Aldebaran was a man of shabby appearance. He was a gladiator of the Gladiator Island, the very one who had found Aldebaran when he had initially woken up. The man's expression was complex, likely because he found it utterly incomprehensible that Aldebaran had managed to survive the rite of passage for newcomers Sparka. From his perspective, having been ordered to tend to Aldebaran's needs as the unlucky person who had first discovered him, he might have felt that Aldebaran dying in this Sparka would have prevented those troubles from dragging on for too long. Regardless, Aldebaran's survival had been a shock to the man, but he was not the only one who had been surprised. Aldebaran, too, could not hide his astonishment at his own survival. Having suffered defeat in a battle he could not afford to lose, Aldebaran had been left deserted in these foreign surroundings, an unknown environment, unfamiliar people, and rules lacking sufficient explanation. To Aldebaran, this was certainly an uncivilized land, as if he had been cast into a brand new world. The only thing of which he could be certain was that he had likely lost all value in his own existence, and that he had probably even lost the only one who would have mourned his loss in worth. That was why, gladiator, even though you said you wanted to die, I guess that was all talk. Equal parts sarcasm and spite, the man's words carved deeply into Aldebaran's heart. With the defeat of his first battle, upon realizing that he had survived the end that surely ought to have awaited him, Aldebaran was consumed by unceasing feelings of loss and remorse, yearning for death from the depths of his heart. That was why Sparka, the trial by which newcomers were tested on the Gladiator Island, seemed all too convenient for Aldebaran at the time. The blunt, offhand explanation had been mercilessly unkind, but in short, they were being forced to put their lives on the line through trial by combat, where for any who failed to prove themselves as gladiators, death alone would await. For Aldebaran, who could not help but wish to die, it was all far too convenient. In fact, when Aldebaran was taken to the arena along with 4 other newcomers in the same circumstances, and thereupon forced to face off against a Giltalaw, he had fully intended on being killed without offering up any resistance. But despite all that, Aldebaran had survived. The other men fought back, ran away, or pleaded for their lives, only to be slaughtered all the same, leaving Aldebaran as the last man standing. The witch-beast's claws tore into him, shattering his ribs as it trampled him underfoot, and he was supposed to have met his death there, blood frothing at the mouth. Yet there is nobody who can defeat you, you whom I created. In the instant those words had flashed through his mind, Aldebaran had expanded his territory. Compared to the opponent he had challenged hundreds of millions of times, yet still could not overcome, this Sparka, which had only managed to kill him 304 times, was no agony to Aldebaran whatsoever. After all, the true agony only came after, in the self-questioning that haunted him for having survived. Why, what for what reason had he not died gladiator? You want to hear about the outside even if you ask me? It's been a long time since I arrived here. Recognized as a gladiator, Aldebaran had gained the right to live on this island. Within the island cut off from the outside world, he had learned that this was a part of the Valatian Empire, that the gladiators imprisoned here were forced to fight in death matches for spectacle, and that public order on the island had collapsed. But there was still much more he wished to know. As a result, the one subjected to Aldebaran's persistent questioning Was the gladiator responsible for taking care of him? Gladiator, if you say it's not about anything recent but history that you want to learn about, I don't know all too much about it either. Yeah, well, if it's about a witch, I at least know about the Witch of Envy, but when he had asked just to be sure, he was first surprised that the gladiator had even known about a witch. And recited as if it were too terrifying to speak aloud, the witch's legend as it was known today, it delivered unto him an even greater shock. For the tale had come to refer to only one, the Witch of Envy. The Witch of Envy, who, threatening to plunge the world into ruin, had been sealed away at the hands of the three heroes. This world possessed no legends of any other witch, and records pertaining to the witches of sin were nowhere to be found. Moreover, hearing that it had been nearly 400 years since those events had transpired, Aldebaran fell into despair. 400 years. That long, long passage of time had erased any trace of the witches of sin from this world. But to think that it would go so far as to even forget the existence of the witch, the very witch who had attempted to fulfill her promise even if it meant giving up everything. But what was even more cruel, gladiator? The witch of greed, the hells that some kind of delusion of yours. Aldebaran had no words with which to respond to the man's suspicions. There was no way it was a delusion. The days Aldebaran had spent alongside the witch were certainly present within him. Her teachings, the touch of her fingertips, the words she had spoken to him, he remembered all of it. In this world, against the witch who concealed dreadful power, there had certainly been another witch who had attempted to fight back. Aldebaran was her student, and he was the witch's trump card. Gladiator, shit. The fuck's wrong with you? Even though all I did was answer everything you asked me, you start swinging at me out of the blue. So spat the man who had been struck by Aldebaran, the latter enraged upon being denied the existence of the witch. Having been tossed into this environment, into this brand new world. That was how his relationship ended with the benefactor who had first shown him kindness. With the other gladiators as well, things broke down in a similar fashion, isolating Aldebaran from his fellows. Deviant, enthralled by the witch, many times he had heard such rumors about himself. It seemed that his benefactor had taken the initiative to spread them around, but in a sense, it was a valid assessment. He had no intention of correcting it. However, it aggravated him to be likened to some incomprehensible group known as the witch cult. Upon asking, it seemed like they were a group who heralded the revival of the witch, going around and committing acts of terrorism all over. Once more, he flew into a rage, demanding them to not lump him in with such individuals. But this only caused his reputation to be tarnished even further. Gladiator, a witch-crazed nut like you, you'll never die a decent death. During the death match arranged at the discretion of the then-governor of the Gladiator Island, those were the dying words of the first benefactor to show him kindness, slain by the barbarian sword in Aldebaran's hand. Wiping the blood of his benefactor off of him, Aldebaran took a moment to ponder those final words of spite. You'll never die a decent death, before nodding deeply in agreement that there was no doubt about those words. With his territory going strong, Aldebaran had continued to survive his death matches on the Gladiator Island. Those who had called Aldebaran a witch-crazed nut were all eventually pitted against him in death matches, and without fail, they all fell before his barbarian sword. He did not care about enacting revenge, nor did he have any desire to clear the witch's dishonor. To begin with, rather than being dishonored, the fate that had befallen the witches was that of having their very existence erased. Hence, Aldebaran did not seek a reason for his continued survival from the witch. Only, he wished to learn why he had been allowed to live. In order to ascertain that reason, he could not afford to die. Surviving the initial sparka, and continuing to survive the death matches thereafter, it was all for that purpose. And so, using his territory, while suffering hundreds of deaths each time he crossed blades with an opponent, he trampled the lives of all sorts of gladiators underfoot, and lived. He lived, and he kept on living. And then, Governor, you've done well to survive. I take my hat off to the devilish luck that allowed you to best even one so far above yourself. Indeed, upon witnessing the triumph of Aldebaran, who had grasped even the most infinitesimal chance of victory in order to slay an opponent who had utterly outclassed him, the governor voiced words of praise that were not quite discernible as either astonishment or admiration. Casting aside his broken barbarian sword, Aldebaran turned his back to the arena, scarce on cheer as it was. From the moment of his awakening, his first decade on the Gladiator Island went by in a flash. There is nobody who can defeat you, you whom I created. Those 10 years were long, relentlessly scraping away at Aldebaran's humanity. The face, voice, and warmth that he ought to have vividly recalled, whenever he closed his eyes, were instead being painted over by the deathly visages, death throes, and cold blood of those he had killed with his own hands. There is nobody who can defeat you, you whom I created. That was correct. Those words were correct. Certainly, nobody could kill Aldebaran. Over his past 10 years on the Gladiator Island, he had been summoned to Sparka on many occasions, faced countless brushes with death in the arena matches, and had come to kill many of the experts and inhuman beings who utterly outmatched him. In response to Aldebaran's repeated upsets, it was not merely once or twice that death matches were arranged to try to kill him. And since there was always a promising gladiator killed on those occasions, Aldebaran had begun to acquire somewhat of an untouchable status. There is nobody who can defeat you, you whom I created. After a decade, the faces on the Gladiator Island were completely different than when he had first arrived. Aldebaran had long since become one of its oldest members, and there no longer remained a single person aware of the rumors that he was a deviant enthralled by the witch. Ever since Aldebaran had learned of the taboo regarding the subject of the witch, and the fact that most people did not know anything beyond the surface of the legend, he had completely stopped bringing the topic up. However, that was not a change brought about by things such as disappointment or resignation from not getting any of the answers he desired. Rather, it was something far more serious. There is nobody who can defeat you, you whom I created. For 10 years, forced to fight to the death while stranded on the Gladiator Island, in that place where transactions of life and death were repeated ad nauseum, what had consumed Aldebaran was a sense of immense despair. Had the witch truly existed, it was a despair that called her very existence into question. There is nobody who can defeat you, you whom I created. If he closed his eyes, he could certainly hear that voice. He remembered it being spoken to him, but even so, was that truly something that had happened? There is nobody who can defeat you, you whom I created. The witch's face, he could no longer recall. The witch's voice, he could no longer recall. The witch's warmth, he could no longer recall. For 10 years, his recollections wore thin. Like a videotape he would watch back whenever he had a moment to spare. Even if he tried to splice the torn tape back together, playback remained impossible, with even the tape itself eventually turning to dust. When the memories themselves scattered away in such a manner, and the dust completely fell through the gaps between his fingers, Aldebaran was no longer able to tell. Had the witch truly existed, were Aldebaran's memories events that had actually happened? There is nobody who can defeat you, you whom I created. At times, he would feel an overwhelming urge to destroy his own existence. Whenever that happened, Aldebaran would enter a deathmatch whilst deliberately undoing his territory. And by allowing himself to be thoroughly beaten up with his life truly at stake, he would attempt to gaze into the abyss of death. No, not only did he gaze, he would even think about just letting himself fall in. However, only on such occasions, the territory would save Aldebaran by taking on an unexpected form. There is nobody who can defeat you, you whom I created. As if to validate the words of the witch who possibly did not exist, there were several times when an opponent on the verge of killing Aldebaran abruptly succumbed to mental collapse right before his eyes. Each time an opponent's eyes went white, having lost both sanity and fighting spirit alike, Aldebaran would feel as if there were some invisible force keeping him alive, and overcome with frustration, he would lop off the opponent's head. Even after a decade, Aldebaran still did not understand the purpose for which he had been kept alive. On the contrary, he was not even sure if there really was anything that had tried to keep him alive. There is nobody who can defeat you, you whom I created. Only he was terrified that everything that had shaped him was a lie, that the witch's efforts and words had never truly existed, that Aldebaran truly was just a lunatic enthralled by the witch. With such self-doubt gnawing at his heart, he endured many years of sleepless nights. There is nobody who can defeat you, you whom I created. Those words once served as Aldebaran's lifeline, the very foundation upon which his being had been shaped, but now they were terrifying beyond recognition. That this was all just a product of his delusions, that the duty Aldebaran had carried, the encounters and partings he ought to have had, might never have existed at all. Such doubts only continued to haunt him. There is nobody who can defeat you, you whom I created. An unending spiral of self-questioning, a sensation as if he were mired in a swamp of unanswerable, bottomless despair, sunk up to his chest and unable to move. And so, that time in which only the manner of his death remained unsettled seemed as though it would stretch on forever. However, on a certain day, Aldebaran's long days of stagnation quite suddenly arrived at a turning point. That turning point being, "Hear me," rabble scattered across Gladiator Island. Booming through the speaking tubes across the island was the voice of a young girl, tinged with heat as fierce as flame. The simultaneous revolt of the gladiators, and the plot to assassinate the new emperor by using that revolt as a diversion. That seemed to have been the reality of the turning point that had befallen Aldebaran. Be that as it may, there was no way all the details would have been granted to a mere gladiator of the Gladiator Island. Nor did Aldebaran even want to know any further details. For the time being, since there had been no change in the management of the island, he simply assumed that the administration had not been overthrown either. At the very least, a change of emperor at this point in time was not something Aldebaran had known about. But if there was just one thing during this incident that had caused Aldebaran to truly feel a profound transformation within himself, it was obvious he had rescued a silver-haired girl who had fallen into dire straits. Of course, that incident had nothing to do with Aldebaran's original objective. The silver-haired girl was a young dog person whom he had happened across, and she had no connection whatsoever to the silver-haired individual with whom Aldebaran had been involved. However, the fact that he had saved that girl, and the voice of the flame-like girl amidst the revolt that had demonstrated an attitude of selfishly following one's own path, had allowed Aldebaran to make up his mind. He would venture beyond this closed-off world in order to verify the existence of the witch. There is nobody who can defeat you, you whom I created. After being killed over and over again by the aquatic witch beasts let loose in the lake, Aldebaran finally escaped the island which had held him captive for over 10 years and disembarked on a land that was not surrounded by water. Strictly speaking, the world as a whole was encircled by the great waterfall, so it could be said that there was actually no land that was not surrounded by water. The fact that he could come up with a quip like that showed that he was still able to at least fake some cheer. There is nobody who can defeat you, you whom I created. To Aldebaran, those words were a malediction, a consolation, a binding, and a forgiveness. In order to discern the color, the heat, the uncertain certainty of that ambiguous and directionless wellspring of such overwhelming emotion, Aldebaran had decided to pursue the traces of the witch. There was not much time to spare. During the decade he had spent on the closed-off island, the world Aldebaran walked had unexpectedly been drawing closer to the world Aldebaran remembered. All that remained was to ascertain whether the things within Aldebaran were genuine or not. So, what was required to ascertain that was evidence of the witch. For what reason does the gospel hold no account of your existence? Speaking those words was a sin archbishop of the witch cult who tilted his head far more than was necessary. Although Aldebaran had a rough idea as to the reason why, he fiddled with the metal fixtures of his helmet and gave an evasive comment. The jet-black steel helmet he had begun to wear in those days was a parting gift he had taken with him from the Gladiator Island, and he found that its sturdiness and full-face cover often came in handy. It seemed like this profusely loud and animated sin archbishop did not take kindly to the fact that there was not a single account of such a conspicuous person in his oh-so-precious gospel. Sin archbishop, you are truly slothful, aren't you? In all honesty, the battle against this sin archbishop was among the most challenging encounters of Aldebaran's life. To begin with, winning without dying a single time was something he lacked experience in. But even so, this was a formidable enemy who made it difficult to seize any chance of victory. In the end, while he might have satisfied the conditions for victory, he did not win, even when compared to the witches of sin, to the women who, just like the witch, potentially did not exist. His viciousness seemed to stack up favorably. Anyhow, there is nobody who can defeat you, you whom I created. With his honor preserved by those words, and having secured the information he desired, Aldebaran had pondered. In order to ascertain the existence of the witch, the ones most likely to possess the information he sought were the members of the heretical organization he had often heard about even on the Gladiator Island, the witch cult. They seemed to be a group who hid themselves away in places completely unknown. But that was only if one was attempting to track them down, as luring them out was not particularly difficult. Certainly, if rumors were to be spread about the Witch of Envy so worshipped by the witch cult, there were some who would come rushing to the scene. But then again, if one could not handle whatever came rushing their way, they would simply suffer through the world's most foolish way to die, being mercilessly robbed of their life. Sin Archbishop, you must cease at once. That is blasphemy. Sattler, any other than Sattler, to speak of any witch other than the Witch of Envy. It is the height of sacrilege. As the one who graces me with the favor of her love, she is the only one worthy of once more descending upon this world, her alone. He knew not just how much credence he could give to the utterances of the Sin Archbishop, whose aberrant demeanor and conduct bereft of sanity had accumulated to an extremely vast amount. But even if that madman's ramblings held no meaning to anybody else, they held meaning to Aldebaran. There is nobody who can defeat you, you whom I created. Tenaciously retrying his encounter with the Sin Archbishop, he would draw out the words, engage in the necessary back and forth, and give up his life each time he triggered a fit of rage. Then back to the beginning by single-mindedly accreting that process, Aldebaran obtained the information he desired from the Sin Archbishop. Then, passing right by the Sin Archbishop who had come rushing to the scene, he had made it so that their encounter had never happened. Sin Archbishop, sloth, slew. As Aldebaran evaded the witch cult's encirclement and absconded, he pictured the Sin Archbishop letting out a blood-curdling shriek after failing to catch him, but that no longer mattered to him. At this moment, there existed but one desire within Aldebaran, the confirmation of the witch's existence. Of how the lives of the witches of sin had been extinguished, he was aware. The witch of wrath had perished in madness after being caught in a trap. The witch of lust had been immolated in a great fire. The witch of gluttony had withered to death in the sea of sand. The witch of pride had drowned in a great flood. And the witch of sloth had fallen into the great waterfall as she massacred the dragon. Then the witch of envy had been sealed away at the edge of the world, and the final witch, I see. The ability to enter this place from outside the tomb is quite the structural flaw indeed. Just like the mechanisms of the sanctuary, the finishing touches are rather lacking, though I suppose some aspects of that were unavoidable. A plain of lush, verdant grass beneath an unrealistic blue sky, stretching out as far as the eye could see. As a cool breeze blew across, A white table and parasol were placed atop a small hill. Unmistakably, that was the scene of the memories, which had been on the verge of fading from within Aldebaran. Present right at the heart of it all was a beautiful being who could be described with just the colors of white and black. Why must love fade? After many twists and turns, he had finally made his homecoming to the Castle of Dreams. Doubting his own sanity, Aldebaran had almost believed that it might have even been an illusion. A reunion which spanned over a decade for the student, and across 4 centuries for the other party. With her existence verified, the witch Nay, the witch of greed, wearing a smile bereft of blood, voiced that celebratory remark. Aldebaran had lived life with 1 arm longer than he ever had with 2. Hence, he hardly ever felt much of a handicap for only having his right arm, but regardless, he still found it to be an inconvenience on extremely rare occasions. For instance, the times when he had no choice but to carry an unconscious person. Aldebaran, please bear with the ruggedness. Carried in Aldebaran's arm as he uttered so held together with the magic stone-forged prosthesis was the limp, unconscious body of Emilia. Emilia's aerial chase of Aldebaran that had commenced in the vast canyon had come to a conclusion with Emilia collapsing due to Aldebaran's use of foul play. It was nothing substantial. The trump card was the same one that he had played in order to escape Emilia's clutches back in the royal capital. Emilia, kind-hearted as she was, could not allow anybody to be lost in the midst of battle. She too was one who, with the passing of Priscilla during the Empire's great disaster, had sustained a deep wound to her heart. Therefore, in order to protect Aldebaran, who had remained in the trajectory on course to receive a direct hit from the falling boulder, she did not hesitate to throw herself in harm's way. Aldebaran, even though there wasn't any other way to reliably land an attack on her, it's a scummy strategy even for me. Of course, that was Aldebaran's conclusion after having attempted various other stratagems in trial and error. He had tried adjusting the positioning of the boulder's fall, smashing the boulder to create a rock avalanche, setting its trajectory with a barrage of stone projectiles, and incorporating all sorts of different magic. But outside the stratagem of using himself as a hostage, Emilia always managed to find a flash of inspiration and intuitive judgment for the circumstance, admirably surmounting all of them. None of the foolish Aldebarans who had enacted those other stratagems had managed to avoid a future of being frozen by Emilia's fingertips, so it could be said that he had no other means but to rely on such a desperate measure. Aldebaran, though, that doesn't make the guilt go away, nor does it mean I'll be forgiven. An excuse for no ear save his own, so childish that not even Emilia would forgive it. Shielding Aldebaran, Emilia defenselessly brushed the mass of the huge crag, and as the powerful impact ran through her entire body, even she would let go of her consciousness. From what he could tell from appearances, it did not seem like she had sustained any lasting injuries, just a strong concussion at worst. To ensure that was the case, many careful adjustments had been made. Aldebaran, seems like I've been put on quite the detour. Waiting on ye wouldn't exactly be the smartest move, now would it? Now that the fall from high altitude and chase sequence with Emilia had ended, he finally had enough leeway to ascertain his surroundings. What he had gleaned by doing so was that this place was likely the Agzad Canyon, the largest canyon in the entire world, and the fact that he had been placed at a significantly different elevation from his destination of the Grand Mogolade Geyser. They were already past the national border with the Kingdom of Lugunica, and were well into the Kararagi city-states, but it would take a considerable amount of time to climb back up the thousands of meters he had fallen so that he could return to his original route. Besides Aldebaran, setting Alter aside, is it even possible to reconvene with Roy and the old man? Amongst the henchmen he had pulled ahead from, he had no anxiety regarding Aldebaran's strength, but he was greatly concerned about the abilities and humanity of Roy Alfred and Heinkel. Of course, Roy's actions were restricted by the curse mark, so he would not break the rules if he valued his own life. Aldebaran, either way, the best I can do is expect everyone to gather at the meeting spot. The maximum priority for Aldebaran was reaching the Grand Mogolade Geyser and accomplishing his objective. He would need to borrow Aldebaran's strength for that objective. But in the worst case, it was not as though he had no means by which to do something about it even without Aldebaran. In addition, the power of Roy's authority of gluttony was indispensable to dealing with the aftermath of the calamity he had employed for the sake of this plan. Hence, he would need to find a way to reconvene after he fulfilled his objective, and somehow get them to follow his instructions. Aldebaran, trying to avert secondary damages only to cause tertiary and quaternary damages. Some help I am. Spilling those words, Aldebaran inclined the wings of stone on his back, and while maintaining his speed he slowly descended towards the bottom of the canyon, and by the bank of the great river running through, he somehow managed to make a smooth landing. That was a lie. He had crashed and burned 6 times while carrying Emilia, and on the 7th attempt he finally succeeded in landing. Aldebaran, it'd be a laughing matter if I became unable to get back on my feet here. One time, he had been incapacitated not only in his legs, but from the waist down, which brought him dangerously close to total paralysis and made him incapable of gulping down his poison. He had managed to roll himself into the river and drown to death, but he did not wish to repeat the same failure. In any case, Aldebaran, "I'm sorry, Emilia, lil miss." To ensure she would not drown if the water in the great river rose for some reason, Aldebaran laid Emilia down not on the ground, but in a cavity of the cliff face that was a bit higher up. In his final comment before leaving her there, he slightly hesitated on how to call her. Hesitating, he ultimately settled on referring to her, as he usually did, as Aldebaran. Now that their relationship had lost its rightful form, he did not have the courage to address her in any way that pertained to the true relationship between the two of them. Aldebaran HK. Right after cursing his cowardly self, Aldebaran was struck by a dizzying headache, clenching his teeth. Having overcome a difficult situation, the moment he let his mind relax, the debts he had accumulated began threatening to erupt. Doing his best to hold that back, he gave himself 10 seconds to take deep breaths before gulping down his poison, repeating that over and over. He stabilized his mind. Albeit, even if he could give his heart a breather through this method, it was unable to grant a rest to his body, and in particular to his brain. In real time, he had already kept his brain constantly running for nearly 100 hours. Along their journey, Aldebaran had used its healing magic on him to conceal that reality from his mind. But until his body and mind completely shut down, this overheating would likely not subside. Be that as it may, he persuaded himself to just hold out for a little bit longer. "There is nobody who can defeat you, whom I created." Aldebaran, "Ah, that's right, teacher. Nobody can defeat me." That's right. That's precisely right. When he closed his eyes, those words were resurrected within Aldebaran's mind. Using that as support, Aldebaran would. "Look at that, it is Aldebaran. It is mine, Aldebaran. Mine, fragmented and indistinct," a voice sounded within him. To whom it had belonged when those words had been spoken, and just how deeply they would scorch his soul. Since he knew the answers to all of those questions, Aldebaran closed off the ears of his heart. He would not halt his tracks, so he had decided. His mind was made up. After all, he could not afford to halt his tracks, so he had decided. His mind was made up. And so, the moment was just after Aldebaran, having closed his heart's ears, had at last managed to climb out of the canyon, resuming his hurried march towards the Grand Mogolade geyser. Aldebaran, wah! And thus what had escaped from Aldebaran's lips was a husky exhale. It was only natural that he had let such a voice spill. After all, it was an accident that had flown in from outside his consciousness, an unforeseen event he had dismissed as impossible in the back of his mind. In Aldebaran's path, around 2 meters ahead of him, a behemoth of an icicle had been pierced. Aldebaran swallowing his saliva, Aldebaran looked back down at the bottom of the canyon. He understood that Emilia, the one left down there, had been the one to plunge this extremity of ice here. But the damage she had taken was severe. It would still be a few hours before Emilia regained consciousness. So in other words, this was a Hail Mary she had delivered whilst unconscious. Aldebaran, that's some outrageous persistence. Regardless, considering that, if Aldebaran had climbed up only 5 seconds faster, he would have been crushed under this ice pillar just now. It could be said that he had evaded tragedy in 2 senses. Of course, even if he suffered a direct hit, Aldebaran would redo it with his authority and draw out the result of not getting hit. But for both Emilia's sake and for Aldebaran's peace of mind, it would be best if she did not have the chance to intervene from here on out. Even so, Aldebaran. In battles, it's something that'll crop up every so often, but it's damn frightening. Even in the sparkas of the Gladiator Island, in the midst of life-or-death battles, there were times when an opponent who had sustained a fatal wound would muster all of the life force left within them, unleashing an attack that aimed to bring him down with them. Among Aldebaran's experiences, there was even someone who had tried to kill him after having their head sliced off. Actions with the resolve to accomplish what they set out to do, such that even if one's consciousness or life were lost, the vestiges of their feelings left behind in their limbs would attempt to carry out their will. Emilia's Hail Mary just now was the form taken by her feelings of wishing to stop Aldebaran no matter what, and so Aldebaran, wait! As he attempted to praise her force of will, Aldebaran held his breath. Before his eyes, the ice pillar had barely missed Aldebaran to thrust itself into the ground that was a colossal spear of ice, one that seemed like it might be wielded by a giant from legend. But for that to have been fired with the objective of killing Aldebaran was far too much of an exaggeration, no matter how one might see it. Something this massive, it was just as if Aldebaran, an anchor. Indeed, it happened right after he let that mutter slip. With the ice spear Emilia had fired as a landmark, new assassins were dispatched to Aldebaran as he attempted to push on towards the Grand Mogolade geyser. That was, yo, helmet bastard, looks like you got roughed up pretty badly while I wasn't looking. Aldebaran, I could say the same for you, and it also seems like you've wound up with quite the foul mouth, haven't you, Phylor-chan? Having each surmounted their preliminary battlefields, they were fellows who had risen to the next stage. The combined forces headed by Phylor Lugunica no, by Felt, Just like when they had hit him with a flash grenade of memories, they now stood in his way once more. Arc 9, Chapter 54, Warlock vs. Witch, original web novel chapter, complete, translated by Archbishop of Transportation, proofread by Archbishop of Masculinity, Archbishop of Shipping, Witch of Umbri, complete art sources. Magician. Just like you, I am a complete failure of a girl. Aldebaran would never forget the somber expression upon the witch's visage as she spoke those words. And so, he had thought, it even the witch, with a face that seemed to know just about anything and everything concerning this world's providence, with demeanor that seemed to disseminate the roots of knowledge through every nook and cranny of this world, who conducted herself with an air of understanding every aspect of the universe. Did she too have moments in which she grieved her own powerlessness, which? Of course I do. If you would like an example, then your very existence, the very fact that you are currently like this, is proof that I was lacking after all. Hearing that, Aldebaran's feelings were complicated. Within Aldebaran, this witch was a great existence, and though he was loath to admit it, she was even a tremendous one. Although there were few to whom he could compare her, she was someone who always felt greater than any comparison. For that witch to consider herself a complete failure was of no joy to him whatsoever. Only if the witch had been bereft of such self-acknowledgement, her current relationship with Aldebaran would not exist. If the witch had been in any position to not deem herself a complete failure, then you and I would have simply remained in our rightful places. You are free to daydream about a future that did not unfold in such a manner. But unfortunately, you ended up being dealt the worst fate of all. Though I am sorry to say, it was rather fortuitous for myself. That deliberately wicked phrasing seemed to be an equal blend of the witch's humor and the witch's sincerity. As for which one it actually was, he could not tell. After all, always boasting of her inability to comprehend the human heart, the witch's true feelings were unclear to even Aldebaran, who had been in her company for so long, leaving him with nothing to latch onto. But supposing the witch's words were correct, it was rather strange. After all, even though the alignment of the stars was at its absolute worst for Aldebaran in his current circumstances, he did not consider his days with the witch to be a misfortune. Oh, certainly, with her putting him through the experience of being killed 1,000,000 times under the guise of being a trial, calling him by a name he disliked even after objecting to it in disagreement. There was no doubt that these circumstances were far removed from any ordinary notion of happiness, which, to think you could find value in living alongside a complete failure of a witch, you are truly a pitiful child. This was a complex muttering, containing both self-deprecation alongside a firm deprecation of the other party. However, Aldebaran would not fail to hear the gentle timbre that could not be fully concealed therein. Even if they were meager, even if they were easily lost in the mix, even if they were difficult to understand, earnest emotions did dwell within the witch. Searching for evidence as a basis to believe that was a pastime of Aldebaran's. In truth, he did not really know for sure. It might have just been a misunderstanding or a misconception. What mattered was how Aldebaran felt. The witch's true intentions were her own to keep. What was the truth for Aldebaran was for Aldebaran alone, which, the way you separate those things, is remarkably reminiscent. As expected, the thing known as influence is not to be trifled with. Narrowing her black eyes, fiddling with her white bangs, thus spoke the witch, while simultaneously looking past Aldebaran to somebody else, and at herself reflected within Aldebaran's irises. The witch muttered those words reminiscently. Influence, it was only natural for such a thing to exist. In birth and in upbringing, in Aldebaran and in the witch, failure, inadequacy, imperfection. Was that past of hers really so shameful for the witch? Was it a curse for him to think that, thanks to it, having turned out that way? His days with the witch were able to continue if only one thing could be said. It was witch. Aldebaran. A reunion spanning a decade for Aldebaran and stretching across 4 centuries for the other party. When the figure of the witch, nay, of the witch of greed, present amidst familiar scenery, was one that contradicted the complete failure she had spoken about back on that day. Aldebaran was overcome with unbearable feelings of loss and despair. Fiddling with the metal fixtures of his black helmet, Aldebaran surveyed the situation. Before his eyes, having used the almost divine colossal anchor of ice as a landmark, the lineup of personnel boldly squared off against Aldebaran. The group opposing him was one centered around around Felt, so Aldebaran made no effort to question the meaning of them having assembled here. Even without needing to ask, he understood. Roy and Heinkel had been defeated. He could not imagine that even Aldebaran had been defeated. But since the dragon had not hastened here, it seemed that it was being contained through some means. On top of defeating the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony, even if he may have been restricted with his authority, and with the no-killing rule, the fact that they had even devised a countermeasure for the divine dragon was quite honestly beyond Aldebaran's imagination. Just what sort of stratagem had they prepared? He would likely not get an answer even if he asked, but 246. Aldebaran, no matter how you slice it, a witch factor's just way too far for your resolve, Lil Miss Petra. HK. At Aldebaran's straightforward remark, an air of tension ran through Felt's group. The one whose cheeks had stiffened the most was naturally Petra, given that her name had been called out. From their perspective, Petra's authority was their trump card, something that was supposed to have been top secret. In fact, that policy had been firmly shared by all their personnel. Yet even the most iron of hearts could not remain unfazed before an unforeseen stab. In response to Aldebaran's questions, everyone had kept up appearances, but through even the slightest shifts in gaze or attention, he would just keep testing over and over again, relentlessly probing in those directions. As a result, by pursuing the minute differences in their reactions, Aldebaran had arrived at the answer he desired, standing steadfast before him. Though he had been considerably shocked when it turned out to be Petra, who had taken in a witch factor. Aldebaran, in the first place, I predicted that when either Lil Miss Petra or Lil Miss Meili read that, they'd be completely incapable of returning to the front lines. Having sealed Natsuki Subaru and Beatrice away at the Pleiades watchtower, and after getting Garfield and Ezo out of the way, Aldebaran had let Petra and Meili go without any harm. Not only was that because there had been no need to eliminate them, it was a stratagem in anticipation of what was to follow. In order to keep Reinhard contained, it had been absolutely necessary to manifest the Witch of Envy. As the trigger for that, Aldebaran had selected Petra and Meili as the candidates to read Natsuki Subaru's Book of the Dead. In reality, the intrusion of the Witch of Envy had granted Aldebaran a way out from his prolonged fight against Reinhard, successfully eliminating the greatest obstacle to his plan. However, Aldebaran, even though reading anyone's book usually has a high chance of causing a mental breakdown, to think she was able to endure reading Natsuki Subaru's Book of the Dead. A precedent did exist. Aldebaran happened to know that all too well. But even so, the reason he did not believe that anyone could accomplish that same feat was due to the absolute nature of death. The Book of the Dead belonging to Natsuki Subaru was a special-grade cursed object that, depending on the situation, could be used as a trump card to defeat a higher-level opponent. It was highly unlikely that there were many who could face it without having their hearts shattered. Aldebaran, or rather, I've got a bad habit of underestimating others. Regardless of what Aldebaran thought, it was a matter of fact that Petra was now standing here. Not only had she avoided having her heart shattered by the impact of reading the Book of the Dead, she had even gone so far as to perform the outrageous act of housing a witch factor within herself. In all likelihood, the experience of reading the Book of the Dead had led Petra to doing so. There is nobody who can defeat you, you whom I created. Flashing through the back of his mind, those words of the witch were intended to rouse Aldebaran's spirits, never to fill him with arrogance or cause him to stumble. If he got that mixed up, Aldebaran would lose the witch for good this time. This time for good, he would lose the witch who, reduced to the witch of greed, had lost the heart she had certainly once possessed. Aldebaran, in the end, I guess I just can't leave fate in the hands of others. Suppressing the sentimentality gripping his heart with deep breaths, Aldebaran faced forward. The enemy was strong, the obstacles many. He was bereft of allies with nothing to be proud of. Even so, he decided to proceed. That instant, Aura! Ablaze with rage, the stout fist of the Golden Tiger furiously drove into Aldebaran's head. God Buddha Od Lagna, for as long as I live, I hereby vow to never partake in celebrations. 61 people in total. After the conclusion against Roy Alfred of Gluttony, that was what composed the Aldebusters, the combined strength of the Amelia camp and the Felt camp, reorganized for the final battle against Al. Right after that fierce battle had ended, when the team was reorganized without taking a moment to breathe, Petra could not help but feel gratitude and admiration that so many still chose to remain. However, that was by no means condemning those who did not accompany the reorganized team. After all, neither Otto nor Meili can be pushed any further than that. Just as the imaginary Subaru said, for Otto and Meili, both individuals who had served as deciding factors in the clash against Gluttony, withdrawing from the front lines was necessary. It was only natural for Otto, whose memories had been eaten, and Meili, who had vehemently exhausted herself by overworking her divine protection to detain the Black Serpent. And it was not just them. Roy's trump card, unveiled in the 11th hour, using the authority of Gluttony to force them to relive pains of the past, had abraded some of their minds to the limit. Unlike wounds to the body, abrasions to the heart could not be easily restored even with Petra's compression. But then again, Meili had still continued to insist that her recovery time be compressed so that she could return to the front lines. But Petra, if you took out an advance payment on your life, Subaru wouldn't be too happy, you know. And so, persuaded by Petra, Meili had reluctantly, truly so very reluctantly, accepted her withdrawal from the battlefield. Be honest, Petra's maiden circuitry felt a subtle discomfort upon witnessing Meili's attitude in response to a persuasion that cited Subaru. But since it was the result of her own actions, she did not speak much of it. Moreover, she also had the duty of keeping an eye out for the Black Serpent that had been summoned by Gluttony, having vanished after combat had concluded. Petra felt apologetic that she was unable to grant her a complete rest. Subaru, we've got no choice but to have the capable ones to fill in where they can. With that said, there are still some crazy guys who will rush into the most high-risk situations even without their memories. Petra, it's incredible, isn't it? You can't help but think that Otto-san's that way, even without his memories. Subaru, I guess it's just his innate disposition he might be a risk junkie. If the person in question were to hear that remark, whether he had memories or not, he would likely retort in a deeply emotional tone, "Could you please refrain from saying such disreputable things about me?" But there was no avoiding him being thought of in such a manner. Either way, gluttony had firmly weakened their precious fighting strength, limiting the cards in their hand for the climax. She was glad for Garfield's return, but the fact that they could not devote the entirety of their forces to Emilia and Rem was regrettable for both Petra and Subaru. But even so, Petra, we're going to win, Subaru. Subaru, yeah, let's go and win. After all, we can't let everything we've built up to this point be for nothing. God, Buddha, Odd Lagna, for as long as I live, I hereby vow to never speak of my dreams to another. Aldebaran, in the end, I guess I just can't leave fate in the hands of others. An offhanded remark, yet with a tone carrying resolve, that which was spoken by Al had served as the signal. Garfield, ora! With the raging Garfield at the vanguard, the Aldebusters simultaneously sprung into action. Keeping her eyes trained over those movements, Petra grasped her hands tightly over her chest. With the ice anchor Emilia had fired as a landmark, Petra had compressed the distance to the current location with the Aldebusters in tow, barring Al's path once more. In all honesty, the fact that Emilia and Rem were not present, and the fact that the Kunoichi assigned to accompany Al, who had unexpectedly been carried off with him, was nowhere to be found was certainly a cause for concern. But Subaru, Al's side has no reason to lift their no-killing restriction. Using that as reassurance, perhaps that was placing a bit too much hope in their opponent's abilities and convictions. But when considering Al's fighting style with his authority of turning back time, until this point, that was the foundation. Since his authority was far too strong, in a sense, Al had gotten away with being underestimated by his opponents up until now. And that premise, even now that his allies had been stripped away from him, ultimately would not change. Garfield, Gaga. Having rushed straight ahead without any preparatory movements, Garfield raised his voice in pain. The reason for this was his collision into a stone slab that had suddenly appeared along his trajectory. Having slammed his face into the stone slab that had preempted his initial strike, Garfield's body rolled over midair, and slipping past from underneath Garfield, Al moved to intercept the fighting strength which followed after the Golden Tiger. Coming after him was the trio of Ram, Flam, and Grassus. Subaru, oddly enough, it's the pink-haired sisters. Well then, how's it gonna go? 37. Intercepting Garfield's rush with a stone slab, he slipped underneath as the former reeled backwards. The timing had been unexpectedly tight. If the stone slab was deployed too early, it would have been easily pulverized, and deploying it too late would allow Garfield to pass right by it. Perfecting the necessary timing to strike him in the face, he put it into practice. Garfield, Gaga. Hearing the cry of pain behind him, Aldebaran charged forward as three shadows swooped down upon him. He was flanked on his left and right by Flam and her sister, in sync with Ram, who came at him from an upward diagonal. He could expect that sort of high-precision coordination between twins, but Ram's ability to match them on first sight highlighted the abnormality of this team-up. Thereupon, Aldebaran, Lil Miss Rem was crushed flat at those cliffs back there. Ram, she wasn't. Do not underestimate Ram and Rem's sisterly love. Neutralized by the sister's synesthesia, the venom in his words failed to exhibit any effectiveness. Given her lack of discomposure, there was likely no falsehood in Ram's statement, inferring how that signified Rem's safety, as well as the unknown fate of Yi. It merely ended up serving as venom against himself. However, Aldebaran, Earthbrand Arts, using the mana coming to him via his pathway with the dragon, Aldebaran surrounded himself with swords of stone, in order to avoid the tips of the swords shooting up from the ground one after another. The twins deftly maneuvered their bodies to perform evasions, yielding a momentary delay that shifted their three-way coordination into a solo attack from Ram. With Ram singled out, he grabbed one of his stone dows and thrust it toward her head-on. Ram, that's fine. I'll be borrowing it. Having scooped up his sword with wind magic, Ram slammed it right into the side of his jaw. 91. Ram, that's fine. I'll not be borrowing it. Declaring so, Ram allowed the stone sword she had pulled toward her with wind to pass by, britly crumbling as it flew past her. As she had failed to take the sword, Aldebaran delivered a blow unto her. Ram parried that blow with wind from her wand, skillfully controlling the wind currents to build air pressure and push past the clash of blades. Grabbing her leg with a stone prosthetic, he hurled her behind him while being bombarded by an onslaught of wind blades. Ram HK. Leaving Ram gritting her teeth behind him, Aldebaran pressed onward, and the delayed sisters of Flam and Grassus swooped down on him once more, readying himself for their approaching agility that could not be underestimated on account of their youth. Aldebaran spread out his real right arm and artificial left arm, and roused a surging wave of sand to clear away everything in the 180-degree field of view in front of him. The girls were engulfed by the billowing sand, becoming encaged within the ground. Warrior Ta Yin 6, Magician Ta Wind 5, King Ta Flowers 8. A surging force abruptly slammed into him from the front, plunging him into the sea of swords he had forged behind himself. 112, Warrior Ta Yin 6, Magician Ta Wind 5, King Ta Flowers 8. As soon heard it, he forcibly closed in his outstretched arms. Fixing the muzzle of the wave of sand directly in front of him, the large, bearded man who appeared there a beat later basked in the billowing wave, ending up in the same predicament as Flam and Grassus. Thereby averting that misfortune, Aldebaran would attempt to overcome the enemies as he jumped out diagonally. Ulgoa! Still in his mid-air leap, he was struck by an unavoidable fastball of flame, scorching his insides. 146. Ulgoa! After trapping the twins and the large man in sand, he deliberately delayed his advance in response to the approaching fireball. Instead, what ended up basking in the inferno was a poorly made clay doll that Aldebaran had manifested in the spur of the moment. A poor knockoff of the magic Emilia had used to recreate Natsuki Subaru with ice. The fireball aimed to strike Aldebaran's head as he leaped forward, so amidst a combat requiring split-second decisions, it was easily baited by the poorly made earthen doll. Wah! The skinny man who had casted the spell, with his mean-looking eyes and tongue piercing, gasped at Aldebaran's countermeasure. So long as he was not an expert magician, he would not be able to unleash ulterior magic in rapid succession. Flipping up his artificial middle finger to that expression of shock, Aldebaran moved to advance even further this time. Fire! From an oblique trajectory behind him, a light was fired as a shock wave that speared through Aldebaran's back. The luminosity of the corona that seemed to scorch the world painted even his consciousness white. 147. Fire! Turning to face the direction of the gallant war cry, Aldebaran recognized the identity of the perpetrator as Felt, bearing her high canines in a valiant expression. In her grasp, the magic staff that sourced the beam of light. That was the meteor known as the Star Staff, something the witch had once used during her lifetime to make even the divine dragon cry. In other words, it was one of his mentor's loose ends. Aldebaran, for teacher to be getting in my way here, what kind of damn bug is this? At the untiring challenge that would stretch endlessly on ahead. At the wall he would have no choice but surmount at all costs. And at the fact that it was something originating from none other than the very witch who had guided Aldebaran's path. A tinge of melancholy burgeoned in his heart. As Aldebaran contemplated, the white light mercilessly engulfed him once again. Well then, 148. Felt fire. The approach of this white light, just how on earth could it be conquered? God, Buddha, Od Lagna. For as long as I live, I hereby vow to never bestow a gift upon another. Aldebaran, the authority of Tristisha, just what exactly is that power capable of? God, Buddha, Od Lagna. For as long as I live, I hereby vow to never wave at anyone. Aldebaran, it can't just be a simple warp. There's no way it's just that, it's an authority. God, Buddha, Od Lagna. For as long as I live, I hereby vow to never pray before going to sleep. Aldebaran, it ought to be manifesting some sort of concept. Right, Tristisha, ha God, Buddha, Od Lagna. For as long as I live, I hereby vow to never comfort the wounds of another. Aldebaran, feeling blue, a downer, cloudy skies, depression, feeling crushed, God, Buddha, Od Lagna. For as long as I live, I hereby vow to never find joy in a clear sky. Aldebaran, is it crushing things like intervals and distances? No, it's not just those things being crushed, is it? God, Buddha, Od Lagna. For as long as I live, I hereby vow to never lament a rainy day. Aldebaran, it's crushing and filling in the insufficient time for thinking, isn't it? But which factors aren't? God, Buddha, Od Lagna. For as long as I live, I hereby vow to never gaze upon a rainbow in the company of another. Aldebaran, which factors aren't anything so convenient? Now are they? That instant, hearing Al's words as he broke through the encirclement of the Aldebusters to finally stand right before her, a chill ran down Petra's spine. She was unable to actually see Al's eyes, concealed by his steel helmet. Yet their eyes did meet. That sensation made Petra feel as if her innermost thoughts had been laid bare, a sense of urgency gripping her heart. It seemed to be exclaiming that somehow, Al possessed a deeper knowledge of the witch factor than even Petra. Subaru, Petra, Wichita Flowers 8, Petra, HK. As the command of the cornered husky voice overlapped with the cry of her beloved within her mind, Petra performed compression on the hesitation that had sprouted within herself. Before distancing herself from Al to escape his clutch, that entire process was compressed, separating them in an instant. Aldebaran, oi oi, so you can even crush space for yourself? Petra turned to look back, having vanished from right before Al's eyes, and watched as he clicked his tongue at his failure to catch her. As Al's shoulders heaved up and down, his distance from Petra had been set back to square one. Between the two of them as they glared at each other, the Aldebusters, whom Al had exhausted all his efforts to overcome, rose to their feet. In order to reach Petra once again, he would have no choice but to surmount the same hurdles. However, Petra did not feel as though she had bested him in the slightest. Subaru, Petra, what Al just said a minute ago? Petra, I know he really is resetting. Hearing the words of the imaginary Subaru as he floated beside her, Petra narrowed her eyes and gave a nod. It was not as if she had really been doubting it up to this point. But after witnessing Al's turning back time firsthand, she could not help but feel astonished by how extraordinary it was. Garfield's preemptive strike, the coordinated onslaught of Ram, Flam, and Grassus, the three-pronged enclosure by way of compression consisting of Gaston, Ratchins, and Felt. The obstruction of 50 people mobilized in accordance with Ram Gi's orders. Al had flawlessly dealt with it all. He had surmounted all of that with nothing but the most optimal of solutions. Subaru, though, our compression of thoughts should be able to produce similar results. Petra. That's just thinking as hard as possible in order to come up with the right answer. As expected, it's a bit different from the powers that Subaru and Alsan hold. Subaru. If that's true, I guess I should be this strong too. Scratching his head, Subaru lamented his worthlessness, but Petra did not see it the same way. Subaru, in his own Subaru way, had confronted his own authority head-on, and holding tight to the many that ought to have been lost, he had saved Petra and the others. There was not a single shred of worthlessness about him. And on the other hand, to that line of thought, Petra, how many times did you need to restart before you got the chance to reach your hand out towards me? As far as Petra was aware, Al's strength as a warrior was modest, that was to say. It fell far short of the likes of Ram and Garfield, on a level that could not even contend with Heinkel. Nevertheless, Al had made sport of the Audibusters all by himself, and was on the verge of putting them into checkmate. Subaru, not even just 10, he might already be on his 20th try. Petra, I think it might be a bit more. Hearing Subaru's naive estimation, Petra anticipated the possibility that it would have actually been 10 or 20 times that. In fact, supposing it was Petra in the position of needing to outmaneuver the Audibusters, even if she had an authority that allowed her knowledge of upcoming developments, she was not confident that she would be able to clear it in even 100 attempts. Not to mention, Al had also managed to sidestep Reinhard, even if he had also needed to borrow the dragon's strength to do so. In order to accomplish such a feat, just how much of one's heart would one need to kill if Al's turning back time was truly what Petra and Subaru envisioned? If it was truly a power that came at the cost of death like Natsuki Subaru's, then standing there was a dreadful warlock, masquerading in frivolity. Al had already conquered the fear and loss of death. No, there existed no human capable of conquering that. If it had to be said, it was not conquest but numbness. Being who had gone numb to even the instinct of all living things to fear and distance oneself from death, that was the secret behind Al's strength, and what was tied to his absolute nature as a warlock. In order to surpass that absoluteness, she too would have no choice but to pay a worthy compensation. Subaru, Petra, it's all right, Subaru, I'll be all right. He was a being who existed only within her mind. Only to the imaginary Subaru, and him alone, had Petra's secret been revealed, one that had neither been disclosed to any of the Audibusters, nor to any members of the Amelia camp. It was something that the warlock before her, deeply knowledgeable about witch factors as he was, had said to her. Upon the one who styled herself the Witch of Tristisha, the likes of a convenient fate smiled not. Petra, even so, something like that isn't any reason for me to stop. Deceiving even herself in such a manner, Petra late the Witch of Tristisha exercised her authority. In exchange for interfering with the rules of the world, the existence known as herself was relinquishing its future. No matter how precious and irreplaceable that future was, the newly birthed witch did not hesitate whatsoever. 7011. Petra, even so, something like that isn't any reason for me to stop. Seeing Petra's lips spin those words from afar, Aldebaran could not help but take his hat off. He did not go so far as to actually remove his helmet, but it was to the point that he wanted to do so. After all, was that not so, Aldebaran? Truly, Natsuki Subaru's one unforgivable guy. Grinding his teeth, Aldebaran, in his clash against the combined forces, it seemed like they called themselves the Audibusters. He liked the flare, though he did not wish to consider its origin. Anyway, in his clash against the Audibusters until this point, he had uncovered that Petra had taken in the witch factor of Tristisha, along with the majority of specifics of how its authority functioned. As with any battle, it was essential to gather as much accurate information about the opponent as possible. This was especially true in battles against sin archbishops or witches, and it was often the case that if one confronted such an opponent without a grasp what sort of authority they were up against, it tended to end in a one-sided killing. The ability to overcome being killed in the first encounter was an advantage possessed by both Aldebaran and Natsuki Subaru. Putting that advantage on full display, Aldebaran had grasped the authority of Tristisha. It was quite the ridiculous ability. The power to crush to compress space and time was utterly unrivaled in its adaptability and irksome nature. To top it all off, it seemed like this authority was also capable of performing compression on thoughts. So even within a single second of combat, they were able to think things through thoroughly and pounce at him one after another with conclusions honed to a razor's edge. Even with Aldebaran's territory, it was a difficult problem that could not be easily solved. In fact, in order for him to just slip past a mere 11 seconds of combat, he had needed 7,000 retries. And yet, even after enduring all that, he had failed to catch ever-important Petra. Now that the same amount of distance had been opened between them, it would likely take the same, or an even greater number of attempts to reach her again. Aldebaran, be that as it may, Valga's affinity with the authority of Tristisha is just the worst. Among the members of the Audibusters, the figure of Valga Cromwell, who had given him a thorough amount of torment, was present. While not making any use of the large build he had been blessed with, the resourceful monster had been granted an unlimited amount of time to think freely, allowing him to overwhelm Aldebaran by finding the most optimal solutions. It was a nightmarish combination, one akin to arming a gorilla with a machine gun. One, if Aldebaran were to dance in the palm of Valga's hand, there was a risk that he could suffer a complete defeat once again. Hence, even if he managed to rob them of their time for thinking, he would not be granted many opportunities for trial and error. Not to mention, it was not Aldebaran's intention to keep allowing them to use the authority of Tristisha. That was because the witch factor of Tristisha is a defective article. It is a one-of-a-kind factor that was prepared for the valiant, so it is not capable of compatibility with any other. From a different angle, however, it could be said that it is compatible with anyone who is willing to pay the compensation. But humans are creatures who can sell off far too much in exchange for their resolve. Information about the witch factor of Tristisha, told to him by the witch in the past. Perhaps because she had many reservations on the topic, the witch had not been very eager to divulge much concerning the two witch factors that ought to be classified as supernumerary. But after running out of patience, her explanations had been surprisingly loquacious. To make a mostly relevant long story short, the main points were as follows. The witch factor of Tristisha would invoke its authority in exchange for the holder's will. The compensation used by the witch factor of Tristisha could only be paid by the holder, Aldebaran Natsuki Subaru. When his thoughts arrived at that point, Aldebaran once again felt his indignation surge towards Natsuki Subaru. Of course, Aldebaran did not blind himself to the fact that his own plan of having Petra read the Book of the Dead had played a role in the events that led her to take in the witch factor of Tristisha. But if it was Aldebaran who had created the impetus, then it was Natsuki Subaru who carried a significant portion of the responsibility. Considering the relationship between Aldebaran and Natsuki Subaru, saying that much was only natural. The large shadow that hung over Petra's life was something that had originated from Natsuki Subaru. Aldebaran would not say that he had harbored malicious intent, nor did he believe that to be the case, but the influence he had over her went without saying. Not limited to just Petra, it could be said that he had exhibited a certain fateful power over even the Aldebusters over many scenarios even preceding this battle. Regardless, it was a bit ironic to call it a fateful power. After all, even though it was none other than Natsuki Subaru and Aldebaran who despised fate the most, it would have been no exaggeration to say that their actions were what decided fate. Upon thinking that, what flashed through Aldebaran's mind were the words of the woman of such brilliant crimson. Back then, the words of praise she had spoken to him in their final time together, were attempting to scorch Aldebaran's heart. Deliberately, he averted his gaze and plugged his ears. At this stage, it was far too late for him to reflect on his own actions. That which now sustained Aldebaran was not she whom he had lost, but the oath he had sworn to his teacher. The purpose for which Aldebaran had been born, that which he had been made into Aldebaran to accomplish. The culmination of all that was now being put to the test. For that reason, he had not the time to halt his tracks and think, wait. Isn't this too long just a moment's pause? A chance to take a deep breath before the battle resumed. That's what it ought to have been. His opponents did not wish to allow him any breathers. He also did not want to grant his opponents much time. And even though they should have been at such a consensus, how could Aldebaran be engaging in such deep thought? Why? Shit, this is strange. What is this? What did she say far in the distance? He could tell that Petra had moved her lips. One syllable at a time, he would pick up the sound those lips had weaved. Everything that had been thrown in while he was thinking, he picked it all up and collected it together. Slow, sluggish, far too laggard. Collect the meaning, collect the significance, collect the intent. It was no use. He could not silence his thoughts. He would just have to think. Compress, crushing. What exactly agony, pain, anguish, suffering. Suffering, concerns, thoughts unraveling. Fuck, she got me. They've been compressed. My thoughts, they've been compressed. God Buddha Ad Lagna. For as long as I live, I hereby vow to never divulge this important secret. Petra, compress agony. A compression of thoughts by way of the authority of Tristisha, a powerful buff effect consisting of speeding up her allies' thoughts, omitting any need for discussion, and allowing them to take the most optimal measures after thorough consideration from everyone, conferring that unto Al was one of the countermeasures Petra had prepared against him. Petra, when you have too many things to think about, your head will get punctured. While it might have been presumptuous, Petra prided herself on being the third most knowledgeable in the world about the turning back time of return by death, just behind Subaru and Al. Petra had acquired that scholarship from the vicarious experience of the death tasted by Subaru. So she had discovered a way to nullify to overheat the seemingly invincible authority of Al. That being to overload his mind with accelerated thoughts. In the past, when the royal selection had first commenced, Subaru had gotten into a fight and parted with Emilia in the royal capital, and the large amount of stress and mental burden that came as a result had worn down his heart. Inadvertently, Rem's devotion and his anger toward the Sin Archbishop had given him the chance to get back on his feet. But it was a fact that he had lost his will to fight, ending up as an empty husk, even if only temporarily. She would recreate that effect. Since Al had already gone numb to the fear of death, it was likely that he would not lose heart no matter how many deaths he accreted. Nonetheless, even if he had decided to make an enemy of the world, Al was still human. Rifts would form in his mind, and he would be unable to avoid having it come apart at the seams. She would make it so, for that purpose no matter what she needed to give up in exchange, Aldebaran. Expand territory, matrix redefinition. While tormented by the acceleration of thoughts, Al could be heard silently voicing those words. His mind might have been under a high burden, but this situation was still a double-edged sword. The odds were even. Either Al's heart would give out from extreme exhaustion, or he would make full use of the compression of his mind like the Aldebusters to fend off Petra and the others. Hence, the battle from this point onward was do or die for the Aldebusters in the truest sense, Petra. Everyone. It's only just getting started. Don't lose focus. Everyone. Yeah. At Petra's encouragement, her allies whose interactions had been compressed cheered in response. Finding that to be reliable, she was about to look out over the decisive battle against Al starting from square one. Then she noticed, among those who had just given her that reassuring response, there was someone whose voice she had not heard. It was possible that they had just missed the timing, but feeling a peculiar sense of discomfort in that, Petra glanced over in that direction, searching for the figure of the person who had given no response. And then she found him, Petra Ramogiason. She found the figure of the great strategist who had given no response, the old giant who bore the duty of observing the battlefield and giving timely and accurate commands, his eyes having gone white as he slowly collapsed onto the ground. Let us rewind the clock to mere moments prior. Aldebaran, expand territory, matrix redefinition. Indeed, upon hearing Aldebaran declare those words, a tremor ran through Ram-Gi's large shoulders. Upon bearing witness to the sight of Aldebaran standing still before the combined forces, Ram-Gi felt an unnatural discomposure settle within him, causing him to stiffen as he motionlessly widened his eyes. Ram-Gi was well aware of Petra's stratagem that applied the authority of Tristisha. Her strategy revolved around accelerating Aldebaran's thoughts, placing a burden on his mind to fully exhaust him in one fell swoop. Ram-Gi had also deemed it a necessary step in order to take down Aldebaran, given his ability to perform something akin to turning back time, and thus he had promised to cooperate with it. He had harbored some apprehensions towards speeding up Aldebaran's thoughts, but since they were also compressing their own thoughts to arrive at the best possible answers, he accepted that it would just boil down to their overall strength. If that was their course of action, Ram-Gi also felt like he could lend his own strength. And as it so happened, the battle against Aldebaran had gone just about exactly how Ram-Gi had expected it to. His comrades mobilized quickly and successfully managed to drive Aldebaran into a corner. But much to the shock of Ram-Gi, his discomposure would commence from that moment onward. Aldebaran, expand territory, matrix redefinition. Indeed, as Aldebaran declared so, Ram-Gi's position shifted in an instant. No, it was not only Ram-Gi whose position had shifted. The positions of Aldebaran, Felt, and everyone else participating in the battle returned to where they had stood a mere 10-odd seconds prior, and recommenced from there. Ram-Gi had already experienced that same phenomenon 5 times now. What in tarnation is this situation? Craning his neck all around, Ram-Gi gathered that he was amidst the same scenery he had witnessed 5 times now, and wrung those words out in a solemn tone. Nobody other than Ram-Gi had noticed the abnormality of this situation. Petra, everyone, it's only just getting started. Don't lose focus. Everyone. Yeah. As proof of that, everyone other than Ram-Gi responded to Petra's rousing voice of leadership. Then they all faced Aldebaran and sprung at him in unison. Felt, Ram-Gi, give us orders. Failing to notice his discomposure, Felt searched for a position to attack from with Star staff in hand. The allies other than Felt, who also possessed techniques that could serve as the deciding factor, were also running, while awaiting Ram-Gi's commands. Watching their backs, Ram-Gi gulped down his bitter saliva and shouted out commands differing to the ones from just before Aldebaran. Expand territory, matrix redefinition. Now, for the 6th time, the final battle against Aldebaran commenced. Translation notes. Left arrow 1 Chinese letter, Japanese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter is a Japanese idiom along the lines of giving a metal bat to an oni, essentially saying to make a strong thing even stronger. I have used all of my brain power to generate an English equivalent to capture this sentiment. As some of you might know, this text is Japanese, and Japanese I can handle just fine, but Japanese with cultural-specific idioms is like a chimp with a machine gun. Arc 9, Chapter 55. Aggressor of the Territory, original web novel chapter complete, translated by Archbishop of Transportation, proofread by Archbishop of Masculinity, Archbishop of Shipping, Archbishop of Regalia, Witch of Umbri, complete art sources. Graflum Art, Apple Fresh 379. Aldebaran's territory was an authority linked to a witch factor. However, Aldebaran was not the holder of a witch factor. The witch had called this supernumerary, or a special case, But Aldebaran believed that instead of such sweet-sounding words, it ought to be declared as appropriated or unenumerated. This phenomenon had a precedent. For instance, having once possessed authorities, the witches of sin still retained the same powers even after being reduced to souls post-mortem. On this matter, the witch had likened witch factors to keys with the capacity to open the door that granted one the right to interfere with the world. She had conjectured that once the door was open, it would perhaps remain open even if the key was lost. Albeit, in that case, even if it could explain the witches of sin, it would be unable to explain Aldebaran or even the witch herself. So in conformance with this, she had proposed the theory of inheritance, that possibly a profound connection to a being who was compatible with a witch factor would innately open the door to the right to interfere with the world, to an authority. However, just as how a being with wings might find it difficult to explain the sensation of moving their wings to someone bereft of them, it is difficult to explain our authorities, as they were not appended post-haste. You could say that our doors were half open by birth. The reason why the witch had worn a smug grin as she said that was likely because it was her best attempt at humor. Unfortunately, Aldebaran did not laugh in the slightest, but he could at least assent to the point she was making. Certainly, if the door had been fully open, the airflow would have likely been much better. He was merely peeking through a gap in the door with poor airflow, trying to reach his hand through to the other side. Hence, the door would obstruct him, trapping his hand and causing unforeseen consequences. If, like the witch, he could be satisfied without opening the door, perhaps it would have been better for him. However, Aldebaran was far too banal and far too helpless for that. If he did not keep the door open, Aldebaran would have had no chance of fulfilling the duty the witch expected of him. In that case, Aldebaran had no choice but to keep the door open, even if it was only ajar. Ergo, just like a half-opened door, there were many opaque aspects to Aldebaran's authority. From his hands-on experience with using it, as well as the witch's own inferences, he had a grasp on around 80% of the complete picture. Even so, Aldebaran faced no impediments to the use of his authority, nor did he ever hesitate to use it. That might be perceived as dangerous, but it was the same as how using a cell phone without fully knowing how a cell phone worked would not pose any threat to one's life. But then again, Aldebaran's authority was intimately tied to life, so the circumstances might differ slightly to those of a cell phone. In any case, although his authority had accompanied him through a perceived time that spanned the length of over 10 lifetimes, the territory was largely a black box. The bug that would sometimes occur was the utmost extremity of that. The bug that would occur within the territory was the phenomenon whereby the holder of initiative within the established matrix would be transferred from Aldebaran onto a different target. Normally, by creating a territory of his own volition, Aldebaran would be permitted an unlimited number of attempts, only within that defined space and time. During that interval, it was a given that Aldebaran would maintain his own continuity of memories, carrying out different approaches with each attempt as he searched for a breakthrough. However, whenever some discrepancy in the starting parameters caused this bug to occur, the right to redo events within the territory would transfer to another person within the matrix, and until the territory was lifted, they would be stuck repeating in an unending matrix in perpetuity. This bug, which had never manifested back during his days with the witch, was something Aldebaran suspected had developed as a result of having lost faith in his authority following his defeat in his first battle. In fact, the bug invariably occurred at points when Aldebaran doubted his own authority. One such example was long ago on the Gladiator Island. When he had been pitted against a formidable enemy in a death match, he had nary a chance in a million of winning. Thereafter as well, when Aldebaran had wavered on his position in a clash against Leip Bariel, or when he had fought Yi after she was sent to assassinate Priscilla, this bug had occurred. Above all, how fascinating. Transferring the initiative of an authority onto another party, I have never heard of anything like it. When Aldebaran challenged the Witch of Greed who greeted him at the Castle of Dreams, that had occurred. Witch of Greed, it was quite the uncommon experience. I see, so that is the world you behold. Certainly, if you are unable to decipher what might be causing it, it would likely be a rather maddening phenomenon. He had slashed at the completely altered Witch of Greed, demanding that she return the witch he knew, having launched attacks on her from every conceivable direction. When his creativity and trial and error had proven completely ineffective, what sprouted within Aldebaran was a skepticism towards his authority, and as if to prove that, the bug surfaced. Witch of Greed? An alteration yielded from uncertainty towards the absolute nature of your authority, that is to say, a power derived from your weakness. Pity that it seems to be completely ineffective against those already lost to madness. That goes for her and for me. As Aldebaran stood baffled, the Witch of Greed spoke in depth of the hell she had tasted. Certainly, that was the world of the territory Aldebaran knew, while also something decidedly different at the same time. Just how on earth the Witch of Greed had managed to endure it, he knew not. As the Witch of Greed had said herself, was it because she was not sane Witch of Greed? In the majority of cases when you exercise your authority, you are the weaker party. You cling to the territory in order to locate an infinitesimal chance of victory, wrench it open, and at last grasp onto it. the victim, so to speak. Thus, if we declare the party who forces your use of the territory as being the aggressor, this would be an exchange of initiative between victim and aggressor. Watching as the Witch of Greed gleefully divulged the reality of hell, Aldebaran felt all the blood throughout his body grow cold, understanding that it was none other than a nightmare of his own creation. The Castle of Dreams having been turned into a nightmare, the bug that had been yielded in the territory. It was all the result of Aldebaran's weakness. It was a punishment borne by the unforgivable sin known as weakness. Witch of Greed, the plan is still underway. The primary objective may be stuck at an impasse, but the secondary objective remains intact. The best we can accomplish with what little we have. That is the purpose for which both you and I are currently here. Is that not so? That sin was his cross to bear, yet as it weighed too heavy on his shoulders to carry it on his own, he had nearly abandoned it. And so the Witch of Greed sneered at him, agreeing to drag it forward alongside him. Indeed, at that smile one he had longed to see, yet one he had not wished to see, Aldebaran resolved himself. Aldebaran, I, no matter what, will definitely kill you. The territory's bug, even that power derived from his own weakness, even that branding of his defeat by putting it to use, Aldebaran would carry out his duty as the following star. Witch of Greed, why must love fade? The Witch of Greed whispered such a musing, but the answer to it Aldebaran did not know. He had lost the witch who sought love, lost the sun princess he had loved, and yet still he did not know. Neither did he wish to know. His thoughts were accelerating. Midst the thoughts that had likely been condensed by the authority held by Petra, Aldebaran was unable to establish a priority order for the flood of thoughts ceaselessly inundating him, pushing his mind to the verge of bursting. Aldebaran, shit. It was a fearsome authority. Unlike divine protections that could be a hit or miss in their effectiveness, most authorities would invoke supernatural powers far transcending the norm, and Petra's compression was no exception. Authorities tended to be as powerful as the witch factor holder's mind was flexible, but in that regard, her adaptability was far too high. It was either the result of unnaturally strong convictions or flexibility born out of weakness. The talent to draw out a powerful ability from a witch factor was greatly tied to one's mentality. The witches of sin and the sin archbishops would have been the former, while Aldebaran and Petra would likely fall into the latter category. Thus, whether it was people blessed with divine protections, people compatible with a witch factor, or even people with no abilities whatsoever, the ones who perceived Aldebaran to be formidable always fell into the latter category. In fact, the attack that had aimed to compress Aldebaran's thoughts had been as immediately effective as his opponent had hoped. For Aldebaran, who wished to avoid mental exhaustion, it scored full marks on nastiness as it whittled away at his remaining strength. Disregarding his authority, Aldebaran was also on the weaker side. In a battle that necessitated moment-to-moment decision-making, he fully understood the usefulness of a power that always allowed one to find the best course of action. But usually, no matter how much one endeavored during a battle, they could never hope for perfection. Ergo, it was necessary to eventually make a decision, cease one's thoughts, and take the leap into action. Petra's compression forced the blank spaces in thoughts that would have originally been discarded to be filled, imposing over double the amount of exhaustion just to even reach the same conclusion. Hence, in exchange for that enormous waste of his mental capacity, Aldebaran had to keep up the utmost extremity in responses, akin to threading a needle, as he formulated the most optimal maneuver against the highly motivated Aldebusters. And then, right in the middle of that exhaustion, Ram-Gi. Just after tiding over the offensive of the Aldebusters, what struck his ears was a voice akin to a scream. With that exclamation, Felt stood wide-eyed, watching as the large man of advanced age collapsed in the distance. That instant not only Felt, but other members of the Aldebusters too, experienced a sense of unease tremor through their hearts. Before they even knew what had transpired, Valga Cromwell had fallen. Aldebaran naturally, even if they did not know the method, there was only one person who could have been responsible. As a result, excluding the ones who went rushing to Valga's side, the hostility of everyone else was concentrated on Aldebaran. While receiving their animosity, Aldebaran, unseen to them from within his helmet, was motionlessly widening his eyes with the same shock that the Aldebusters had received. Aldebaran, he became the aggressor of the territory, didn't he? It was not as though he had aimed to activate it, but since he was the cause, he knew exactly what had transpired. The territory's bug had occurred, causing Valga, one of the aggressors, to be handed the initiative. Then it was likely that the old giant had repeated these brief, few moments enough times for his heart to be crushed. Aldebaran, TCH. At the arrival of a chance that could have been described as being rescued from the brink of death, or as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Aldebaran did not welcome it. As mentioned previously, the occurrence of the bug was unrelated to Aldebaran's volition at the very least. It was not something he actively invoked. Thus, the activation of the bug was something Aldebaran took no joy in. After all, in the majority of cases, the bug would destroy the hearts of whomever it targeted. Aldebaran, on Gladiator Island with Sir Lape, even with ye. Facing off against Aldebaran, Those who were engulfed by the territory's bug, caught in an inescapable loop of death, had all ended up suffering some mental abnormality. The gladiators whose hearts were shattered proceeded to have their heads chopped off by Aldebaran. Leip Bariel lost his sanity, entirely forgetting about his long-held ambition, and Yi Tenzin succumbed to dread, and was thus transformed into his loyal servant. Having levied the condition of no killing, upon the execution of his plan, the way Aldebaran saw things, the territory's bug, distorting the hearts of its victims beyond recognition, could only bring about an end synonymous with death. Hence, Aldebaran took no joy in this conclusion. Was that really true? There is nobody who can defeat you, you whom I created. The voice of the witch he had once betrayed, her expectations, her ideals, now sounded within him. Faced with the tenacity, strategy, and unity of his opponents, he exercised fear toward the 1 in a million, uncertainty toward the 1 in a billion, and doubt toward the 1 in a trillion. In doing so, the conditions to invoke the territory's bug were met. Those were, so to speak, because Aldebaran had questioned his authority himself and the witch. There is nobody who can defeat you, you whom I created. Once again, he heard the witch's voice. Then he watched as the subsequent aggressor collapsed to the ground, their eyes having gone white. God Buddha Odlagna, for as long as I live, I hereby vow to never cherish silence. Petra Ramogiason, the situation shifted, and in an unfavorable direction for Petra's side at that. Watching as Ram Gi's large body suddenly began to sway, collapsing to the ground, Petra greatly widened her eyes. Surging forth within her chest was a multitude of emotions, composed of shock, bafflement, incomprehensibility, and discomposure. They seemed as if they were about to overwhelm her entire body, but Subaru, Petra, HK. A loud bark from the imaginary Subaru was just barely able to keep Petra's consciousness from going over the edge. It was fine to be surprised by unforeseen circumstances. There existed not a single person who could remain unshaken after receiving a hit from outside their consciousness. However, as the Witch of Tristisha, there was something Petra needed to do before being surprised. In response to the events that had unfolded, she needed to compress every last reaction. Felt, this isn't a joke, something's happening. Someone get Ramji back up. Gaston. Don't be unreasonable, his eyes just went white all of a sudden. What the hell, what happened to him? Camberley. Oi, what are we gonna do? Without the old man, who's gonna? Garfield. Shit. It's Ram. It's gotta be Ram. Ram. I suppose it can't be helped. The Queen will be leaving the board. Do keep that in mind. Doltero. If we don't move right away, we'll be no better than pigs waiting for scraps. I'll make the first move. Ratchins. Goddamn it. We can't lose after coming this far. Flamgrasses. Naturally. Compressing the unrest that had spread around all into a single instant, Petra fulfilled her duty as the Witch of Tristisha. The cause had yet to be identified. However, they immediately decided on how to respond, with everyone beginning to search for the best course of action in unison. Naturally, Petra was no exception, leaving the situation to Ram, who had taken on the role of commander from the collapsed Ramji. Petra invoked the authority of Tristisha to compress the traversal distance between herself and Ramji. Petra Ramogiason, HK. Having fallen flat on his face, Ramji's large body could not be lifted by Petra's slender arms. But peering into the side-turned countenance of the old giant, Petra choked up at the evident abnormality. Ramji's visage appeared lifeless, giving off a sense of fatigue, as if he had aged 100 years in an instant. Subaru, though, he never really looked like he was bursting with lively energy to begin with. Petra. He wasn't like this up until a moment ago, that's for sure. Besides, if he thought there was something strange with his physical condition, Ramogiason would have surely done the proper reporting, contact, and discussion. Ramji was well aware that if he carelessly concealed the abnormality in his condition, it would only serve to benefit the enemy. If the authority of Tristisha had been placing an abundance of burden on him, and there had been signs he would faint like this, he absolutely would have informed them himself. Subaru, what about the unfunny theory that Ramji used up all his remaining lifespan due to the rapid firing of the authority? Petra. That's really not funny, so theory rejected. Still, I don't think it was my authority. Alsen had to have done something to Ramogiason. Subaru. But what exactly, ending up at the same dead-end question? Petra and Subaru puzzled for an answer. Even now, since the Oldibusters were operating under Ram's commands, fighting on in an effort to corner Al, Petra could not afford to divert all of her attention to figuring out Ramji's collapse. With that in mind, Petra was about to stand back up, felt, you goddamn idiot, that's the priority. Petra indeed, with her back facing this direction, felt corrected the order of priority without hesitation. As Petra stared in wonder, felt, with the star staff in hand as she flashed her sharp, high canines, felt, if you can't somehow figure out what just happened, we'll all be taken down with the same method. As if to prove Felt's words as she grit her teeth in frustration, the members of the Oldibusters who ought to have been driving Al into a corner were decreasing. At a glance, several people had fallen to the ground, left behind by the fierce battle unfolding. From how Felt had put it, the reason they had collapsed would have been the same as Ramji felt. Ram-Gi wouldn't go down without a fight. Keep searching. There's gotta be something. Having expended a few seconds in her interaction with Felt, Petra looked at Ram-Gi's large body. She also considered Ram-Gi to be someone who, without any oversights, would live up to Felt's expectations. Hence, if Felt believed that there had to be something, then there was undoubtedly something. Subaru, I mean, if you suddenly get hit with an authority, there's no way you'd be able to leave any clues behind. Petra, you think it's an authority, Subaru. It'd be strange if it wasn't. Nisama would have realized if it was magic. Petra, right. Felt's insistence faith in Ram's insight. The multiplication of those two factors lent credence to the idea that it was Al's authority that had toppled Ram-Gi. And so, if Ram-Gi had truly left something behind, Petra, here, upon thoroughly investigating Ram-Gi's body, which was lying languidly sprawled on the ground, Petra noticed that the old giant's finger was covered in dirt. And what had caused it to be dirtied was the mark he had scratched into the ground with his finger. Falling and using that impact to shift the giant's body, Petra tumbled down and discovered the message that Ram-Gi had left on the ground. That was Subaru. A mark kanji, nah, some sort of map symbol, Petra. Not that, it's more simple. At Subaru's speculation upon witnessing the same thing, Petra put the brakes on his theorizing in a loud voice. The mark that Ram-Gi had inscribed on the ground, it was a thick horizontal line, with 4 small vertical lines layered over it. It was not kanji or a map symbol. It was tally markers that counted up the number 5 in a single unit. In other words, just before Ram-Gi had lost his consciousness, Petra, he was counting something. The territory's bug had begun to encroach upon Aldebaran's plan. Aldebaran? Shit. Faced with that aggravating reality, a curse escaped through the gaps between Aldebaran's clenched teeth. The first one to fall had been the strategist of the Aldebusters, Valga Cromwell. Despite the loss of their commander, was it Petra's authority that had allowed them to recover so quickly? But if its effect was just crushing the interval, then it meant that everybody had managed to collect their emotions through their own individual strength. Each time he keenly felt the strength in each, and every one of their hearts, Aldebaran's own weakness was brought into focus. Aldebaran, shit. In that instant, as he thought about his own immaturity, the Aldebusters suffered yet another dropout. A thug brandishing a large machete fell to his knees, fainting as he spewed yellow gastric juices. Aldebaran made no counterattacks of his own. He could not, as a fundamental tactic. He was being repelled by Garfield, whose base stats were on a much higher level, leaving him unable to mount a counteroffensive. Even so, his opponents had gradually been bleeding strength, as the result of Aldebaran's unintended bug. There is nobody who can defeat you, you whom I created. Once again, he heard the witch's voice. As soon as he did, the subsequent bug was activated, and another body hit the ground. That was difficult for Aldebaran. It was painful, unbearable. The mental abrasion produced by the territory's bug, the fact that it sometimes would beget an outcome more repulsive than death of the body, was something Aldebaran had come to learn in his days since waking up on the Gladiator Island. Hence, Aldebaran did not desire any such unintended conclusions to be brought about by the territory's bug. The hell are you doing blaming others for Aldebaran? Ah! It's obvious even without needing to see your face. It also pisses me off when people like Reinhard wear a face that seems to say that everything's their own fault. But yours is way worse than his could ever be. Shaping a gap and forcing his way through the breach, Aldebaran found Felt glaring at him from across the human wall of the Aldebusters. Dwelling within her sharp crimson gaze was a stern, scornful ire directed towards Aldebaran, bereft of lie or falsehood. This was an ardent fury, one that she had not even displayed when he had taken her hostage, nor when he had ordered Roy to eat her memories, so he could not fathom what he had done in this moment to truly incur her wrath. Neither the fall of the giant who was like family to her, nor the near robbery of the path she had forged until this point. The source of this ire that Felt now directed towards Aldebaran was Felt. When that princess was around, you do whatever she told you, so now that she's no longer among us, we're just gonna do whatever a totally different person says like a puppet, even though you've got the nerve to talk all big and declare yourself the enemy of the entire world. Do you really have no personhood to call your own? Aldebaran spoken with an expression of anger from the very depths of her soul. Felt's words caused Aldebaran's cheeks to stiffen ever so slightly, and following that, his rage began to well up at the jabs of this utterly ignorant teenage girl. To say he had no personhood, even thoughtless declarations had their limits. Without even knowing the reason why Aldebaran could never call himself anything but Aldebaran, how dare she claim that Aldebaran had no personhood? Indignation scorched his entrails, and he sensed a nostalgic pain in his arm bereft of its forearm. This kind of useless rage ought to be cast aside. It was supposed to be his strong suit, to dismiss things, to scorn them, to ridicule them as being naught but obstacles in his way, and to cast them aside. Getting entangled with such things and losing sight of his objective would just be putting the carriage before the ground dragon. After all, avoidance of confronting his raw, genuine emotions was Aldebaran's special skill. No. It was a certain kind of worldly wisdom that he had acquired during the 18 years since he had been released from that black orb. So this time he would do the same, Garfield, That's exactly as Th Amazin felt told ya. Slash Ratchins, pay for what you've done, bastard. Slash Gaston, drop dead, you moron. Slash Camberley, nobody's got your back anymore, bastard. Slash Flam, Alsama, prepare yourself. Slash Grasses, the hour of judgment. Slash Doltero, go ahead and cry like a pig. Slash Ram, truly a fool. Aldebaran, HK. With the force of a surging wave, a torrent of abuse crashed into Aldebaran like a tempest of disdain. He attempted to ignore them like he usually, with his thoughts compressed. He was forced to confront them all, with his processing circuits shortened to speeds far beyond normal. He was left being made to process every last superfluous thought and emotion. There is nobody who can defeat you, you whom I created. Slash, there is nobody who can defeat you, you whom I created. Slash, there is nobody who can defeat you, you whom I created. Slash, there is nobody who can defeat you, you whom I created. Slash, there is nobody who can defeat you, you whom I created. Slash, there is nobody who can defeat you, you whom I created. Slash, there is nobody who can defeat you, you whom I created. Slash, there is nobody who can defeat you, you whom I created. Slash, there is nobody who can defeat you, you whom I created. Slash, there is nobody who can defeat you, you whom I created. Slash, there is nobody who can defeat you, you whom I created. As Aldebaran felt an urgency to not allow such a progression, a voice drowned out everything within his mind. Loath to surrender himself to that, Aldebaran searched for the girl at the root of the situation, the witch of Tristisha who had forced Aldebaran to deliberate over every last thing he would. He was counting something, Aldebaran having spotted the witch of Tristisha, Petra late, in the distance. He could make out that she had muttered those words upon discovering some sort of message left by the collapsed Valga Cromwell. That instant, a thick, blackish, ardent impulse began to brim over from within Aldebaran, taking on the form of words. Aldebaran, your stars were bad. Felt, yeah, there you go. You're nobody's puppet. Now your true feelings are finally showing. Hearing Aldebaran's words, woven by a voice tinged with torrid fury, Felt flashed her teeth, even though no part of that should have resembled her in the slightest. Not whatsoever, not a single millimeter, nor a single shred, nor a single iota. It appeared to him as a smile of the same nature as the one Priscilla Bariel would often display. A nightmare, as such he must extinguish it. Thus, for the first time in his life, Aldebaran willfully invoked the bug of the territory. Aldebaran, expand territory, matrix redefinition. God, Buddha, Ad Lagna. For as long as I live, I hereby vow to never wish for kindness from anyone. Aldebaran, expand territory, matrix redefinition. As Al's voice spoke those words, Petra turned around while sensing a certain alteration. She had already heard that battle cry several times over the duration of this battle, and likely, it was some sort of activation requirement for Al's authority. In a territory with a matrix, as Ramji had surmised beforehand, in exchange for the limitations on Al's turning back time. It seemed to be quite a powerful ability. Its time frame was far shorter than Natsuki Subaru's return by death, yet it was consciously activated. Subaru, if it was possible to manually save in a baseball game, then you'd be able to save and load for each ball in the batter's box, remember what type of pitch it is, and then keep hitting home runs every time. Petra, I get it, but it's tricky to understand. And you really do that sort of thing, Subaru. It's a bit difficult to explain to a girl who only knows the concept of the game on a surface level. For having read Natsuki Subaru's Book of the Dead, she had intended on understanding it past the surface level. But in the sense that they were memories that did not come alongside first-hand experience, what the imaginary Subaru was saying was correct. Although she was peering into Subaru's memories, Petra's sensibilities remained entirely her own. Though, of course, as with her feelings toward Emilia and Rem, what mattered most in that regard was how large a portion those emotions occupied within Subaru. In any case, Subaru, you can't let him out of sight. Petra, I know. With the change in his voice and demeanor, the battle against Al was likely advancing to the next stage. All the while, he had been whittling down their combat strength using the same method he had used on Ramji. Yet miraculously, the Aldebusters' main force, centered around Ram, Garfield, and Felt, still held strong. There was no doubt that the compressed thinking and communications were proving to be a great help. So Petra found it worthwhile to extract the absolute most value out of utilizing the authority of Tristisha, shutting her eyes to its many demerits. Felt, let's get him, you bastards. Everyone. Yeah. As if to substantiate Petra's determination, the overall morale of the group erupted with Felt's rousing cry. The pressure being applied by the Aldebusters was certainly chipping away at Al's reserves, abrading his mind as it drove his heart and body to a lethal point of exhaustion. It would all come down to whoever's willpower ran out first. A test of endurance until one side could no longer remain standing. Indeed, it had happened at the moment Petra clenched her teeth, with her body and mind roused to high spirits. Petra, in spite of herself, her tightly clenched jaw dropped agape, leaving Petra dumbfounded. That was only natural. After all, it was only just a moment ago that the Aldebusters had fired themselves up, brimming with motivation as they triumphantly launched their all-out assault on Al. Those members of the Aldebusters, without any warning, suddenly began toppling down where they stood like dominoes, unable to do a thing about it. Petra that included Ram and Garfield too. It of course included the members of the main force, Felt, Flam and Grassus, Ratchins, Gaston, Camberley, Doltero, and even the rest of the members of the Aldebusters all lost their strength. Not a single person was left standing. Some fainted, some had their eyes lose focus as a result of extreme exhaustion, and some were petrified like dolls, becoming unable to move. Everyone, it was all of them. No, there was still one person who remained standing. Aldebaran, it's the stars. Climbing over the wall of collapsed Aldebusters, the person who had stepped forth, while fiddling with the metal fixtures of the black steel helmet on his head, spilled those words. As they reached her ears, Petra felt as if a part of her brain had gone numb, unable to put her head to good use. She could not afford to cease thinking, even if compression could fill in the intervals between events that happened. It would serve no use in filling an expanse of void. Aldebaran, your stars were bad. Declaring so as he approached her, Al removed his hand from his helmet and reached out to Petra, standing motionless as she was. Right this instant, she needed a way to deal with it, a response, a countermeasure. Subaru. Petra. Fall back with compression. Petra. HK. Reflexively following the angry-sounding plea, Petra compressed space, retreating a great distance backwards, having created a much greater distance between them than simply jumping backwards would have. Petra's knee trembled as she gazed at Al across the rocky terrain. Receiving her gaze, Al repeatedly opened and closed the hand that had failed to grab Petra and breathed a long sigh. Then with that distance open between himself and Petra, he glared directly right back at her. Aldebaran. Play ball. Al. Expand territory, matrix redefinition. It was the moment she thought she had heard Al say the catchphrase that was typically used to declare the start of a ball game. As if to overlap with that expression, a different declaration of Al's followed just after. At that phenomenon of simultaneous utterances from the same person, Petra's brain momentarily came to a halt as it attempted to grasp the situation. But as that stagnation would have been fatal, she immediately attempted to pull herself together. Let's get him, you bastards. Yeah, Petra. The very next moment, a courageous cheer and response shook the air, and she was stupefied. Spread out before her, alive and well, were the figures of the Aldebusters, who were supposed to have been plunged into a catastrophic state mere moments ago. In a battle formation with Ram as the commander, Garfield as the vanguard, and Felt readied with the star staff as the finisher, they were about to clash with Al. But Subaru? Oi, 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 this is. Astonished, the imaginary Subaru floating beside her voiced his bewilderment. Even if she knew that bewilderment was the same sensation she was feeling, no peace of mind came upon Petra's heart, only receiving a tremendous discomposure. The situation moved faster than she could speak any words to stop it. Petra, Undoubtedly, that was a replay of the scene that had unfolded just earlier. The members of the Aldebusters all collapsed in unison, causing the exceedingly reliable group to crumble. As the powerful and brave Ram, Garfield, and Felt keeled over, Petra once again crossed gazes with the last person remaining, Al. Aldebaran, it's the stars. Petra. Aldebaran, your stars were bad. That too was the exact same proclamation followed by the exact same movements, so without needing to be prompted, Petra relied on the emotions in her heart and leaped backwards through compression. Once again glaring at Al across the distance open between them, she heard his voice breathe out a sigh. That was Aldebaran, play ball. That marked the beginning of Petra Late's unending hell. Arc 9, Chapter 56, Petra Late. Original web novel chapter complete, translated by Archbishop of Transportation, machine translated by Archbishop of Guilt, proofread by Archbishop of Masculinity, Archbishop of Shipping, Witch of Umbri, Archbishop of Superiority, complete art sources. Graflam Art, Gluck 000C, Rain Chun 1, Gura 7342. Yajiagi 4444. Gura 7342. Petra Late was a country girl born in Arlam Village, a village in the kingdom of Lugunica. She had been born with a remarkable appearance and a natural shrewdness, but other than that, there was nothing particularly noteworthy about her. Originally, there would have been no room for her to become involved with events that would be engraved into history, and she would have likely lived out her entire life as a mere villager, with any prospect of visiting a city being nothing more than a dream. Ergo, having veered off her original route, becoming involved with several larger-than-life incidents that would go on to be etched into history, Petra's current state of existence was a result that had been warped through interference. The fact that her fate had been distorted was something that even Petra herself was aware of. Originally, Petra was a cringeworthy girl who prided herself on her cuteness, under the mistaken impression that she could lead all the nearby adults and children around by their noses. Surely, the original Petra would have never corrected that misunderstanding, instead spending her days selfishly acting like the ruler of her own miniature world. She did not think that would have been a particularly bad life. She believed such a life would have been happy and enjoyable in its own way. Only now that she had strayed from the original, Petra's values simply did not allow her to view that as happiness. Petra, after all, none of the people I currently love would be there, would they? Subaru would not be there. Frederica would not be there. Emilia would not be there. Beatrice would not be there. Maylie would not be there. Ram would not be there. Rem would not be there. Yuzu would not be there. Anna Rose would not be there. Garfield would not be there. Otto would not be there. Clind would not be there. Roswell, well, that could wait for now. But everyone would not be there. Petra, that sort of thing, it's horrifying. If her original self was the one who had never met the people she loved, and herself that was standing here now was the result of some collision of fate, then she was truly glad she had strayed off from it. As the result of taking a route that was not the original, one after another, she had been subjected to difficult experiences, painful experiences, sorrowful experiences, bitter experiences, experiences that made her think she was going to die, and experiences that almost made death seem like the preferable outcome. But beyond even those tough experiences she had been put through, there were things she had been given, things she had managed to grasp for her own. Hence, Petra Late believed this from the bottom of her heart. Petra, even if I could redo my life over and over, I'd still choose to stray from the original. Then, I'd meet you again and again just so I could tell you this. That person who knows the same suffering as you, despite looking so pained and so anguished, is still wishing upon the stars after all. Petra Late would God Buddha Ad Lagna. For as long as I live, I hereby vow to never see off another's departure. Petra HK. With a sharp exhale, she kicked off the rocky ground, running with reckless abandon. Correcting her form, leaning forward, getting off to a start so ideal that it even amazed herself. She ran faster than she ever had in her entire life, and ran, and ran, and ran. The sound of blood pumping roared through her body, her heart pounding out of her chest as if it would burst, and leaving her own ragged breaths far behind her, she ran. But even when she ran that hard, Aldebaran, play ball. The moment that cold declaration reached her from behind, her vision completely shifted. Before she knew it, the fastest sprint her legs had ever run in her life had come to a halt, leaving her standing frozen in astonishment upon the rocky terrain. Laid out in front of her was the familiar scenery to which she had assuredly turned her back, and within it, the man clad in steel helm muttered, "Aldebaran, expand territory, matrix redefinition." That was the signal that the man, with his face concealed behind the helmet of jet black, had commenced some undertaking by use of his authority. This span of time would always commence with that declaration of his, followed by her allies within her field of vision, knowing nothing of that man's undertaking, fiercely raising voices that shook the air. Felt, "Let's get him, you bastards. Everyone, yeah." Centered around the battle cry of the courageous young girl, the group's morale swelled to a zenith and exploded. Spurred forth by that momentum, they all charged at the steel-helmed man in unison. But it was no use. The result was plain to see. Their outstretched hands could not reach the other party, no matter what they did. Petra, as though a thread had snapped, all 37 individuals collapsed on the spot. It appeared as though they had all collapsed at once, but by carefully observing the manner in which each and every one of them collapsed, she had long since figured out that the way they fell actually had a very precise order to it. But then again, there was only a difference of around 2 seconds between the first and the 37th person to fall. There was no room to interrupt in those brief few seconds, and any attempt to do so had ended in futility. It's not like it was futile. Learning that a method isn't going to work isn't futile. Harboring such a bleak sentiment, her eardrums were thus struck by a voice. No, it was not her eardrums. This voice was not one delivered by vibrations in the air, so it was not her eardrums that had resonated. If it was not her eardrums that had resonated, then just what in the world had it been? That's a given, isn't it? It's the heart. The heart. Yes, that's it. That's right. It was because her heart had resonated that she had been able to hear it. Her heart still had enough leeway to resonate. As proof of that, he was there, and so mustering forth that name of his, Petra. Subaru. Subaru. Yeah, I'm right here, Petra. Petra, as those lips of his called out her name, she breathed a sigh of relief. That was right. She was Petra Late. She still clutched onto that, refusing to let go. After all, if that was the case, then therefore, that was why it would mean. Aldebaran, play ball. Petra Late had no choice but to continue on this tour of hell. God Buddha Ad Lagna, for as long as I live, I hereby vow to never accept the charity of another. Aldebaran, expand territory, matrix redefinition. Aldebaran, play ball. An interval commencing with that declaration and concluding with that proclamation. Just how much time had Petra spent trapped in this loop, exceeding not even a single minute, Petra? Though, not even a single second has passed. With such a repose to the whisperings of her own heart, Petra exhaled a raspy ha. Even she found it to be a terribly cynical mutter, one of self-ridicule that seemed to despair over the world. To think that she could utter a voice clouded by such deeply blackened emotions, it was a shock to even herself. But it was certainly neither some sort of mistake, nor a matter of having misheard the voice of another. After all, in this place, Petra, the only voices present are mine, those people's, that man's and Subaru's. Flopping down on her backside, Petra pressed her forehead against her knees and grumbled so. Before her eyes, the group of 37 people attempted to charge at the lone helmeted man, and once again did the moment unfold in which they were all dispatched with nary a sound. Truly, they were all out of their minds. Why couldn't they just understand Petra? Are they all just slow in the head? Why do they keep charging straight ahead without any strategy, even when it's clear they'll be taken down? See, there it happened again. Everyone was falling down, one after another, an all too familiar sight. One far more absurd than the figures of villains that would be defeated incessantly by champions of justice on the morning hero time on TV. Over and over, and over and over and over. And over 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 again. Petra, how stupid. There ought to have been clever individuals in their ranks, yet why, for what reason, did they have no strategy even though they had been defeated time and time again? Why did they not consider trying out any different approaches, she knew? Those people were unaware that they had already been defeated countless times. They had no idea that they were being defeated over and over again. Nor did they understand that they would only continue to be taken down over and over again. If one knew not what lay ahead, then there was no avoiding being engulfed by that predetermined progression. She was just venting her anger toward them. It was unreasonable. It was illogical. She knew that. She knew, but, Petra, even so, you're all grown up, so just do something about it already. Upon her folded knees, again and again and again, she slammed her forehead. It hurts. It doesn't hurt. 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 It hurts. It hurts. Petra Aldebaran, play ball. Aldebaran. Expand territory. Matrix redefinition. Across both the terminus and commencement of the loop. She had succeeded, Ed, in raising her voice. But what at the eccentricity of Petra suddenly raising that strange cacophony? A shift was born in everyone who had been about to charge at the man helmed in steel. They all turned their eyes towards her, aghast at the sight of Petra scratching at her head and clamoring out. Felt, oi, what's wrong? Garfield, Petra. Fuck's happening, did he do something to you? Ram, fall back, Petra. You are the cornerstone for Ram and the others. Voices hurtled towards her, worrying for Petra, who had raised a strange cry upon being subjected to some abnormality. Everyone in that moment produced fresh voices and words, trying to comfort Petra. That made her glad. Thank you. I love you all. Really, truthfully, but I'm sick of it. Petra, I already know all that, you know. What manner of voices everyone would raise if Petra broke down like this, she knew. That they would all do their best to rack their brains if Petra earnestly tried to explain the loop to them. She knew. The fact that everyone would lend an ear if Petra proposed that they all run away and scatter through compression. She knew. She knew. She knew all of it. She had seen it, heard it, referenced it, divulged it, imparted it, discussed it, pondered it, challenged it, strategized against it, tried to defy it, tried to abandon it, picked it back up, then cast it aside again. Petra, say something different already. Show me something different already. Be different already. Different from just now, different from before, different from what's next, different from this time. Just do something different already. With a crumpled up face, the very visage of ugliness, Petra's voice fractured with unseemly cracks, raising an incomprehensible string of words as she scratched at the ground to the point that her nails were starting to peel off. Beholding that, everyone was rendered speechless, but immediately pinpointing the cause to be the man in the steel helmet, they directed the brunt of their rage towards him, baring their fangs. Ram, Petra, stand up. Ram will lend you her shoulder. As the group charged towards the man in the steel helmet, one person had broken away from the crowd and extended her hand out to Petra. How kind, even in this situation. Even with her sharp voice and steely expression, her hand was kind. I love you, Petra, but you see, Aldebaran, play ball. Aldebaran, expand territory, matrix redefinition. Indeed, her disheveled face, her peeled-off nails, her worn-out voice, all were restored. The concern they had shown her, their uproar of righteous indignation, that distress towards one's protege, all of it had been reset. Having been reset, they would savor the unspoiled beginning and end with brand new feelings. Felt, let's get him, you bastards. Everyone, yeah. How nice it must have been for everyone. With feelings so fresh, they could still cry out in such high spirits. But she could not. She couldn't. She had tried to do her best with them, and had done her best with them over 100 times. But that would change nothing. Everyone would still collapse so selfishly before her with their eyes gone white. It was truly unfair. Petra, maybe I should also get a bit unfair. With a pout upon her lips, she blurted out such words. As she did so, everyone had already gone Betty by, so before Petra, the man approached with disorderly steps as he fiddled with the metal fixtures of his helmet. Petra then, leisurely, the man reached the very hand that had been fiddling with those fixtures towards Petra. This was just a passing thought, but did he properly take care of that helmet, he would need to make sure to oil it, wipe it with a dry cloth, and do all the proper maintenance. Wouldn't he, realizing that this person had been fighting constantly without even the chance to bathe? She felt a bit of resistance towards the hand that was extending towards her. But she would endure it, enduring it and enduring it. She waited for the outstretched hand to reach her. It might be harder if she kept staring at him. In that case, she'd shut her eyes so that he could catch her while she did so. All right, Uun 2-3, Aldebaran. Expand territory, matrix redefinition. Right. Thought so. Even getting caught is no good. Ahaha, just die already. God Buddha Odlagna. For as long as I live, I hereby vow to never speak of my failures. Aldebaran, expand territory, matrix redefinition. When she initially realized that she had been caught in a loop that commenced upon that signal, Petra had managed to maintain her composure without being greatly perturbed, even in the face of such an aberrant situation. She had naturally been a bit shaken, but it was far less than one might have expected. That was because Subaru, Petra, were looping through a short time span. It's Al's next trick. Shouting that out in lieu of Petra was the sole entity who was sharing in the loop that Petra had been caught in, the only one who had experience with the flow of repeating time. The imaginary Subaru. The presence of Subaru, and the message left by Ramji that she had seen just before being trapped, the marks etched into the ground as if tabulating something, had suppressed Petra's discomposure. Petra, Ramogiason was also put through what I'm experiencing now. One horizontal line overlapping 4 vertical ones. That was a method of keeping count known as tally marks, which, when using kanji, would typically be done by drawing the Chinese letter character. By leaving that engraved upon the ground, Ramji had conveyed the situation he had been placed in to Petra. It was difficult to imagine that Ramji had ended up in that state after only the 5 times he had marked. So what he had intended to convey was not the actual number of times he had looped, but rather the fact that he was looping in itself, having already fallen into the same predicament. The information might have seemed too late for Petra, but that was not so. The message Ramji had left behind was a clear warning to Petra. In other words, that which Ramji had wished to say was this: Petra, if I keep on repeating this forever, I'll end up like Ramogiason. The collapsed Ramji had sustained no external injuries, and it was not as though he had ended up like this due to being tormented by wounds accumulated through the repetitions. No, in a sense, there was no doubt that it was a result of that which had been accumulated. In other words, across the time that Ramji had repeated, his mind had been completely whittled away. Without a doubt, that was precisely the same tactic that Petra and the Oldibusters had attempted to use against Al. So it could be said that he had turned it around on them as an act of revenge. She did not think that Al had been aiming for such a revenge. But either way, if she had been caught in this situation without any preparation, Petra might have suffered the same fate as Ramji. Subaru, no, it's not just Ramji. From the looks of it, the same thing happened to Ram and the others. Petra, right. Alsan is using his authority on everyone who's charging at him in the same way, but the timing of when the loop starts is when everyone is still conscious, isn't it? Subaru, sure seems that way. It may be a repeating situation, but maybe it's something like. It also reflects the real-time events outside the loop, so after someone gets taken down, it exits and moves on to the next. Or something in that case. Petra, I'm already the only one left. The meaning concealed within Subaru's words was far too hopeless, causing Petra's cheeks to stiffen. Supposing that by the time Petra's turn in this loop arrived, the fates of her allies in the Oldibusters could no longer be altered, Petra. Even if this loop were to come to an end, Subaru. Wait, don't be so pessimistic. Even if that turns out to be the case, you know we've got the authority of Tristasha. With that, we could compress their cooldown time or something, Petra, compressing the time that they're fainted so they can suddenly get back up, Subaru. Yeah, it's never been done before, but wouldn't it be amazing if we did it? As Subaru snapped his fingers and proposed his idea, Petra's breath caught slightly. In truth, she could imagine that such a feat would be rather difficult. It was possible to use her authority to compress time for discussion, or the interval it took to acquire a new skill, but it required a comparable amount of energy. In a nutshell, if Petra were to compress a single day for herself, it would consume a day's worth of energy. For 3 days, it would be 3 days' worth. For 7 days, 7 days' worth, and so on. If it required a month, or even somewhere in the denomination of years, to recover a heart worn thin, then there would be no way to supply the energy necessary for compression. Compression was by no means omnipotent, but even if that was the case, Petra, yeah, I think it would be really amazing. We might be able to do it. Subaru, right, that's why you first gotta drill it into your head. Once you escape the loop, the first thing you need to do is get everybody back up on their feet. If you don't, you'll be overwhelmed in one fell swoop. As Subaru constructively planned for the events that would transpire upon the loop's nullification, she nodded in agreement with him. Then, looking back, she believed that Ramji had probably thought the same thing. Likely, even if it wore out his heart, the wise old giant had prioritized inscribing a message into the ground unconsciously. By accreting that motion over and over and over again, he had managed to lock in that action for when the loop had come to an end. In that case, she ought to accept Subaru's plan of deciding on the actions to take immediately after the loop concluded. Only Petra, How many times did Ramogiuson need to reset to ingrain that into his body? Even with his mind worn thin, fallen into a state where he could not preserve even his sense of self. Ramji had successfully managed to scratch the ground right after his loop had ended. To memorize that action, engraving it into his soul so that he would be able to perform it even if his heart was shattered. Just how much had he accreted Petra Subaru? Petra, let's do some testing. In the past, Biko devised a looping hallway that went on forever. If the rules are the same as that, then there's gotta be a condition to end the loop. Petra swallowed hard, and Subaru informed her of their next course of action. Smiling back a yeah. With a nod, Petra once again faced forward. Felt, let's get him, you bastards. Everyone, yeah. Even during the conversation Petra and Subaru were having just now, the sequence of her fellow Aldebusters challenging Al before toppling down before him had been repeating. In all honesty, as she had gleaned from his Book of the Dead, the way Subaru would cherish each and every loop, carefully storing the details of all the events within himself, was something she respected and thought of as cool. But it would be difficult to pull off the same thing in this loop that exceeded not even a single minute. Subaru, I gotta say, even I think it's unreasonable to expect you to properly mourn each time they all get taken out in a situation like this. But there's something you gotta make sure you remember. Petra, the number of times it repeats. Subaru. Well, that too, but for each of those times, Petra, you need to remember the anger you felt, the regret you felt, and the sorrow you felt. Remember that no matter what. Petra. That's right. In this world of repetitions, amidst the loop that only continued to go on and on and on, she was the only one who could carry these feelings forward, so just as Subaru said, she had to ensure that she remembered. After she exited the loop, even if Al had no idea of what Petra and the rest had endured, she would never forgive him. No matter what, she would hammer into him exactly how much they had suffered. With that vow in her heart, Petra nodded at Subaru and faced to the fore. Aldebaran, it's the stars. Your stars were bad. Then, facing off squarely against the approaching Al Aldebaran, play ball. Petra, play ball. Subaru, play ball. Indeed, they bravely declared their intent to embark on this tour of hell. God Buddha Odlagna, for as long as I live, I hereby vow to never let anyone tie up my hair. And so, her resolve having been steeled, Petra continued to wander the depths of hell into which she had plunged herself. Petra, what should I do? Grasping her knees, slamming her forehead against those knees again and again, she questioned herself. What should she do? What was it that she ought to do? How could she put an end to this loop, Petra? What's the condition? There was a condition for this loop to terminate. That person had said as much to Petra, and Petra was of the same opinion. It was standard practice for these types of situations, the kind where the same events would play out repeatedly without end, to have some sort of end condition that would serve as the trigger. A formula, a foregone conclusion, a rule, and since it was a rule it had to be kept. It just had to. Surely it was being kept. Because it was kept, there would certainly be a way to put an end to it. Yes, that's all. This argument is over. Since it's over, it's time to think about the condition. The trigger to end it. What could it be, Petra? I tried all sorts of things, you know. Employing compression to the fullest, she had surely attempted an array of methods much more vast than any ordinary person would have. She had worked with her allies to defeat this man in the steel helmet, and when it was clear that taking him down was not a viable option, she had attempted to let everyone flee by means of compression. Of course, Petra had also tried getting herself as far away as possible, tried deliberately letting herself get caught by the outstretched hand of the steel-helmed man at the end. And she had even tried leaping straight into the arm of the man in the steel helm on her own accord. It had all been for naught, considering the possibility that one of her allies might have possessed some method of breaking the deadlock. She had even tried discussing with each and every person, deeply probing all of their individual circumstances, laying bare their secrets, hearing all about their family situations, upbringings, and hometowns, and finally sharing the sorts of things that people would typically not even disclose to close friends of over 10 years. It had all been useless. Wondering if the correct answer was perhaps to approach the steel-helmed man, she had tried speaking to him, tried giving him the cold shoulder, tried winning and losing against him in a one-on-one fight with none of her allies, tried winning and losing against him in a fight without using compression, tried running away, tried mocking him, tried lauding him, and had tried singing. It had all been meaningless. Petra, so then what the hell should I even do? She had done it all. Hadn't she? She had done just about every last thing she could possibly think of. Hadn't she, even though she did? Had it not all been for naught, even though she did? Had it not all been useless, even though she did? Had it not all been meaningless, felt? Let's get him, you bastards. Everyone. Yeah. Petra, shut ooh. Even though they were unable to do anything at all, those spirited shouts pissed her off. If they weren't going to help, the least they could do was to not get in the way of her thinking. I'm just venting my anger on them. I hate this, I hate this, I hate myself. I don't want to have these kinds of thoughts. What the hell's that about? Trying to act all goody-goody, this is the real me. Isn't it everyone there? I don't even like them or anything of the sort. I just like the version of myself who seems so unprejudiced and tender and compassionate and big-hearted to be saying that I love all those people so much. Isn't that right, Petra? Shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up. Right and left and up and down and front and back, and past and future and present and today and tomorrow and yesterday, and the day after tomorrow and the day before yesterday and last year and this year and next year, and past life and current life and next life. Absolutely all of it, everything, everywhere, all at once, and all of everything. Just shut up. Aldebaran, how many times has it been now? Shut up. Just die already. Or maybe I should just kill you, Aldebaran. It continues. Thought so. Aldebaran, expand territory, matrix redefinition. Back to the same place. Now wasn't that a surprise? Sometimes he'll even say something other than play ball. During this loop, since all the others present here aren't simply puppets, they'll react if something is said to them, and they'll respond accordingly if something is done to them. And that wasn't just limited to them. It went for the man in the steel helmet, too. Maybe it was obvious, but it seemed the man helmed in steel could tell what she was going through. Petra, so what? Even if he knew this world would end, and when the next one starts, not even he, as the instigator, would follow her there. Petra was always alone, constantly restarting in the same world without cease. Nobody could understand Petra's struggle and suffering. She was all by herself, all by her lonesome. Completely alone. Was I completely alone, Petra? HK Subaru. Subaru, where are you, Subaru? Petra. The moment she remembered him, as if a flash of lightning, his figure suddenly appeared right before Petra's eyes. Seeing that, Petra immediately knew that he was Subaru, and she breathed a sigh of relief. Everything had seemed to be on the verge of blurring and fading away, slipping from her grasp. But even so, it was not as if she had forgotten everything, nor had she been abandoned. Petra, Subaru, HK. As tears immediately began to overflow and sully her disheveled face, she rushed over to him. She leapt towards him. He promptly held both of his arms out and attempted to embrace Petra. He could not. She passed right through him. Upon the desolate ground, she tumbled down without any attempt to catch her fall. It hurt. She fell flat on her face. Subaru did not catch Petra. Of course, it was always that way. After all, Subaru's hands were always occupied with somebody else. Petra, in that case, don't even bother reaching your hand out to me. Subaru, Petra, back then, wouldn't it have been better if you just left me there to die? If in the village, if you had done nothing, if you had just left me to die to those witch beasts, wouldn't it have been better? She knew. If Natsuki Subaru had not interfered, Petra would have died long ago. Even though she had died, she was still alive. She had ended up living. Because she had ended up living, she was now going through such suffering, with such painful thoughts, and none of it would come to an end. Subaru, I'm sorry, Petra, I'm sorry. But please hang on. Don't talk like that, Petra, What's that? Even though I'm going through such a hard time, you're scolding me. Even though I've been hurting all this time, over and over and over again, crying like this. Why, you're scolding, you're scolding me, just stop it already. Subaru, she exploded. She had done it. She had really gone and done it now. There was Subaru. A look of sorrow and concern painted on his face, and Petra began wanting to vomit blood, began wanting to gouge her own heart out, began wanting to blow her own head off. Actually, why not Petra? The most straightforward trigger to end the loop. With those words, she formed a finger gun and pressed her index finger against her temple. Concentrating mana in that fingertip, a dim, white light began to illuminate. Beholding this sight, Subaru, petrified, reached his hand out towards Petra. Even though he couldn't touch her at all, see, it went right through. Subaru, Petra, wait. Don't be so hasty. I get it, I really do. But please hold off on that sort of method. If the opponent's aim is to make you do that, then, Petra, then marry me already? Subaru, HK, Petra, make me your bride already. Become my Subaru already. Make me your number one. You saved me, so marry me. Embrace me for the rest of my days. Claim my life for yourself already. If you do, then fine. But you won't do that. Now will you? In that case, my life is my own, isn't it? If it's my own life, then just let me use it as I please. Even she herself did not understand what she was trying to say. Illustration from Volume 43, coloring by V.C. LL20 source. Anyhow, everything was making her angry. Not a single thing was turning out how she wanted it to. She was angry at all the people who were not doing anything about the situation, and at the man in the steel helmet who had caused the situation. She hated it. But I love Subaru. Huh? I don't get it. He's not doing anything for me, is he? But he's always been doing stuff for me, and even now he's still trying his best to do something for me. Isn't he? He won't marry me, though. Petra, what's the deal with that? How stupid. Subaru, pet. I didn't mean it that way. You know I wasn't saying that to Subaru. You know I'm the one who's stupid, after all. Tilde HH, a head like this. I guess I don't need it anymore. Bye-bye. With that thought, a white light shot out of the finger gun with a bang. Aldebaran. Expand territory, matrix redefinition. Right, thought so. God Buddha Odlagna. For as long as I live, I hereby vow to never hope for fortune's favor. The Witch of Tristisha, Petra late, had confronted the battle with an unshakable resolve, a which factor she had received from Clind, and the possibilities of the authority of Tristisha it invoked were so extraordinary that it made her believe no power in this world could match this authority's efficacy in rigging the game in one's favor. So naturally, in order to wield such power, worthy compensation was required. As the saying went, With great power comes great responsibility. Maybe it was a bit different. Either way, since she was deliberately taking on those enormous drawbacks, she had to make sure that the benefits would play their part to the fullest. If she could not manage that much, then Petra, having resolved to keep lying even to her loved ones, would never find peace. Petra, I'm glad Frederick and Isama isn't here. If Frederica had joined the Aldebusters, Petra was not sure if she would have been able to keep up the lie. Rather than it being a matter of Frederica's insight, Petra was simply weak to Frederica. In Frederica's presence, Petra's heart lay bare. She owed her too much love and respect to be able to hide anything. Surely she would have ended up pouring out everything she felt in her heart, crying, depending, and clinging onto Frederica. If it were just a matter of keeping things hidden, the same thing could have been said about Ram and Otto when they were in top shape. Only Ram was in a merry mood thanks to the restoration of Rem, and Otto, without his memories, could not fully exhibit his natural insight. So neither of them had noticed Petra's lie. Petra, I wonder exactly how much Klin Niasama knew about and still chose to overlook. Age unknown and motives unclear, yet still believed to be an ally at the very least. It would not have been strange if Klin had entirely seen through all of Petra's intentions. But on the other hand, perhaps it would not have been so strange for him to be completely blind to the subtleties of the human heart, given how close he was with Roswell. Either way, right at the beginning of all this, Klin knew that Petra had made an enormous sacrifice. His position was thus one in which either outcome was conceivable: that she would offer up nothing else, having already paid such a huge price, or that she would easily offer up more, having already paid once. In that case, it worked best for Petra to interpret it as a silent push of encouragement for her resolve. Regardless of Klin's true intentions, Petra had already rolled the dice. Petra, by now, how many have I done? To never imbibe, to never pen a missive, to never clutch a stuffed toy, to never put needle to thread, to never sing, to never play with children, to never visit places of fond memories, to never hold beautiful flowers, to never partake of her favorite food, to never return to her hometown, to never shed a tear in the company of others, to never wipe the tears of another, to never speak of fond reminiscences, to never retell her favorite stories, to never call others by terms of endearment, to never invite another into her home, to never nurse the deathbed of another, to never hold the hand of another, to never desire reconciliation with another, to never display weakness to another, to never watch the morning sun in the company of another, to never be picky about anything, to never cry for another, to never wish upon the stars, to never rendezvous with another, to never walk in the sunset with another, to never tread upon the shadow of one who walks beside her, to never speak of her dreams to another, to never partake in celebrations, to never bestow a gift upon another, to never wave at anyone, to never pray before going to sleep, to never comfort the wounds of another, to never find joy in a clear sky, to never lament a rainy day, to never gaze upon a rainbow in the company of another, to never cherish silence, to never divulge this important secret, to never wish for kindness, to never see off another's departure, to never accept charity, to never speak of her failures, to never let anyone tie up her hair, to never hope for fortune's favor. There were a lot. There would be no end to it if she began to count everything she had offered as compensation. And it could even be said that Petra had a very bleak life ahead of her. Petra, even so, this is still quite a bit better than it could be. The trick to telling a good lie was to mix in a grain of the truth. That was a well-known maxim, and Petra's lie had ended up taking on a similar nuance. The price for the authority of Tristisha was being paid not just by its holder, Petra, but also by a great number of other people. This was the condition Petra had proposed to gain everyone's consent for her to take on the witch factor. However, this method could only compensate for compressions focused on the authority's effective target. If Emilia desired a compression to move herself, it was possible for it to be invoked with compensation from Emilia. But if Petra thought Emilia was in danger and used compression to move her, it would have been Petra who paid the compensation. This was something that only the holder could have been aware of. Every little conference between the Aldebusters, when she tossed Al to the Agzad Canyon together with Emilia and Rem, whenever she promptly withdrew her allies out of sticky situations, when she had compressed everyone's vehement pain into a single instant, Petra had been the one to pay the compensation for all of that. She believed that the more precious a sacrifice was, the greater the capacity would be for the effects of the authority of Tristisha. Whenever it influenced the world, it also weakened Petra's own ability to interfere with that world. If Petra were to ever simply offer up her entire life, the witch factor of Tristisha would likely bring about an even greater power. Petra, but I won't do that. Even if the authority encroached on Petra late, making her sell off her life bit by bit, diminishing her hopes for the future, and making her relinquish a great deal of happiness, Petra would never do anything like throwing her life away in despair or resorting to other such extreme options. Petra, that sort of thing, it's uncool. She did not want to show him any part of herself that was uncool. She did not want to do anything that was uncool. During her fight against the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony, Roy Alfred, it was the same. So long as those feelings continued to sustain her, Petra would never compromise her sense of self. After all, to the stars, Petra would. Petra late would God Buddha Ad Lagna. For as long as I live, I hereby vow to never hold up the back of another. Aldebaran, expand territory, matrix redefinition. Why must I go through this sort of thing? Did I do something bad? I've been a good girl. Haven't I? I tried to be a good girl. You know, so why? And how did things end up like this? Someone just explain it already. Let's get him, you bastards. Yeah. What should I do? I've tried just about everything. You know, I've done it all countless times. You know, I've tried every last thing that I could manage to come up with. I fought and won. You know, I fought and lost. You know, I fought and let him die. You know, I fought and died. You know, I died without fighting. You know, I ran away. You know, I shed tears. You know, Aldebaran. It's the stars. Your stars were bad. I tried dying so many times. I tried finishing him off so many times. I tried running away so many times. I apologized to him so many times. I raged at him so many times. I cried to him so many times. It was all so scary. It was all so painful. It was all so agonizing. Aldebaran, play ball. Thought so. It never ends. Does it? He won't let it end. Will he even now, in this moment as he listens to my weeping, he refuses to show me any concern. And he'll just end up forgetting after 10 seconds anyway. It's not that he'll forget. He'll just cease to know. He'll leave me behind. He'll leave me and only me behind. Aldebaran, expand territory, matrix redefinition. I'm sick and tired of it. I hate everyone. I hate them. I hate them. I absolutely loathe them. Why won't they try to help me even though I'm crying out as hard as I can like this? Why won't they? It never ends. It won't end. He won't let it end. And he won't let me end it. Even now I'm still. Let's get him, you bastards. Yeah. Even if I weep, even if I scream, even if I clamor, even if I curse, the same events will just endlessly repeat. Amazing. I was mistaken. I was so conceited to think that I might be able to do something about this. My reliable even though they won't do anything for me, well, whatever. My reliable allies, just who were they again, that woman and the like, they're all supposed to be amazing. So then why couldn't they overcome this Aldebaran? It's the stars. Your stars were bad. But here's the thing I know. I've known all along. After all, it can't be helped. More and more and more and more. I'm becoming unable to think straight. I'm losing all interest in the things happening before my eyes. That's not it. It's not that I'm losing interest. I'm just trying to distance myself from it all. I even know the reason why. Aldebaran, play ball. After all, I don't want to hate everyone or anything like that. But whenever I think about everyone else, I just end up hating them all for not doing anything for me. So I'll stop. I won't think. To make sure that I don't end up hating them, I'll stop thinking. I just won't think about anyone. I don't care about those people at all. That's wrong. Sorry, that's a big fat lie. I love them all. Yes, lieu of them. Aldebaran, expand territory, matrix redefinition. Well, it can't be helped, can it? I'm still a child after all. I can't just grow up and become an adult all of a sudden. If I just stay here forever like this, repeating the same moment again and again, will I eventually become a grown-up? Well, sorry to say, but I won't. After all, it's just the same moment in time that's repeating. No matter how hard I try, it's always the same. If it's always the same, no matter how hard I try, wouldn't it be fine to just stop trying? Let's get him, you bastards. Yeah. Yes, that's right. Trying my best had been meaningless. It was always the same. Trying my hardest was all for nothing. Let's just stop thinking about such difficult things. Trying my hardest was all for nothing. It was all completely meaningless. I've been doing things for no reason this whole time. Right, that's right. Thought so. Aldebaran, it's the stars. Your stars were bad. I tried my hardest from the start, so it can't be helped. Can it? Even if I try my best, it's not like I can become king. It's not like I'll be cherished. It's not even like I could get married to that person. So it can't be helped anymore. It simply can't be helped. Aldebaran, play ball. It can't be helped, so let's just end it already. There's nothing that can't be helped. Why? Giving up isn't easy, is it? But it can be easy. Why? What for? When your heart folds or even when you die, those are nothing but scratches. Why? What for? You're really still saying all that? That's why. Why? What for? You're really still saying all that? What then? That's why. Why? What for? You're really still saying all that? What then? We can still do this. It'll be a piece of cake. Really, he is such a bad liar. Thought so. God Buddha Od Lagna. For as long as I live, I hereby vow to never give up. God Buddha Od Lagna. For as long as I live, I hereby vow to never bend the knee. God Buddha Od Lagna. For as long as I live, I hereby vow to never regret my choices. God Buddha Od Lagna. For as long as I live, I hereby vow to never cry bitter tears. God Buddha Od Lagna. For as long as I live, I hereby vow to never forget that which I have loved. Petra Late was a country girl born in Arlam village, a village in the kingdom of Lugunica. The original Petra was not a girl who would have ever participated in a battle to decide the fate of the world. As a mere village girl, she would have either lived a somewhat good life with her cuteness and shrewd nature, or been engulfed in one of the world's great billows, ruthlessly scattering her life to the waves. That was all she had been, but straying off the original route, and getting to know her current self, Petra had a thought. Petra, even if I could redo my life over and over, I'd still choose to stray from the original. Yes, that was right. Straying from the original, Petra would always end up arriving here. And so, Petra wished to say this, to you, the one who saved me, and steered me off my original path. And to you, the one who's trying your best to lead me by the hand with those lousy lies and anguished expression, I have this to say, Petra. It's thanks to the stars that I can be here today. Subaru Aldebaran. With those words, Petra wiped her lips with the back of her hand, leaving both Al and Subaru at a complete loss for words. Setting Al aside, she knew the reason for Subaru's speechlessness. He must have thought that his own lousy lie and attempts at encouragement had gotten Petra so depressed that she would have not even been able to speak. Certainly, it had been a lousy lie. The trick to a good lie was to mix in at least a little bit of the truth. She had even just mentioned it. This lie, however, had failed to mix in any fragment of the truth whatsoever. Truly a lousy lie of the highest degree. Petra, but I don't want to let the person I love become a liar after all. And so, she got back on her feet through her own efforts. He could rely on neither comfort nor encouragement, so he had kept watching over her with such worry, trying to pat her head and support her back, though he knew he could not touch her. And seeing his admirable, desperate appearance, she finally thought to herself that there was no helping it. Falling in love was her weakness. Petra, the person I love, isn't a liar. After all, she had stood up like this. Petra had stood, so Subaru was not a liar. The repeating world had been an agony. Revitalizing a heart that had come so close to dying was no easy feat. In fact, it was the most difficult thing she had ever done in her entire life up to this point. But she stood. She had gotten back up, because right by her side, there was a person who always believed in the weak, pathetic, and clumsy Petra. Petra, there's not a single thing bad about my stars. Amazing. The fact that I have to try my hardest no matter what is tough. Even though I'm usually pretty clever. Even though I can usually succeed at anything right away, living up to this person's expectations is really tough. Even when she found herself in a hell so terrible that it would have crushed the hearts of anyone else and left them unable to stand, a hell that made her go through the same moment however many hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of times. This person continued believing in her for no good reason whatsoever, saying, Petra won't lose. So she had no choice but to push forward. If Natsuki Subaru believed that Petra Late was a girl so tough that her heart would not break even after looping tens of thousands of times, then she would make it so. Petra, you see, Ice Sky girls need to at least be able to make miracles happen on their own, or else they won't be able to get by. After all, if she had never strayed off the original rails of fate, she would have never even met the person she now adored from the bottom of her heart. Petra, Alsan, no matter how many times this repeats, I think it's pointless. Having interrupted his signature phrase about blaming the stars or whatever, Petra declared thus toward the silent Al. This was no bluff or brave front, but rather Petra's true beliefs, even if this interval repeated far beyond the realm of tens of thousands of times, and entered the realm of billions or even trillions, it would not be able to wear Petra down. After all, a girl's love was infinite. It was no fairy tale solution like that either. Petra, this is a loop that repeats until your enemy's heart is fully expended, right, Alsan? Even when she triumphed against Al, even when she killed him, even when she sent him far, far away, it did not end. Even when she was defeated by Al, even when she was caught by him, even when she ran far, far away, it did not end. Even when she killed herself, even when she was killed, even when she tried to abandon everything in despair, it did not end. Simply put, even though it had repeated over 10,000 times, it did not end. Petra, but you know, the point that it's cut off ought to be decided by you, right, Alsan? The way to put an end to an endless loop. She could not imagine it being anything other than Al undoing the territory. The loop was likely nothing so convenient that it would end on its own once the target's heart was shattered. The timing to end it would always need to be consciously executed by the Al inside the loop. Ultimately, if she got Al to throw in the towel, then this loop could have been ended on the very first go-around without even needing to reach 10,000 tries. All that was needed was to make the cautious and cowardly Al of the initial loop decide to do so. Petra, so, I'd like for you to cut it off here. Other than me, everyone else has already collapsed, so your fruits of battle should be sufficient, Alsan. Even if you continue this, it'll just be meaningless. Let it be said once more, this was no bluff or brave front from Petra. Even if this loop repeated for the rest of eternity, Petra's heart would not break. After all, Petra had made her choice. Petra, you see, I'm no longer able to give up. I can't have regrets either, nor can I cry tears of frustration. And I'll never be able to forget all the people who I love so much. That's the sort of witch I've become. After all, Petra Late had chosen to become the Witch of Tristisha. Witch of Tristisha, hey Alsan, how many more times are we going to have this conversation? Indeed, at the Witch of Tristisha's question, a faint hum rumbled in Al's throat. It was apparent that his eyes, hidden under the veil of steel helm, had begun to smolder with emotions of dusky black, upon discovering something inscrutable deep within the Witch of Tristisha's own round eyes. By some chance, perhaps that might have been related to an unfading scar rooted in the very depths of Al's heart. Perhaps in some time long past, he had peered deep into the eyes of a witch, only to be wounded in the process. On that trauma she would, Witch of Tristisha, compress agony. Compressing the trauma Al carried, she forced it into him, boiling his brain, reversing the flow of his blood, then peeling the scabs off all his unhealed wounds of joy, lamentation, happiness, and sorrow. She rubbed it in. Not salt, but trauma. Stimulus of trauma so potent that he would go on to shed tears several dozens, hundreds, and thousands of times whenever he recalled it in his life here to come. In that instant, she made him taste it with a concentration of 1,000-fold. Aldebaran, ah! That moment, with the dread he harbored towards the Witch of Tristisha and the compression of his stimulated trauma, Al reacted not with his body, but with his soul, reaching out for the relief most familiar and accessible to him. That was to say, Witch of Tristisha, game set. The way to put an end to an endless loop was to force the start of the next loop. Arriving at that conviction, the Witch of Tristisha entwined her hand with the intangible hand of her beloved, smiling as their fingers overlapped. Witch of Tristisha, how uncool. If it was Subaru, he would have put up a brave front and said that a fractured heart's nothing but a scratch. Subaru, you are just way too cool, Petra. With a sense of powerlessness, yet brimming with pride, her beloved spoke those words to her. As those words filled the Witch of Tristisha's heart, she continued to face forward. Now then, this was it, the final showdown. Her wounded heart, the weakness that had made her wish to end it all, and the tears she had shed in regret. Because she had offered all of those as compensation, the Witch of Tristisha would not relent until victory was secured in the form she desired. Undoing the territory and tying it up anew, he reconstructed his matrix. That was an admission of certain defeat, for the imposition of the territory that ought to have guaranteed a certain victory. But it could not be helped. There was a precedent. The territory could not kill a witch put in the position of aggressor. Of course, the term kill was not being used literally here, as the target was purely restricted to the heart. But Aldebaran, having boldly proclaimed that she could endure territory, was Petra no. He could no longer merely call her Petra. Without any exaggeration, she had undergone a complete transformation. Aldebaran, the Witch of Tristisha. In the past, the one who had broken through Aldebaran's aggressor of the territory was the Witch of Greed. Thinking back, regardless of whether it was the victim or the aggressor who took initiative over the territory, a bad omen always lingered over Aldebaran's authority, as a trace of his defeat in his first battle. Regardless, even now that the territory had been brushed off, Aldebaran still held the advantage in this battle. Aldebaran, HK. Aside from the Witch of Tristisha, the Aldebusters who heralded the subjugation of Aldebaran had been wiped out. Unfortunately for them, the abrasions to the heart that came with using the territory were absolute. It was not as though Aldebaran had decided to impose the territory on them with a resolve so tepid as to allow them to escape it by acting or playing dead. That was precisely why he would have been severing one or two of the target's limbs as verification before he decided to transfer the territory onto the next target. Since that continuity did not exist within himself, he had no way of knowing exactly how he had ascertained that. But if his current self could think of it, then the him inside the loop would have also drawn the same idea. Hence, he could say it with certainty. Aside from the Witch of Tristisha, nobody would be able to stand. Aldebaran, but that's something she'd also be aware of. If she had stood up, then her other allies would also get back up. Aldebaran could not afford to underestimate the Witch of Tristisha standing before him as one who would commence action on such a naive assumption. In that case, there had to be something. The Witch of Tristisha had a plan to still turn the tables on him. The girl, boasting of how the stars had allowed her to be here today even when transformed into a witch, had a trump card. Aldebaran with the territory undone. Aldebaran and the Witch of Tristisha were in a momentary state of release. And while there was a distance of 5 meters between them, it was tantamount to nothing given the opponent's authority, or rather, with an authority like compression. There was no peace of mind to be found at any distance whatsoever. But it was an authority. She was undoubtedly bound to make a move, playing the card in her hand known as the authority of Tristisha. Naturally, the most likely possibility, given the effect of her authority, was to summon others forth using compression. The probable candidates were Aldebaran, Lil Miss Rem, and Lil Miss Melee, or maybe her Margrave master. When he considered the potential personnel whom the Witch of Tristisha could assemble, and were not present here, the first ones to come to mind were those three. Rem ought to have been clashing against the highly admirable Yi, but since he had not glimpsed any discomposure in Ram, there was no taste of defeat that had been transmitted via their synesthesia. It was difficult to imagine that Yi had been defeated, but he had now reached a stage where he had no choice but to consider it. Melee was accompanied by numerous witch beasts, and Roswell possessed monster-tier firepower that he had even let loose back in the Empire. So Aldebaran believed they were both highly possible, but none of them would provide anything more than being strong and formidable. The fact that Aldebaran could not be driven into a corner with mere numbers or strength had been made very apparent up to this point. If that had been her aim, it could only be described as short-sighted. Aldebaran. No, it was not any one of them. Aldebaran could intuit as much from the Witch of Tristisha's eyes. From the outset, this opponent had been compressing her thought processes, giving her the ability to deduce conclusions while completely dismissing the concept of time. The idea that Aldebaran devised and discarded would have long been abandoned by the Witch of Tristisha during her preliminary review. In other words, it was something different. He would need to alter his way of thinking at its very core in order to catch up. If the Witch of Tristisha were to call someone here, it would be an entity capable of breaking this deadlock. Aldebaran. Don't tell me. Gritting his teeth, his eyes widened. And in that moment, as if having waited to ascertain that spark in Aldebaran's synapses, the Witch of Tristisha raised her hand overhead and brought it down. Instantly, compression took place. Thereupon, the one who appeared between Aldebaran and the Witch of Tristisha, it was. Wow, this is way more carnage than we thought. Tilda. Clasped in handcuffs, his mobility constrained, it was Roy Alfred of Gluttony. The moment he saw Roy drop there, Aldebaran was convinced of his opponent's intentions. He had estimated the probability of Roy not being dead to be around 80%. To begin with, if they were attempting to save the victims of gluttony, Roy's survival was indispensable. With Rem's name having actually been regurgitated, the Aldebusters ought to have been all the more convinced of that fact. Regardless of how they would get him to cooperate, they would have realized that no negotiations could take place if they took his life. The remaining 20% chance of him dying stemmed from two possibilities: the prospect of a situation in which they could not devise a solution in which they could let him live, and the worry of Roy tending to instigate far too excessively, angering his opponents to the point where being killed would have been unavoidable. Either way, Roy's survival was fortuitous, but his opponent's aim was a problem. Rather than counterintuitively acting to serve the interests of her enemy, the Witch of Tristisha would have naturally had a reason to go out of her way to summon Roy here. She would have had an objective. She would have had a secret agreement, or something akin for Roy to work to her advantage. And so, having made an inconceivable comeback after having read the Book of the Dead, she would have pieced together from Natsuki Subaru's knowledge the reason as to why the Witch of Envy had taken action. If she could figure that out, then there was a chain of possible actions she would have unlocked. That was Aldebaran getting Reinhard. Supposing the Witch of Tristisha had colluded with Roy to have him use his authority, if it was the Witch of Tristisha who had shattered her own heart to the point where even the territory had no effect on her, it would not have been strange for her to opt for the ultimate self-sacrifice in order to recover Natsuki Subaru. That was an idea Aldebaran himself had also come to. The world's salvation via the authority of gluttony to take an individual who had read Natsuki Subaru's Book of the Dead and strip them of those memories. Then the Witch of Envy would withdraw, and the deterring force of the world, who had been stuck keeping her at bay, would come. The Sword Saint, whom he had successfully surmounted through numerous attempts and traps, would come. If the Sword Saint, Reinhard van Astria, were to arrive here, that would be the end. His plan would come crumbling down. Hence, Aldebaran poured the entirety of his soul into preventing that outcome. To Roy Alfred of Gluttony, summoned to the scene via the authority of Tristisha, he would, Aldebaran, you're forbidden from devouring memories. You'll be scorched by the curse mark. Once again, he tightened the conditions that had previously been slackened. Being the one who had applied the curse mark, the repeated modifications to the conditions also caused serious damage to Aldebaran's soul, and he could feel his odd fissuring deep within his body. That was not a feeling of pain, but rather a profound sense of loss. The sensation of one's very core being undermined, something that Natsuki Subaru was also said to have experienced. But with this, he averted the crisis of Roy eating the Witch of Tristisha's memories. So long as the Witch of Envy did not withdraw, the Sword Saint would be hindered from Witch of Tristisha. Alsan. Reaching this place, in that moment, as he subconsciously clenched his fist before he could even finish that thought, it occurred. The Witch of Tristisha had called to Aldebaran. Her plans derailed. He thought she surely ought to have been making a bitter face, and certainly a painful expression adorned her countenance. But that was not a visage lamenting her own future. It was one that looked at him in pity. Aldebaran, what are? As a shudder ran down his body, Aldebaran contemplated the meaning of the Witch of Tristisha's expression. But that had been a mistake. Thinking had been a mistake. Rather than thinking, he ought to have killed himself immediately. If he died now, then no matter what it was, he would have still managed to make it through somehow. But once again, when it mattered most for Aldebaran, die he could not. Just like when he had failed to keep the sun of this world from setting, once again, he could not. Witch of Tristisha, play ball. It transpired in that moment as the Witch of Tristisha spoke the line that Aldebaran had intended to say, but had failed to get the chance. The natural enemy of Aldebaran was now standing right behind him. Petra, I think I might know Alsan's weak point. Before the Aldebusters had officially formed, during the strategy meeting held to approach the defeat of the Al troop, that was a realization that Petra, who would go on to become the Witch of Tristisha, had come to. When she learned from Ram Gi's testimony that Al's authority was a looping ability similar to Natsuki Subaru's own return by death, Petra had reasoned that if its activation condition was also the same as Subaru's, then there ought to be a way to thwart it. But then again, it was not as though she could tell for certain at that point. As for whether or not the method would be viable, there was a need to verify it with the person in question, but aside from a one-sided acquaintance through the Book of the Dead, Petra had essentially 0 points of contact with her with him. But thinking that it might be possible, She had gotten in contact with him before the Aldebusters commenced their operation, and had promised that she would only call him to the pitching mound as the ultimate trump card when they had truly pushed Al to the absolute limit. Thus, Witch of Tristisha, play ball. While getting revenge with the declaration that had been spoken to her over and over again, the Witch of Tristisha looked at Al, lying beyond Roy Alfred, who she had situated between them as a decoy. Alas, Al had acted exactly as the Witch of Tristisha had intended, in exact accordance with her wishes. She imagined that if he saw Roy, he would presume that she was aiming to have him employ his authority. This was Roy, who had cut a secret deal with Felt, harboring a rebellious spirit against Al. If he had come by the opportunity to learn of that fact amidst his turning back time, then she predicted that he would foster doubt towards Roy's intentions. Sure enough, Al had acted just as she hoped, choosing to seal off Roy's betrayal. The fact that, at the same time as Roy, the Witch of Tristisha's trump card had appeared right behind him, would have likely completely transcended the realm of his consideration. He had likely failed to even imagine that this person might have been here. The 61 Aldebusters who had fought in this battle represented the total strength that the Amelia camp and Felt camp had managed to assemble. There was no falsehood in those words. Indeed, that was the total number of participants from the Amelia camp and Felt camp. Hence, you're completely worn out, aren't you now? Let's heal it for you, Kay. Even if one scoured the entire world, they would never find any greater healer that instant. The highest tier of healing magic belonging to the blue, Ferris, wrested death out from Al's grasp. Illustration from Volume 43, coloring by Mukuro, source, the blue Felix Argyle, better known as Ferris, the one and only knight of royal candidate Crush Karsten, and the greatest practitioner of healing magic in the kingdom, nay, the greatest in the world. Thus, he was the last of Aldebaran's 3 natural enemies. He was the final barrier whom Aldebaran could not afford to encounter, having already set aside Natsuki Subaru and the sword saint, Reinhard van Estria, for the sake of his plan. And so, upon Aldebaran, he applied magic that was tender and merciful, yet undoubtedly cruel. Aldebaran, gah! The moment all of the hairs on his body stood on edge, Aldebaran resolutely spun around, and shoving the person who stood behind him, Ferris, to the ground, he undid the package of poison within his mouth. Instantly dissolving on the membranes of his tongue, it elicited a tremendous threat to Aldebaran's facilities of life, and would deliver him unto death in a mere few seconds no longer. The tissue that ought to have been crumbling apart was thoroughly restored, and even the nosebleed that had begun to gush forth beneath his helmet had ceased within a single second. Aldebaran, fuck! On account of this, he created an impromptu stone dowel, and placing it against his own neck, he slashed with all his strength. Having severed a thick artery, blood gushed out with terrific force, and with that, Aldebaran's life was under no threat whatsoever. The wound healed instantly, and he felt no more pain than about the prick of a needle. Aldebaran, fuck, he had been played. As far as he knew, this was the most terrifying, most effective way to seal Aldebaran. The method to seal return by death was nothing special. It was simply to prevent them from dying. That was all it took. The very means by which to kill Aldebaran and Natsuki Subaru lay in the gentlest hands this world had ever seen. Witch of Tristisha, this is the end, Alsan. Indeed, the Witch of Tristisha calmly apprised Aldebaran as he lost his composure in such an unseemly manner. He could not die. He could not redo. Seeing Ferris on the ground beside him, he considered dispelling the healing magic, but Ferris, it's not happening. Or do you really want to try having a pointless contest of endurance with Fairy-chan? Ferris, whose expression did not budge even with sword thrust before him, was likewise an individual who had steeled his resolve to take on this challenge. If Ferris was applying the same healing magic upon himself that he was currently using on Aldebaran, then no matter how he struggled, he had no chance of dispelling Ferris's magic here. In other words, right here and now, Aldebaran needed to decide on what to. There is nobody who can defeat you, you whom I created. Aldebaran, once again, he heard the witch's voice. Just then it happened. Ruinous shockwave was birthed from afar, and with terrific vigor, it swallowed Aldebaran, the Witch of Tristisha, and all others present at this final stage in one momentous swoop. That assist was by no means something the divine dragon had intended to bring about. With the battlefield having shifted, a clash against the rightful owner of the dragon husk unfolded, and upon the perforation of its dragon hello by the hyper-magic of miracles manifested by the 2 magicians, the divine dragon had made a momentous choice. Rather than pursuing its own immediate victory in that moment, it had opted instead to prioritize the purpose, the wish, and the long-cherished desire it had set out to fulfill together with its original self. Divine Dragon, Haran! The final breath unleashed by the dragon aimed for neither the dragonkin nor the magicians, dashing straight towards a land far in the distance true to its aim. It landed a direct hit upon the ultimate destination that ought to be reached, the colossal hole that penetrated the land, said to be the deepest and darkest in all the world, tunneling down to its very bottom, the Grand Mogolade Geyser. The cataclysmic devastation it had wrought, alongside the astonishment it had caused throughout the world, went beyond all description. Even upon this battlefield, It came surging forth as a great wave of earth, towards the battlefield of Aldebaran and the Witch of Tristisha. In the precise moment of their conclusion, the tremendous undulations surged forth. Aldebaran, completely oblivious to those circumstances, Aldebaran was engulfed in a fierce torrent of water and plumes of dust billowing forth, widening his eyes at this arrival of a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity in the truest sense of the phrase. It was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. There was no doubting that this was an opportunity beyond anything Aldebaran could have hoped for, his ultimate chance. This was no scheme devised by the Witch of Tristisha, but rather a rare stroke of luck that had worked in his favor, something that ought to have seldom occurred in Aldebaran's life, a resource he ought to have fully expended when he had met Priscilla. Aldebaran, HK. His shock lasted for but a moment, yet as Aldebaran was buffeted by the wind and rain, he strained his eyes across the battlefield shrouded in fog, searching for that which he needed. His target was neither the Witch of Tristisha, nor Ferris, nor the fallen Aldebusters. Here on this battlefield, there existed the sole, final measure that Aldebaran could still take. With death obstructed, and all his allies lost, it was the final method by which Aldebaran could still fulfill the long-cherished desire he had strived towards alongside the witch, someone who no longer existed anywhere but within himself. That was Aldebaran. Roy, if you're there, then come out. Come and eat my name. Updating the conditions of the curse mark with reckless abandon, he once again tasted in the sensation of his odd fishering under the enormous burden, and with the resolve to make his very soul spew forth blood, Aldebaran screamed. Return this situation to zero. That was the one and only stratagem Aldebaran could still take with his authority having been sealed. By having his name eaten and vanishing from everyone's memories, he would turn it all back around. For that purpose, Aldebaran searched for the revolting form of gluttony amidst the dense veil of dust, and screamed, Aldebaran, eat me. My name is, christened Aldebaran, the one condemned to carry the fate of the following star. By ridding the world of Natsuki Subaru, he would grant the witch her wish long prayed. Despite bearing such a destiny, he scorched with yearning for the sun, and as a result he had lost everything, left as naught but a worthless wretch. That person, his name was Aldebaran, Rigel. Natsuki Rigel, the foolish star who had betrayed the witch's expectations and had plunged the sun into a never-ending night. That was his name. Arc 9, Chapter 57, Final Act of Servitude, original web novel chapter complete, translated by Archbishop of Transportation, proofread by Archbishop of Masculinity, Archbishop of Shipping, Witch of Umbri, complete art sources. Kaio Hai Kaio. The reason why Ferris assisted the Aldebusters was, of course, none other than for the sake of his master, Crush Karsten. Originally, Ferris and Wilhelm had visited the royal capital with the intention of negotiating directly at the royal castle, hoping to join the survey team en route to the Pleiades watchtower that had been cleared for entry. It was during this time that the Aldebaran troop attacked the royal capital, a raid that unleashed a battle between the sword demon and the divine dragon, and saw the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony break loose from his prison. There is a matter I wish to share with you, and something I would like to ask for your assistance with. It was Otto, the Internal Affairs Minister of the Amelia camp, who gave Ferris and Wilhelm the rundown, requesting their cooperation. When the details of Aldebaran's atrocities, as well as the fact of Reinhard's participation in the conflict, had reached Ferris's ears, he was not as willing as Wilhelm was to offer their complete cooperation. Of course, as a member of the Royal Guard, he felt indignance towards any who dared to disturb the kingdom's peace. However, he was powerless in combat, and even his healing arts, which ought to have been his lone strong suit, were insufficient to save his master, the one whom he held dear above all else. So what more could he do, in fact? In the battle that immediately followed, Wilhelm was defeated by the divine dragon, suffering serious injuries that left him unconscious, which only served to further reinforce Ferris's sentiments. However, a situation arose that forbade Ferris from keeping his gaze downcast any longer. It has been some time, Felix Sama. Face to face with the maid Rem, as she bowed out of courtesy towards him, Ferris recalled the events of the conversations they had shared, the battles they fought together, and realized that she was one from whom the authority of gluttony had been rescinded. In other words, she was a living testament to the prospect of breaking one of Crush's two curses, those being of her memories and of the dragon's blood. Ferris, in that case, I've got no other choice, do I? There was also the fact that Wilhelm, who had been a continued source of encouragement for Ferris at times when he felt worthless at Crush's side during her torment, had been taken down. Accepting that request, he lent his strength to the Aldebusters in an attempt to stop the Aldebaran troop, who were determined to accomplish an unknown goal, even if it meant making an enemy of the world. To that end, he resolved himself to do whatever it might take. But then again, Ferris, of all things, I never thought I'd be used as the trump card like this. As he was hit by the tremendous eruption of smoke, violent wind, and pouring rain, Ferris covered his mouth with his hand to block the dust as he reflected on the unexpected role that had been levied upon him. With Petra's power of compression, it was possible to move objects swiftly or complete discussions in the blink of an eye using this. The Aldebusters repeatedly employed the unfair tactic of transporting their wounded to Ferris to be healed before being sent back to the battlefield, progressively sinking their teeth into their formidable opponents. That alone was already quite the major duty. But to be entrusted with delivering the decisive blow to Aldebaran, someone who possessed an outrageous ability, was something he could have never imagined. Upon Aldebaran, he cast perpetually active healing magic. That was the duty entrusted to Ferris, the trump card to be used against Aldebaran, a role that permitted no failure. Ultimately, even now, Ferris did not fully grasp the meaning behind his role. Taking into account the words of Petra and Ram-Gi, whenever Aldebaran sustained a mortal wound, time would turn back to before he received that injury. Such was his interpretation. By exploiting this, Aldebaran had been able to continue tiding over many a tight spot, allowing him to sidestep even Reinhard. Frankly, Ferris found himself perplexed over what everyone was seriously considering as a possibility. Supposing that were really true, it would be far too invincible. Nobody could defeat that sort of thing. Could they all the more so if they were saying that Ferris's healing magic was the only way to overcome that invincible power? He thought it would be far, far too big a gamble. That just maybe, it might have been a foolish act to fully restore the enemy that everyone had worked so hard to corner. Still, what if by some chance Ferris actually could deal the decisive blow to this battle? Don't lament, Ferris. Your heart is precious. Be proud of your talents. You have the kindest power in all the world. Ferris, Your Highness. In the past, there was someone who spoke of Ferris's power that way, taking pride in it. Both back then, and even now, Ferris's power still fell short of the title of Blue. Even so, he wished to believe that there had been meaning in the fact that he had continued to polish it, not viewing it a curse. To that end, Roy, if you're there, then come out. Come and eat my name. Unseen within the cloud of dust, mixed with the roaring wind and the screams of the land, a voice could be heard. It seemed that Ferris's healing magic had certainly proved effective as a trump card. This was evidenced by Aldebaran's violent discomposure and his desperate cries through the wind. But the opponent had not given up just yet. As Ferris also stretched out his slender knees to stand up, he began to ponder. Ferris, what else can I still do for the people I hold dear? So he spoke. Aldebaran, Rigel, Natsuki Rigel. Raising his voice amidst the dense enshroudment of dust, Aldebaran assiduously strained his vision. The pouring rain, gusting winds, and rumbling earth roared, rendering him unable to discern the sounds in his surroundings. Even while bearing those unreliable senses of sight and sound, he still raised his voice as if to tear his throat apart. The abominable power of healing that had been cast made it so that instead of spewing forth blood, his shrieking throat was instantly being repaired. While being bestowed such an ironic boon, he continued to scream with all his might. Aldebaran, Ruoi, find me. It's Rigel, Natsuki, Rigel. Each time he said it aloud, he felt a heartache as if sandpaper filing away at his soul unseen. Yet amidst it all, Aldebaran continued to cry out that name. Time after time, he cried it out. Natsuki Rigel, before he wore the mantle of the following star. That was the true name belonging to Aldebaran. Aldebaran HK. Nothing about it felt real. Only it caused a sense of irksomeness to cling to a corner of his mind. For Aldebaran, rather than the name given to him by his parents that none had ever called him directly, it was the name that the witch had called him by countless times. Aldebaran. That was far more familiar to his ears. Even that name had been transformed into a wound when the witch had been reduced to the witch of greed. As for who he originally was, he no longer knew. But self-recognition had no bearing upon it. The only thing that mattered was how Aud Lagna had recorded this pathetic life. That was why Aldebaran, I'm Natsuki Rigel. That which he deemed only an abhorrence to give as his name, Aldebaran recognized it as part of himself. Even if one rejected, shunned, or hated them, nobody could choose their parents in life. Aldebaran continuing to scream even now. Aldebaran frantically searched for Roy amidst the fog. Swept up in the devastating windstorm from a moment ago, all present on the battlefield had been scattered. Aldebaran had also been thoroughly tossed around, and the Witch of Tristisha, Ferris, and Roy were of no exception either. At present, there ought to have been nobody else capable of mobilizing here, but his opponent had preserved their trump card, Ferris, until the very last minute. Would not have been strange at all if they still had some cards left concealed. Now that Aldebaran's territory had been sealed, such a thing could serve as the deciding factor. Aldebaran, fuck. He thought that he might have been able to at least force the territory's imposition upon Ferris, but it was no use. Upon being sidestepped by the Witch of Tristisha, the sensation of freedom he had grasped over the bug had once again receded into the distance. Even if that was not the case, there was a strong randomness to the target selection. He could not bear to witness the Witch of Tristisha be chosen again. On top of that, Ferris's healing magic, that which persistently sustained Aldebaran's recovery, was sourcing the mana necessary for its operation from Aldebaran himself. Now, because of his connection with Aldebaran, that was practically inexhaustible. Aldebaran, if I can't rely on the territory. Intending to exhaust the entirety of the very mana that was impeding him, he would clear away the obstacles with great magic. Formulating such an idea, Aldebaran visualized many techniques within his mind. They were all things he had learned from the witch, knowledge that had been shelved on account of lacking the requisite resources for activation. But now, with his connection to Aldebaran, he possessed the ability to employ them. As was the case against Reinhard, he would wield them to the utmost and break this deadlock without use of the territory, Aldebaran. Blurg HK. The moment he thought that, a nauseating sensation of vomiting filled Aldebaran's mouth. At the vehement dizziness and tinnitus in his ears, Aldebaran nearly fell to his knees with an ah. Under the impression someone had attacked him, he scanned his surroundings in a panic, yet no one could be found. Then he made the realization. Right now, the true culprit behind Aldebaran's disorientation was an unfathomable sense of pressure. The pressure of being unable to make the wrong choices was crushing Aldebaran's heart. Aldebaran, you've gotta be kidding me. Staring down at his trembling right hand, Aldebaran was struck speechless. In this high-risk situation, at this critical juncture where everything he had worked towards could be rendered meaningless, in peak physical condition thanks to that horrendous healing magic, in a scenario that demanded optimal and expedited decision-making, to think he would lose his ability to think straight due to a lack of nerve. What a terrible joke. But in truth, it was not a joke or anything of the sort. Even if it seemed as though a nightmare, it was reality. After all, Aldebaran had never definitively decided upon anything without the use of his authority. Prior to the commencement of this battle, in the Valatian Empire, in the royal selection, on the Gladiator Island, and even before all that during his days with the witch, every choice of Aldebaran's had always been the optimal decision, safeguarded by his authority. No matter how he might have failed, he would always redo, choose a different option, and nullify his mistakes. Living his life through those accretions was Aldebaran's very nature. And right now, that would not apply. Aldebaran, he did not know what extent of wind he needed to generate in order to wipe away the dust, without resulting in anyone's death. The heat to evaporate the rainfall, the impact to offset the rumbling earth, whether it would be best to step into these plumes of dust leading with his right leg or left. Everything was an unknown variable. The fact that he could not verify anything was terrifying. To walk down a path without the guarantee of the right answer was an act tantamount to fumbling around in pure darkness. Such a path with no certainty of reward was one Aldebaran could not tread. After all, with his authority rendered ineffective, Aldebaran was nothing more than a helpless wooden doll. Neither the two witches nor the beloved woman had that wooden doll been able to save. Aldebaran HK. Once he began to think, nothing but undesirable notions flashed through his head. Was feeding his name to Roy truly the most optimal stratagem? Were there no other measures he could take should he use the curse mark as a shield? And let Roy wreak havoc to capitalize on the chaos? What about discovering an unprecedented manner of death to slip through a gap in the perfect healing magic? Would it not be better to flee through the clouds of dust, etc., etc., with his emotions racing ahead? Look at that, it is. Aldebaran, those impatient emotions of his, came to a halt at a sensation akin to being dashed in cold water. Hesitation and fear, all of Aldebaran's negative emotions that boiled over upon the ceiling of his authority. As if being dragged out by those, the greatest regret he had kept submerged down at the very depths of his being became tinged with heat. Heat so intense that it would sear with a mere touch, enough to warm one's skin just by drawing near to it. Yet contrary to that, feeling a chill that seemed to penetrate down to every last drop of blood in his body, Aldebaran sighed. It is mine, Aldebaran. Stop. Mine, Aldebaran. Stew up. Plugging his ears, averting his eyes, and nearly forced to confront something he had buried at the very bottom of his heart to avoid facing, Aldebaran screamed. Rejecting the voice that sounded within him, rejecting the smile that flashed across his vision, rejecting the warmth that tried to enter his being, he bared his teeth. That instant, he forced his eyes open, and caught a glimpse of a faint silhouette beyond the fog. In an instant, the figure was lost amidst the veil of dust, but not a shred of doubt existed within him. It was Roy. It was gluttony. To pull Aldebaran away from these surging regrets, no, from this worst possible situation that he was currently wrapped up in. There existed a sole ray of hope, and he had glimpsed it. That instant, he broke into a dash. Aldebaran, Roy, I'm right here. Eat me. Come eat my name. The hesitation of which led to step forthwith, the cowardice of seeking a way to die, the weakness of trying to escape to enact a different stratagem, the carelessness of questioning his own choice. All of it was shattered in an instant with the impact of his foot kicking off the ground. That moment, Aldebaran gained the composure to seize the choice fluttering before his eyes, deciding to flee from the most terrifying outcome. Up until this point, Aldebaran had always relied upon the power of his authority to avoid ever locking in the choice he made on the first go. Ergo, he did not know that when making a choice regarding a single thing, a decision motivated by a single-minded desire to escape a situation would never affirmatively change the course of one's own fate. As if to prove that, Alsama. As Aldebaran attempted to rush towards the figure eclipsed by the fog in an effort to escape, His body was restrained by a being that had appeared right before him. The actions of Yi Tenzin, who was supposed to be his ally, served as proof of that. Upon her defeat in the battle against Rem, Yi's next battle commenced. Blown away, she rolled down the side of the ice mountain that had been made by freezing the great river. And abandoning all the blood-stopping methods she originally could have performed, she put all her efforts into playing the role of the defeated on the verge of death. Her objective in doing so was, Rem, I do not intend to take your life. It would sadden that person, after all. When the Oni girl spoke those words and applied her healing magic, Yi won her initial wager. In all honesty, considering her lack of relent during combat, it was difficult to believe that she had no intent of taking her life. But since Yi had actually made it out with her life, she could not complain. Above all else, if she dared to complain here, her only chance would fizzle away like a bubble on water's surface. Unfortunately for Yi, she had no chance of turning the situation around on Rem here, so long as she could not solve the contrivance that Rem had used to nullify Yi's attack in their final skirmish. Then even supposing she succeeded in launching a surprise attack, she would likely fail to take Rem down. Thus, it would be none other than an act that wasted any chance at a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Ergo, Yi's aim lay elsewhere. It lay in one final act of servitude, devoting the entirety of her soul with what little she had left to offer. As expected, Rem was also wary of a counterattack, and so the effects of the healing magic were kept to a minimum, leaving her condition at just closing up her bleeding wounds and stopping the countdown towards death. On top of that, she chained up Yi's hands and feet without any pushback, a thoroughness refusing to grant her any role above that of a hostage or prisoner. But with that alone, her perception of how to deal with a shinobi could only be called naive. So long as they did not experience an instant death, it was in a shinobi's nature to get the job done, even if it meant letting their head fly. She could dislocate all of her joints to escape the chains, and ignore her mortal wounds by burning her lower abdomen. By doing so, Yi believed that she would still be able to do something for Al at the very end of the end, having failed to accomplish a single one of the duties entrusted to her. Thus, Yi, the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity Yi had aimed for, materialized quicker than she ever could have imagined. Tremendous impact vehemently engulfed the Agzed Canyon and the entire surrounding area. So while the corollary cataclysm of aftershocks, windstorms, and flooding quaked the earth as an assault on the land, Yi sprung into action. Fleeing from Rem, who had attempted to protect Yi from the impact, she broke away from the canyon and arrived at the cliff tops. It was then that Yi painfully realized the inadequacy of Al's henchmen, herself included. Amidst the dust storm that seemed to be covering the entirety of the vast canyon, she saw that Al, far from reaching the grand Moggold geyser, had been kept occupied by the enemy immediately after climbing up. If Yi, if Aldebaran, if Roy Alfred, if Heinkel, if the henchmen whom Al had gathered had been able to fulfill their roles, this ordeal would have never transpired. That was precisely why Yi, her vision disrupted by dust, her hearing disrupted by rumbling, and her sense of smell disrupted by surging billows of the wind. Yi consolidated what little information she could from her 5 senses, and accurately pinpointed the person she needed to find there. Likely, there was nobody who could make the best of this situation, like a shinobi could. Feeling grateful for her abduction into the shinobi village for the first time in her life, Yi gallantly hastened to that person. This time for sure, no matter what, in order to become his strength. Roy, I'm right here. Eat me. Come eat my name. She had no choice but to be useful to Al. That was what she had believed, and yet, Yi Al-Sama. Piercing through the enshroudment of dust, she caught the man's rushing body head-on. Feeling the warmth, weight, and the pulsations of life from the touch of his skin, Yi hesitated from the bottom of her heart over what she ought to do. Aldebaran? Yeah, eh. Al, pitching forward from forcibly being stopped, immediately peered into Yi's side profile and muttered those words as if witnessing something utterly unbelievable. His trembling voice was filled with equal parts wonder and turmoil. However, the same could be said for Yi. No, considering her resolve from a moment ago, it could be said that Yi was even more troubled than Al. She more or less had a grasp of the situation Al was currently in. He had been cornered by some means, and was now attempting to maneuver out of these chaotic circumstances. Gluttony possessed the means to that end. So in order to help Al accomplish his objective, hastening toward the Sin Archbishop amidst the dust would have been the best thing Yi could have done for her final act of servitude. Despite understanding that, Yi obstructed Al's path. Slamming her entire body into his, she held him back. Why had she done so? Shocked at her own actions, she scrutinized herself. Yi feared Al, and she had wished for him to die, so she was trying to help him accomplish his objective in order to let him die. But with Al as cornered as he currently was, Yi might have been able to kill him with her own hands. Was that why she had stopped Al? Was she attempting to repay the dread he had made her feel? Yi is love. At the budding doubt, the figure of Rem declaring so without hesitation flashed through her mind, and Yi's breath caught. It was different. There was undoubtedly a difference. They may have both been maids trying to fulfill the objectives of their masters, but Yi and Rem's motivations differed at a fundamental level. They could not be compared. Only, recalling the Oni who pursued her single-minded devotion driven by her absurdly immense passion, Yi suddenly became privy to certain feelings of her own. Yi had wished for Al to die. After all, the monster known as Al was terrifying, so there was no helping it. However, it seems like I just can't bear the thought of forgetting you, Al-sama. From now to eternity, I could never wish to lose you. Aldebaran, as Yi restrained his movement and voiced the reason for doing so, a momentary lapse was born in Aldebaran's mind. He did not understand. He did not understand. Far too many things he did not understand. With Aldebaran's territory having shattered Yi's heart, she ought to have become an absolute collaborator on the condition of his death. The selfish confidence he had placed in Yi had now betrayed him in this ultimate climax. Had she always been waiting for the perfect moment to enact her betrayal, he did not understand. He did not understand. Only with his steps halted, it finally caught up to Aldebaran. He had plugged his ears to it, averted his eyes from it, and even buried it at the very bottom of his heart. The voice he had wished to run away from the most. Look at that, it is mine victory again. Aldebaran, Priscilla. In this moment where he needed to exert every effort towards pulling the possibility right before his eyes even a little bit closer, the mutter that spilled from Aldebaran's lips was neither the name of gluttony, nor that of the woman restraining him, nor even that which belonged to himself. In this moment where he needed to do so, in this moment where he needed to carry that out, even now that his regrets for having failed to accomplish anything were piling up like ash. Once again, Aldebaran wished upon that very mountain of ash. Aldebaran, what? Do you mean it was your victory, Priscilla, you died? You died, didn't you? The fact that you died means that you lost. The fact that you died means that your desires can't be fulfilled anymore. The only ones in this world who get to continue on after death are me and Natsuki Subaru. That's why it's not the same for you. Yet what the hell do you mean it was your victory even though you're the least suited to being a poor loser out of any woman in this world? At the very end, why didn't you admit defeat in the end? Why did you smile, Priscilla Yi? Your stars, Aldebaran. Yi. Your stars were bad, Al-sama. As Aldebaran devoted his attention to those unanswerable questions, Yi stared up at him from within his chest. Hearing her voice so bereft of composure, the words contained within caused Aldebaran's breath to catch. Blaming the stars. It was a phrase that Aldebaran would sometimes vocalize, and something Yi had also heard him say. So was this an act of revenge now that she had halted Aldebaran? She would say those words out of retaliation? No. Yi's crimson eyes were telling him that such was not the case. The sincere radiance alight within those eyes, it was of the same quality as what had once illuminated the eyes of the witch. They spoke to him. It isn't your fault, Aldebaran. Aldebaran, there's no way that could be true. Such violent emotions immediately welled up within him. The situations leading up to this point, the circumstances up until now, the merits and demerits of things having turned out the way they had, the fault for absolutely all of that lay with Aldebaran and with Natsuki Subaru. It being any other way was an impossibility. Thereupon, Al. Unobstructed by even the maelstrom of dust, a voice of silver bells tore through his momentary ardor in the blink of an eye. Jumping to her feet before scurrying to hop out of the canyon, Emilia was shocked by that sight. Emilia, just when I thought I felt a really big tremor. As dust filled her vision to the brim, the voice of the wind would not cease its roaring. Furthermore, with the tremors of the land that seemed only to be getting bigger, things had visibly gotten quite bad during the time she was unconscious. But that would not discourage her. She would not lose heart. Emilia did not have the time to feel disheartened. Emilia, I have to hurry to Al. The reason why their allies had entrusted Emilia and Rem with stopping Al was because everyone believed that the two of them were the most suited to the task. Then, the reason why Rem had sent Emilia off to go chase Al as he flew away was because Rem placed her faith in Emilia to do so. Carrying all of that upon her back, and since she fired herself up in order to save Subaru and Beatrice, she could not allow Al to get away. Emilia found him. Al and that girl. Emilia plunged through the dust with determination, and beyond it she found the figures of Al and Yi embracing, causing her all the more surprise. Rem ought to have been keeping Yi at bay. The fact that Yi was now here caused her to worry about Rem. Ferris had placed powerful healing magic over her, saying it was a good luck charm. But even so, Emilia was still concerned for her safety. Emilia, I have to catch up to them and find out right away. It happened the moment she firmly kicked off the ground. Within Emilia's vision, from beyond the embracing Al and Yi, a great shift sweeping aside the dust was approaching. That was the true source of the tremors that refused to subside below her feet, the origin of the ceaseless screaming of the land. Drawing ever closer, as it violently quaked the earth, was a flash flood of tremendous volume. Bearing witness as it attempted to mercilessly wash away everything on the battlefield, Emilia picked up the pace of her steps without even thinking. Emilia. Al. As he raised his visage in surprise at her call, she crossed gazes with the eyes veiled behind his helmet. Leaping over the embracing pair, Emilia faced off directly against the flash flood surging forth. Then Emilia, icicle line. Aldebaran, the atmosphere raised a high-pitched shriek, and an unbelievable scope of glaciation was enacted against the flood. They were inundated by a deluge of mythical proportion. as if a great lake had been upended like a bucket. To combat it, the beautiful girl with her silver hair fluttering behind her rapidly froze all of the water pouring in, fashioning it into a glacier. Milia, ya! However, that was an unfavorable game of cat and mouse between glaciation and flash flood. Even if the cold air Amelia produced froze part of the flood, the next wave would just crash over the ice, forcing her to freeze that too. This cycle, repeating again and again, created an ice umbrella, a glacier that constantly expanded as water flowed over it. Milia, aya! With Amelia as the origin, the ice umbrella expanded radially as she emitted cold air in parallel with the flow of the flood water, arching over Aldebaran's head before it continued past him. The larger that structure grew, the heavier it became, and as cracks began to form in the umbrella, it was only a matter of time before it came crashing down with immense weight. For a moment, Amelia glanced back, locking eyes with Aldebaran. Perhaps thinking something of that, Amelia tightly pressed her lips together. Amelia, Aria! She reinforced the umbrella of ice as it loudly creaked and fissured, and continued the construction of the great glacier that had been on the verge of collapse. To keep the umbrella from falling, pillars of ice shot out from the ground one after another as support beams. However, Aldebaran focused his attention elsewhere. Amelia styled herself the Witch of Glaciation, and in fact, she exhibited enough power to back that title up. Now, at this very moment, if the reason why Amelia was exhibiting power that surpassed her limits was because of the look they had exchanged a moment ago, if it was the same as when she had protected Aldebaran in the canyon after he had deployed the massive boulder as a trap. If Amelia was manifesting her strength in order to protect Aldebaran, with those thoughts, he now realized. Amelia had properly been looking at Aldebaran and had also been trying to talk to him. Aldebaran, A raspy voice escaped his throat, but no further did it continue. Merely, he felt that there had been some vast, irreparable discrepancy. A discrepancy from even before his authority had been sealed, one he could no longer redo, one he could no longer reverse. Look at that, it is mine victory again. What do you mean it was your victory ultimately? He never knew. But Priscilla, when you said those words, when you smiled with that triumphant look strewn upon your face, you were so truly. That will be as far as you go. That instant, the absurd iron hammer mowed down nearly everything in the vicinity, piercing the battlefield as a streak of light. Arc 9, Chapter 58. The Sound of Chains, original web novel chapter, complete translated by Archbishop of Transportation, Archbishop of Gluttony, machine translated by Archbishop of Guilt, proofread by Archbishop of Masculinity, Archbishop of Shipping, Witch of Umbri, Archbishop of Brawn, human translation by Witch Cult Translations, Archbishop of Valiance, complete art sources. Kurataki 52. Gagamo 8888, D1 Sikso, Rigel, Natsuki Rigel. This howling furore of the soul was being hearkened with certainty by Roy Alfred. Earnest and frantic, it was an implore suffused with emotion, as though smiting the chests of all listeners such that, had it been Gourmet, lay baiting Kados, who loved the violent, impassioned emotions of harrowing ghast of humans, and the wistful yearnings of desire oscillating in joys and sorrows, he would have lent his ears to that wish with delight, and whilst licking his lips, fulfilled that humble request without question. Roy, but it wasn't Lay who's here, it's us, isn't I tilde T. Lay of Gourmet and Roy of Bizarre Eating, twins who shared in the same witch factor of gluttony to be precise. They were triplets with Louis, who had died inside their mother's womb, but contrary to expectations, they were siblings who had not been on the same wavelength with each other. Despite being siblings made of the same flesh and blood, what they regarded with importance as it pertained to meals was as though entirely different between them. However, they had never lamented the divergence in their eating habits. Rather, that they lived without having to scramble for the same prey between siblings was something to take delight in. Although Louis, unable to freely select prey of her own accord, with no choice but to pilfer food from the stomach of souls, seemed to find that vexing. Roy, can't be helped, can't be helped. Little sister is dear and cute even to us, you know. But you see, eating is something that is done for oneself. So an act so adroit as satisfying the stomach of someone else simply can't be done, you know. So, even if he took pity on his younger sister's implorations for her famishment, it was but the hunger of a close someone else. Even upon learning that Lay, ephemerally, had fallen in the Tower of Sand, that too was but the failed meal of a close someone else. Above all, he would neither think of it as something that deservingly served him right, nor would he lament and grieve that manner of finishing the meal. His thought was singular, the powerful emotion of it being wasteful. Roy, a tilde H from Lay's viewpoint of Gourmet, someone like us, constantly starving as we were, would probably be a disqualified failure hooligan or thereabouts. But we of Bizarre Eating would have gladly eaten Lay, who tilde H. Strangely noticing that he had been keeping Lay and Louis outside of the targets for his meals, Roy had the amusing, unbecoming thought that his familial love was surprisingly unabandoned. To think the Bizarre Eating who haphazardly and indiscriminately guzzled anything that caught his eye in entirety had been, of all things, choosing his platters. Roy, a tilde H, did something truly regrettable, didn't we, tilde? It was unfortunate, but Lay had died. In addition, the presence of Louis, ever since the time spent in that Tower of Sand, could not be sensed within the stomach of souls, and it was unknown what became of her. It was truly, truly unfortunate. The next time he came into contact with his younger sister, he would surely chew her soul, and yet, Roy, after all, we are bizarre eating, you know. No matter how unsightly and repulsive a thing may be, once he thought of eating it, he could not help but stretch his tongue. Even if Gourmet did not so much as even turn to look towards it, even if it was atop a platter that satiation had pushed aside, he shall eat it, sparing naught. Above all, he could not bear to even think of giving up on an article he had once avericed in desire to eat. Outcrying from beyond the dust was an Aldebaran whose life had been cornered to a dead end. No. The predicament he was spiraling down to seem to somehow be the result of having been placed into a situation that was the exact opposite of that. To thereupon recall Roy's existence, attempting to have his name eaten so that he could turn the board around, was an act that invited considerable pique and admiration. Galvanizing the curse mark he had engraved to turn him into a yes-man and drag him along, Aldebaran was frantically calling Roy. Inexplicable pain, as though scorching the intangible soul, assaulted Roy, his body quivering as it bounded upon the ground. An abuse of the soul, making the threat through agony to convey that, if he wished to elude this pain, he must obey. Roy, we get it, we do get it, we very much get it. We're saying we get it, as we get it, even though we get it. There's no choice but to get it, you know. Because we're saying we get it. Gluttonous drinking. Gluttony, he got what he wanted to say. He got what he wanted to make him do. He even got that he was cornered. In all honesty, even on the verge of his soul being scorched this way, Roy was grateful to Aldebaran. Thanks to being taken out from the prison tower, he arrived at the opportunity of a meal that may have never recurred. The yes-man had few occasions for meals, but since Roy's merit was that he did not choose what he ate, that must have been convenient for Aldebaran as well. Roy, but you know, it'd be troublesome to have this misunderstanding, wouldn't I, tilde T? Because he was grateful, he agreed to become a yes-man for him. But that only went so far as the extent Roy was willing to yield. Beyond that, Roy would do as he pleased. One such example being, Roy, fu tilde ndu. As per his eating habits, an opponent whom he desired to eat even in exchange for his life was one he would eat without fail. Rigel, Natsuki Rigel. As if spewing out blood, that scream resounded within the ears of the Witch of Tristisha as well. It happened right when she somehow managed to raise her body after being jostled about by a shockwave that seemed to level the ground, amidst a blast and vehement pressure that had surged forth from beyond the realm of her consciousness, inflicting severe damages upon the battlefield. Subaru, Petra, are you all right? Shit, what happened all of a sudden? Is everyone safe? Even if her mind was dominated by the loud ringing in her ears, the voice of the imaginary Subaru as he worried over her was unconnected to her eardrums, so she could hear him clearly. What had reached her amidst that turmoil and anxiety of Subarus, as he worried for their fallen comrades, was Al's scream from the start. Witch of Tristisha within the dense haze of dust. The Witch of Tristisha coughed up the particles she had inhaled, receiving two distinct shocks from Al's scream, mixed in amongst the fierce winds. The first was how Al was planning to use the authority of gluttony to break this deadlock. And the other was the name that Al had shouted to be his true name. Natsuki Rigel. The sound of that name was clearly not unrelated to Natsuki Subaru. Petra, given that he's from another world like Subaru, I'd figured that Aldebaran was a pseudonym, but the name that had emerged, Natsuki Rigel, was far too strange a coincidence. Rigel was the name of a star, and the family name Natsuki was the very same as Subaru's own. Surely, the requirements for being summoned to another world could not simply have been to bear the Natsuki surname, in addition to a star name. Subaru? That guy's. Naturally, Subaru also knit his eyebrows with the same suspicions as the Witch of Tristisha. Al was full of enigmas, so although the Witch of Tristisha and her allies were confronting him and his resolve to make an enemy of the world, they did not have any idea about the true nature of his feelings or intentions. This, too, was just more proof of that. However, Witch of Tristisha, sorry, I've already made up my mind. The Witch of Tristisha was not enough of a child to prioritize focus on an unsolvable mystery here. What she needed to prioritize right here, right now, was not some new mystery that Al had raised to the surface, but a countermeasure against Al, who possessed a means to completely upend the game board even now that he had expended nearly all of the cards in his hand. If Al were allowed to carry out his course of action, that of having his own name eaten, there would no longer be anything she could do to stop him. Remembering what it had been like to forget Rem, the effectiveness of that had long since been proven. Witch of Tristisha, that's why I have to do this, Subaru. When the Witch of Tristisha murmured those words, Subaru stood not by her side but directly in front of her. Not floating, but with both of his legs planted on the ground, he stood face to face with her. Subaru, staring true into his black eyes, the Witch of Tristisha felt a strangely deep emotion. The version of him present here, no matter how he strived, was nothing more than an illusion that showed her what she wanted to see, by no means the real Natsuki Subaru. From an outside perspective, it surely would have been an absurd delusion, merely a deception that was most convenient for the Witch of Tristisha. Witch of Tristisha, and yet you still won't marry me. Subaru, Petra, I'm Witch of Tristisha, I'm kidding. It was just a witch's joke meant to tease you a bit. Poking her tongue out, the Witch of Tristisha apologized for troubling Subaru. The Witch of Tristisha proudly interpreted the fact that Subaru would not simply do as she said as a testament to her own noble feelings. For the person she loved to become exactly what she wished for would make her happy. Yet it would leave her conflicted. Witch of Tristisha, after all, I fell in love with the Subaru who told me that I'm an idiot. Subaru, now that's a real honor. After all, I'm a goddamn idiot who's outrageously happy. Witch of Tristisha, that couldn't be more true. As Subaru responded to her confession in such a manner, the Witch of Tristisha pursed her lips. Then the Witch of Tristisha spun around, turning her back towards Subaru. Then, after a moment of perhaps either rumination or hesitation, Subaru embraced the Witch of Tristisha from behind. This was a perfect score for her hopes and desires. Moreover, since the real, non-illusion Subaru would have done the same for her, it did not influence the Witch of Tristisha's final grade. And so, embraced by those arms, Roy, fu tilde ndu. So too did a tenacious voice resound in close proximity, the threat drawing closer from the other side of the plumes of smoke. The Witch of Tristisha's fingertip pointed skyward, the corona fired from it being his signal. Rushing to make haste to her was the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony, Roy Alfred. Fangs bared, Roy crossed gazes with the Witch of Tristisha. And Witch of Tristisha, it's Petra Baumann. Her finger thrust up toward the heavens, the Witch of Tristisha gave her name. A shuffle of names carried out amongst the Audibusters as a countermeasure against gluttony with the cooperation of the Lord, Roswell. It was the result of the name-changing ceremony that had been accepted as something with official validity. As each of them selected a name as they pleased, the Witch of Tristisha received the surname of the person she loved and respected the most, but revealing the newly changed name she had kept hidden until now could have been for nothing else, nothing other than the ace up her sleeve. Subaru, Petra, with intangible arms yet still tightening his embrace, Subaru called out her name. Hearing that voice and placing her hands over his arms, intangible though they were, the Witch of Tristisha smiled. Smiling, the young girl who had offered up everything as compensation and had become the Witch of Tristisha spoke. Witch of Tristisha, Subaru, I love you. Placing it atop his tongue, invoking eclipsing, a titillating numbness that perfused on the moment of eating rushed through his entire body. Roy tilde tilde. This precise climax of eclipsing was the true flavorful pleasure of gluttony, for which no substitute came to mind, even for Roy, who had eaten multitudes of names and memories until now, and covetingly indulged in lives. Starvation of a hunger far too inordinate was the raison d'etre of gluttony. In a moment wherein he could hallucinate even a fragment of its fulfillment, he could feel raw, fresh sufficiency. That was certainly, Roy, the finest. The flavor of the witch who had kept her word intoxicated Roy with maximal love as he licked his lips at the aftertaste. Taken captive by emotions that surpassed his anticipations, severity that surpassed apprehensions, and purity that surpassed aspirations, Roy surfeited what a true eclipsing was as a sense of fullness in his stomach permeated throughout his body. Certainly, certainly, he had been living for this singular flavor. Even should his soul be scorched as indemnity for violating the curse mark, he harbored no regrets for this eclipsing. Upon these memories pouring in, Luya's reason for craving became explicitly clear. However, unfortunately, unlike Louis, what Roy's taste buds found to be the utmost sweet were the young girl's prayers. The witch who loved a singular platter to this breadth splendidly transcended the anticipations he had borne prior to tasting. Thus, the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony, Roy Alfred, smiled. Whilst being scorched by the blue flare emblematic of the curse mark's violation, he smiled. Roy, thank you for the treat. And in the juncture he would be scorched by the blue flare together with his soul, that will be as far as you go. A deep crimson blaze suddenly emanated upon the battlefield and mercilessly flashed through the blue flare. If one was asked to come up with something synonymous with the Sword Saint, Reinhard van Astrea, the divine protection of the Sword Saint would likely be the first thing they would say. However, if it were someone deeply aware of just how absurd Reinhard truly was, they would also know that one of the many factors behind his status as the strongest Sword Saint in history was the sheer number of divine protections he possessed. In the past, when Reinhard had done battle against one of history's strongest existences, the Sin Archbishop of Greed, Regulus Corneas, the one who had been present there fighting alongside him, Natsuki Subaru, had appraised the divine protection of the Phoenix to be particularly extraordinary amongst the arsenal of his many divine protections. The power of the divine protection of the Phoenix, allowing him to resurrect even if he died, regardless of the fact that he was already nearly impossible to kill on account of his overwhelming strength, was truly an unfair ability. But if Natsuki Subaru were to learn just how extraordinary the divine protection of the Phoenix truly was, his previous astonished evaluation of it being a cheat ability would have been eclipsed further yet. Reinhard, divine protection of the Phoenix. Strictly speaking, since it had already been used in the battle against the Sin Archbishop of Greed, this was the next divine protection of the Phoenix that he had received, but since the phenomenon they induced was the same, there was no point in making a distinction. The important thing was that through the activation of this divine protection, Reinhard van Astrea as its holder would be resurrected from his lost life. And when that occurred, all of his injuries, fatal or not, would undergo a complete recovery. Hence, at this moment, all the wounds Reinhard had sustained during his battle against the shadow of the Witch of Envy, spanning 3 days and 3 nights as he fought to avert ruination of everything at World's Edge, were undone. It also included the wounds that Aldebaran and the Divine Dragon had inflicted upon Reinhard's arms, rendering them unusable. It even blazed his exhaustion from continuously fighting with no sleep to naught. That alone would have been enough to prove the extraordinary power of the divine protection of the Phoenix. But the true value for which Reinhard had turned to this divine protection was still yet to come. Through some plot devised by Aldebaran, the menace of the Witch of Envy had been revived in the modern day. The moment it had suddenly vanished as abruptly as when it had first appeared, Reinhard deemed it the end of the battle instantly. He decided to inflict a mortal wound upon himself. If this had simply been for the purpose of healing his wounds, Reinhard would not have gone out of his way to inflict self-harm, and likely would have waited for his injuries to naturally heal. In other words, what he sought from the divine protection of the Phoenix was not the healing of his wounds, but the other effect that the divine protection induced, that was, Reinhard that moment, clad in flames of deep crimson. Reinhard was resurrected in the midst of a battlefield. That was the other extraordinary effect carried by the divine protection of the Phoenix, the flames of rebirth that allowed the deceased holder to resurrect at any location they desired. In his battle against Regulus Corneas, the power had raised him from the ashes right before Natsuki Subaru's eyes. But in the current moment, the place where Reinhard resurrected went without saying. It was by the side of one who ought to have been fighting against Aldebaran, cleaning up after Reinhard's failure. His master. Reinhard appearing from the flames that billowed in the winds, Reinhard stepped out onto the battlefield, his instincts immediately branding it an unnatural space in the throes of cataclysm. Even Reinhard could not help but be surprised at the sight, but Reinhard. Turning around at the sudden call, Reinhard spotted his lovely friend who had an air of seriousness about them, and held in their arms was his master Felt. Perceiving it to be an urgent situation, Reinhard immediately hastened to his master. Held in his friend's in Ferris's arms, Felt's head hung limp, bereft of strength. Nobody was more suited to that task than Ferris, but he would at least try to say something to Oi. Reinhard, quicker than Reinhard could address her, that frail rasp of a voice was spun. Midst the dust, Felt was enveloped by a faint glow cast by Ferris receiving the light of healing focused on her head. She slowly lifted her face, and while her vision blurred in and out of focus, those red eyes of hers captured her one and only night. Then, mustering all the strength left in her body, she put together a single sentence. That was, Felt, I leave the rest to you. Those words spoke to Reinhard, telling him that what he currently needed to do was not to worry about his master. Reinhard's master was strong, far stronger than Reinhard could ever hope to be. Therefore, Reinhard, that will be as far as you go. And trusting his master, who had fulfilled her duty to his friend and spurred onward, Reinhard advanced onto the battlefield. In that instant, he pinpointed all the presences that dotted the region, headed towards the enemy among them who needed to be dealt with, and in a solitary flash, reduced Roy Alfred of Gluttony, engulfed in blue flare, to Nile, erasing him from the world of the living. Roy, thank you for the treat. That which was scorching the smiling Roy Alfred was a blue flare set ablaze upon the firewood of his soul, never to dissipate. Thus, Reinhard assisted his suicide, as to not allow him to suffer for long. And then Reinhard, Aldono, this time I shall stop you for certain. Kicking off the ground, Reinhard soared toward Aldebaran, standing amidst the dust storm. Even without needing to borrow the power of compression, it was a movement of such speed that it appeared to have crushed space. Between Reinhard and Aldebaran, a girl promptly stretched out her arms. The red-haired girl had moved as fast as possible in an attempt to protect Aldebaran. Brushing her aside, Reinhard delivered a karate chop to her neck without permitting any reaction, reaping her consciousness to the beyond in the blink of an eye. Then toward the defenseless Aldebaran, Reinhard once again pulled his arm back. Reinhard, this is my duty. Instantly, an unrelenting blow from the sword saint struck Aldebaran's torso. Far in the distance, an azure inferno dispersed beyond the dust, and in the very next moment after beholding that, he watched as the slender back of Yi crumbled before his eyes. He had been about to reach his hand towards her as she abruptly fell, but which parts of his mind had been at work to cause that either way, Aldebaran's hand had failed to reach her. Same as it ever was. Then without so much as a moment to blink, a white flash scythed across Aldebaran's torso. Aldebaran. Oh, too. Without a doubt, as the strike of the hand flashed across his waist, Aldebaran was cleaved right in two. But regeneration commenced the very moment he was split apart, and Aldebaran's flesh was restored with a vigor as if a video played back in reverse, instantly mending the halves of his bisected body. That was the transcendent potency of the healing magic cast upon Aldebaran by the blue, and the magic trick of severing the human body accomplished by the sword saint's hand slash, far sharper than any run-of-the-mill treasured sword. But Aldebaran can't die. An affirmation or a refutation, just how had that appeal resonated a blow from Reinhard, Yes, from Reinhard. He, who ought to have been neutralized by the summoning of the Witch of Envy, had appeared, and although Aldebaran had basked in his unrelenting karate chop, he did not die. Given that he had bisected his torso, Reinhard had surely launched that attack with the goal of slaying Aldebaran. But the healing arts of the Blue surpassed even the murderous intent of the Sword Saint, impeding the activation of his authority. Aldebaran, for a moment, ignoring the pain that he was not sure even existed or not, Aldebaran pondered. Reinhard was present. Problem, trouble, all his calculations were set back to square one. Moreover, if the reason for his presence was not simply because he had forsaken the world, it meant that the Witch of Envy must have withdrawn. And if the Witch of Envy had withdrawn, it would have been because that which she had needed to silence had been lost. In other words, it was proof that Roy had broken the oath of his curse mark, and had used his authority on the Witch of Tristisha, and he had done so fully aware that he would pay that penalty with his life, as an act of retribution for having been forced into submission. Had the Sin Archbishop thrown away even his own life, only one thing was certain: any chance of Aldebaran breaking through this situation with his own efforts had been severed. Aldebaran HK. The possibility of gluttony had slipped through his fingers. Recognizing that fact, Aldebaran sparked his thoughts as he grit his teeth, resolving himself to use every last one of his actions from this point forth to break through this deadlock. Every breath, every pulse, every drop of sweat from his fingers, to none would he permit any futility. With that firm warning to his own soul, Aldebaran embraced the falling Yi. He embraced Yi Aldebaran. This was right after Aldebaran had decided on what he must do. Fully utilizing every fraction of every instant from that moment forth, he would overcome this accident. That was what he had resolved in his heart. And yet, why had he reached towards Yi and embraced her? She had lost consciousness, and the odds that she was just masterfully playing dead were zero. Even if he were to hold Yi up, he would not be able to break through the situation. And yet for what reason had Aldebaran, Reinhard? You know it deep down too. This will be as far as you go. As Aldebaran stood dumbfounded, failing to understand the meaning of even his own actions, Reinhard's voice, unimaginably healthy for one who had been engaged in a death ballet against the Witch of Envy, struck his ears. Reinhard was simply telling him to give up. This would be as far as he went. He was telling him, Aldebaran, well, you're also surely carrying a lot upon your back, Sword Saint, but it's not as if I started this with a resolve so cheap that I'd relinquish it at the drop of a hat. Reinhard, Aldebaran, it's not over, not yet. This is nothing. Don't you go thinking that I'd give up so easily. Putting up a brave front, Aldebaran glared at Reinhard. By surpassing his opponent in sheer intensity, he wished for at least one thing that his fingers could grasp onto. But in response to Aldebaran's vigor, Reinhard raised the hand he had used to slash him aloft and responded. The karate chop that the Sword Saint had performed to split Aldebaran in twain. That very hand was clutching something that could not have possibly been there, a black orb woven by magic. Reinhard, even with this, left speechless as he stared motionlessly with eyes wide open, Aldebaran realized that the Sword Saint's flash from earlier had not aimed for his life, but specifically for the bisection of his torso. With that as his target, Reinhard had done it. Believing in the power of the blue, he quite literally split his stomach open. And splitting Aldebaran's stomach, he had retrieved it, that which ought to have been discarded at the Grand Mogalade Geyser, into the hole which led beyond this world, Aldebaran. But even so, it can't be broken. The shock had not worn off. Even so, he still possessed the initiative. Devised by the witch, it was a forbidden art that reliably sealed any who had been granted power by a witch factor. Even with Reinhard's absurd levels of power, even with the world-rending breath of a dragon, it could not be broken. Thus, no matter what happened, Aldebaran would not lift that seal, Reinhard. No, it's Subaru who's sealed in here, isn't it? In that case, it can be drawn. Instantly, a torrent of power surpassing all normalcy quaked the atmosphere, and a shudder certainly ran through the world. That was simply how tremendously significant the drawing of this sword was, to the point that even the world was unable to ignore it. That was Reinhard. Dragon Sword Reed. With that flash of impossible radiance, the small magic orb in the Sword Saint's hand was rent asunder. There is nobody who can defeat you, you whom I created. Those were the words of the witch, who had taught Aldebaran everything that he knew, and had bestowed upon him the name of the following star. Look at that, it is mine victory again. Those were the words of the Sun Princess, who had given meaning to Aldebaran's life outside of being a following star. Aldebaran, the foolish, powerless Aldebaran, had lost both of them, so despite being one who possessed an authority that was supposed to rectify erred choices, ultimately, he had continued to choose the most half-hearted path. Only, he would not allow the birth of the witch who would end the world. Everything had been for that purpose. Receiving the witch's teachings, and acting in accordance with her wishes, he had attempted to kill the witch. He had failed, meeting Priscilla, and acting to make her the monarch, he had attempted to kill the witch. He had failed, falling back on his initial resolve, and acting to remove Natsuki Subaru, he had attempted to kill the witch. He had failed, Aldebaran. As a blinding light spilled forth, feeling his eyes being scorched even from behind his steel helmet, Aldebaran bore witness to the marvel of brute force taking place right before his eyes, and the result of that rule-defying power. The phenomenon brought about by one superrational power was severed at the hands of another superrational power. So when that which had been sealed was released, the only thing Aldebaran could do was to tighten his arm around the slender body in his embrace, as if having a tantrum. And then HK. A faint respiration, one he by no means should have been able to hear, scratched at Aldebaran's consciousness. That was something which belonged to the silver-haired girl behind him, who had been wielding her strength to fend off the inundating flood, emitting a tremendously cold air to prevent the battlefield from being swallowed by the muddy stream. If that had been a lament for being unable to completely dam the rush of water, he could have endured it. If that had been a sigh of relief at Reinhard's arrival, he could have endured it. If that had been satisfaction for the abhorrent Aldebaran having been cornered, he could have endured it. But it was none of those things. That which her amethyst eyes had trained their gaze upon was but a single person. After all, no matter the time, Aldebaran would never be reflected in those eyes of hers. Aldebaran Natsuki Subaru, he shouted. He screamed. He roared. With a hoarse voice that quite literally seemed to spew forth blood, Aldebaran cried out that name. Merging from within that light was a black-haired boy embracing a dress-clad great spirit, that unmistakable individual, with the vigor of having been liberated from the black orb, dropped to one knee upon the ground. Then, as his lips opened, the very first thing to exit his mouth was a yell. Rem. As if in response to that call, the sound of chains grated upon Aldebaran's eardrums. Rem loved Natsuki Subaru. This was an unshakable truth, one that Rem, even before fully regaining her memories, would have had to admit with reluctance. Or rather, whether she had memories or not, it was an inevitability that Rem would be attracted to Subaru. So frankly, what exactly had she been holding back for Rem? No, that isn't right. That would be taking things a little too far, or rather, first of all, that would make it sound like I'd fall for that person even if he never did anything for me, right? Rem believed that her own feelings were nothing so convenient. Rather, Rem viewed herself as a fastidious, distrusting woman who would not easily open her heart. Even if she said so herself, she shuddered at how unapproachable of a girl she must have been. She was vastly different to the honest and compassionate Ram, or the cute Katia, whose true feelings were painfully obvious despite her abrasive attitude. Indeed, the original Rem had been an unapproachable girl with a poor attitude and ugly personality. Her perspective had been narrow, her world small, too preoccupied with guarding her own self-imposed sanctuary to spare a thought for others. And yet Natsuki Subaru had stepped inside, stepping in, trampling over it, taking her by the hand, and leading her out from there. Rem had fallen head over heels for him. Thus, those who had done so, and those who would go on to do so, would only continue to grow with time. Rem, still among all of them, the fact that Rem was the very first one will never change. Rem had been the first one to recognize the greatness of Natsuki Subaru. Milia may have been a worthy contender for that, but in terms of depth and weight, Rem would insist she was first. That too was something unshakable, something precious tied to Natsuki Subaru. Rem, the mansion, the royal capital, and Flugel's great tree. The path that Rem, who loved Natsuki Subaru, had walked alongside him before she had lost her memories. Rem, the jungle, the fortress city, the imperial capital, and the coupled dragon carriages. The path that Rem, who had begun to love Natsuki Subaru, had walked alongside him after she had lost her memories. Rem, the past, present, and future. The path that Rem, who had fallen in love with Natsuki Subaru again, would walk alongside him now that she had regained her memories. Even without needing to be told by Yi so many times, Rem understood that it was too simplistic to lump all of that under the single word of love. Nevertheless, if asked the name of that which impelled her, the driving force of the hope that declared that, no matter what happened, she would have no regrets, then she could think of naught else but love. Because of love, Rem was able to believe in Natsuki Subaru. Because of love, Rem was able to devote herself to Natsuki Subaru. Because of love, Rem was able to yearn for the same future as Natsuki Subaru. Rem-ni-sama, there is one thing I want to ask you. That was a conversation Rem had had before they went off to battle with a girl who, just like herself, was in love with Natsuki Subaru. Rem understood that she too was one who had met Natsuki Subaru and deviated from her original self. She was one who had found happiness in that fact and decided to walk alongside him on his thorny path. She was also one who knew of those eyes which were fixed straight ahead, looking at someone other than herself. The gaze of her beloved that she could not help but wish would turn toward her. Rem-ni-sama, would you do anything to help Subaru? Afterward, Rem pondered over it. Just how much courage had it required to ask that question? Just how much deliberation did it take to convey the words she had prepared for that moment? And hypothetically, if Rem were to give an answer that failed to meet her expectations, just how much resolve, how many ideals would she have to bear as she walked that path alone? Rem. Yes, of course. I am Subaru-kun's Rem, after all. That was why being able to respond to that without hesitation was something Rem was proud of beyond measure. In a way, it was a contest of whose feelings for Natsuki Subaru were stronger. And it was a hidden vow that she could never entrust to Emilia, the one he fell in love with. What would happen if that vow were to be fulfilled? The truth was, Rem had no clue. The only thing she knew was that it would help Natsuki Subaru know, to the contrary, that it would allow her to be the first among the many feelings Natsuki Subaru, that kind-hearted boy, would bear. To wish for more would be extravagant, yet now that her memories had returned, she had become greedy. And even knowing it was extravagant, she yearned just a smidgen for what lay beyond. For example, once that boy was pushed forward by Rem and the others onto the path he walked, then she wished that he would feel the devotion of Rem and that girl, not just as a mere ripple on the surface of his heart, but as much more, a great wave. That alone was Rem. The moment his figure appeared beyond that white light, Rem's endearing sentiments shattered. In that moment, swept away by a torrent of unceasing emotions that surged from within, Rem felt an irresistible urge to cast everything aside and rush into his arms. She endured it. Immediately after, the earth beneath her feet exploded upwards, and the rising wall of rock threatened to engulf her entire field of view only to be swept aside in a single flash by the sword saint, leaving the lingering afterglow of flames upon his form and clearing the path. Directly ahead, straight in front of her, Rem and the eyes of the boy she loved met. Rem prepared to die, yet unable to be rid of the kindness at his core. The young boy's black eyes met her gaze. 1,000 words she longed to convey, 10,000 feelings she desired to express, 100 million prayers she wished to offer. Swallowing them all, Rem said, "Rem, once more, please make my current self, please make Rem fall in love with you again." That instant, she swung her arm with all her might. The iron ball flew true, streaking straight through the sky, the sound of chains ringing out. In that instant, his own blood-curdling scream, the protrusions of the ground caused by the utmost extent of magic he had unleashed in a trance, the negation of that cataclysm, by the supreme flash of the sword Saint severing even the glaciated atmosphere. The fact that it seemed like the man who had appeared, while hugging the spirit, had been utilizing the authority of greed to keep a grasp over the situation. The fact that he was subconsciously tightening his embrace on the warmth of the woman in his arm. Absolutely all of it did not matter to Aldebaran in the slightest. Merely with reckless abandon, he reached out his hands. No, he only attempted to reach them out. He had failed to do so. His right arm was embracing the woman who had betrayed him, and his left arm had been abandoned all that time ago alongside the witch's expectations. So Aldebaran had failed to reach out his hands. Instead, the man, having gathered the attention of all present there, trained his gaze upon him and called out. The emotions dwelling in those black eyes, the fact that it seemed like he wished to save even Aldebaran if he could. That color of Natsuki Subaru was, above all else, more than anything, eclipsing aught in his heart, Aldebaran. "I absolutely fucking hate you, you shitty oh." The sound of chains rang out. Illustration from Volume 43, coloring by V. See LL20 source, I love you. Arc 9, Chapter 59, No. Original web novel chapter complete translated by Archbishop of Transportation, proofread by Archbishop of Masculinity, Archbishop of Shipping complete art sources. Olukvu 8 Humi, FKG Low RZMLT 53347, I love you. With a deep exhale, he pulled taut the bowstring of resolve deep within his heart. His exchange with those girls a moment prior, especially the consideration of Petra, caused an ache in his chest. Even Meili, with her insincere devilish attitude, and Flam, with her businesslike demeanor, seemed to worry about him in their own ways. And so with Beatrice at the forefront, this was a lineup of superb young ladies. As expected of the Lawlemancer, I guess, though it seems like a dishonor for both sides. Regardless of how it had been when he had first been bestowed that title, Petra and the others would not stay young forever, so long as he was accompanied by the eternally youthful Beatrice. However, the day would never come that the person in question would be stripped of that alias. Of course, it would be a different story if he ever parted ways with Beatrice, but if only he could do such a thing, in all likelihood, it would have made this plan considerably easier to execute. In fact, with the exception of Beatrice, he had never encountered a great spirit of the yin attribute that was amicable to humans. He considered that to also be part of her design, but he could not speak for certain on the intentions of the witch's links, separate from the witch whom he had known. At any rate, as a specialist of the yin attribute, and considering her origins, there was a fear that Beatrice would be able to decipher an essential factor to the plan. And so, the timing was critical. Beatrice was soul-bound to the target through a contract, so he would have no choice but ensnare her in the forbidden art as well. As the sound of tension creaked, he could tell that the bowstring was being stretched tight. Thus, he entered the library of Tegeta, the vast floor packed full with bookshelves housing a tremendous quantity of books, a sight that would always overwhelm him no matter how many times he saw it, and there did he witness. Murak, receiving the full support of the Great Spirit, that man obtained the maximum effect of that brief incantation, and hopping on top of the tall bookshelf, he stealthily concealed a single volume. Even if he could tell it was a book from a distance, he could not discern just whose name was written upon its spine. The books of the dead in that library, aside from the titles, were all of the same appearance, with nary a distinction in their thickness. Upon consideration, it was a bit of a strange matter. There was no way that a child who succumbed to illness at the tender age of 5, and someone who died peacefully at the age of 100 after having lived a life full of ups and downs would have books of the same thickness. There was no doubt that this library was a place that took advantage of Aud Lagna's properties, but it ought to have been the witch who had made them manifest in the form of books. In that case, why had the witch gone out of her way to create a library that was so difficult to comprehend? When you finally find that which you seek, you would not desire any excess noise. Now would you? Vocalizing an utterance that the witch herself seemed like she might have said, it sounded like it might have really been the right answer, filling him with unpleasant feelings. To begin with, he wished to avoid recalling the witch as much as he could. Ever since she died, he found himself recalling the witch as if recoil from everything that occurred up to that point. Which, there is nobody who can defeat you, you whom I created. For a moment he pondered. If this was a library containing books that chronicled the lives of the deceased, then naturally, it stood to reason that the witch's book would also be somewhere around here. Thus, look at that, it is mine victory again. The voice to which he had plugged his ears, averted his eyes, and kept at a distance in rejection from his soul. The book of the dead of the voice's owner would also be located here. What do you mean it was your victory, Priscilla? In those unforgettable last moments, in those final minutes he had shared with her, she had worn that triumphant smile. The declaration of victory that had accompanied that smile, even now, he did not understand its meaning. Even if he understood, it would not change a thing. After all, she was no longer among them. After one passed away, it would no longer be possible to exchange words or feelings with them. But even if it was purely a one-sided affair, this great library Pleiades made understanding possible. Am I an idiot? No, I'm definitely an idiot, even though that sort of thing's nothing more than a pretext. Everything was for the sake of the plan, a cover story to get that man and the others to console his heartbroken self, laying the groundwork for him to carry out what he had set out to do alongside the witch, the plan he had once abandoned. To think his heart would actually be swayed by that, it would be a tale far worse than going out for wool and coming home shorn. Above all else, please, don't save me. If he were to read her book, if he were to once again be scorched by the radiance of the sun he had failed to keep from setting, then just like the day he gave up on being a following star, he might waver once more. The foolish star who did not deserve to be saved would waver once more. That was why your stars were bad. Resigning himself to those words, he resumed his halted steps and proceeded through the library. The singular book that had been stealthily hidden atop the bookshelf. Although he had not seen the title of that book, he knew what name had been inscribed on its spine without even needing to see it. If it was a book of the dead that man had hidden due to finding it inconvenient, there was only one title that it could have borne, and finding one of those same books had been an essential puzzle piece for the enactment of this plan. The 2 volumes he had wished to track down, those being the books of the dead belonging to himself, and to that man had been found. So all that remained was the time for action, man. Good grief. It's like I'm a mischievous kid who's getting up to no good in the library. He slowly walked up behind the man who spoke these words as he scratched his head. The other party seemed unaware of his approach, and parting from the bookshelf where he had just hidden the book man. It'd be a problem if Ezo-sen, the very embodiment of a curious mind, were to find it. I mean, there's also the possibility that a bunch of people come marching in here, so maybe I gotta dispose of them all. How many volumes in total would there? Dispose of what, bro, man? HK? As soon as he called out to the grumbling back, the other party's shoulders jumped up in an exaggerated motion. Slowly, the man turned to face him, a faint stiffness strewn upon his countenance, making it obvious that he was feeling guilty about what he had done. At the reaction of the other party, doing a clumsy job of hiding things, he deliberately made a grand motion of shrugging his shoulders. Oi, you're getting way too startled. I was just trying to make small talk. Man, yeah, sorry. Someone hearing you when you're talking to yourself is actually pretty embarrassing, you know. I get where you're coming from with that, but I find it troubling that you're making me out to be the bad guy cause of that. Yes, man. The bad guy. Drawing back his chin as the other party inclined their head, he directed his attention to behind himself. Then, waddling over from that direction with lovely footsteps, approached Beatrice. She wedged her small body in between him and the other party, and while puffing up her cheeks, Beatrice. Hey you, don't startle Subaru all of a sudden like that, in fact. Whenever Betty isn't watching, Subaru has what's known as a flea's heart, I suppose. A flea's heart. Really, bro, does I didn't take him for that sort of guy, though. Man, if that evaluation's based on my boldness and audacity, I'll gladly take it in stride, but what the hell did you see in me to make you think that way? Let's see. Well, bro, I might actually know a lot more about you than you think. You know. Responding to the words of the man, who patted the head of Beatrice as she came to his defense, he took a moment to think before keeping it to a relatively harmless answer. If he mentioned any further information than what he had brought up just now, that was the fact that he even knew about his inferiority complex and complicated crossroads with his parents before coming to this world. Just what would he think, of course? He would never do anything so foolish. He had been urged by those impulsive feelings many times, but on those occasions, he would endure it by fiddling with the metal fixtures on his helmet. A routine for when he went into deep thought, the metallic clank that warned him against forgetting about the plan. Beatrice, that is rather interesting, in fact. It is quite shameless to claim such knowledge about Subaru before Betty, I suppose. You are making light of the sweet relationship between spirit and contractor, in fact. It's precisely because it's sweet. Good grief, sorry for getting in the way of your passionate honeymoon. As he clicked and clacked the joints of his helmet, Beatrice stood with her arms crossed, thoroughly offended. Shrugging his shoulders in an effort to not upset her, the other party awkwardly scratched his cheek. Man, nah, don't worry about it. Biko and I get all lovey-dovey whenever time allows it. And right now, well, see, we've got to prioritize the library, don't we? Thank you for accommodating me on everything. Yeah, no, seriously, no joke, let me thank you again. Even if it's just 3 days, it must have been troublesome to set aside this time for me. Biko-chan, I'm sorry for bringing bro along with me. Thanks for coming with us. Beatrice, Betty and Subaru are one, so it is a matter of course that we are together, I suppose. Also, Betty is not so benevolent as to repeat the same warning many times, I suppose. Correct it by yourself, in fact. Gotcha, gotcha. She's very kind, your kid. Man, NGH, yeah. The man gave a wry smile, struggling to get his words out, and Beatrice gently clasped his hand. For some reason, the conversation was not quite bouncing along. Though it brought him no joy, he and the other party had good, responsive chemistry, and the tempo of their back-and-forth ball game of a conversation ought to have flowed smoothly. For it to have become this stilted was perhaps because he had thought something inconvenient had been spotted. Perhaps it was because he had concealed a book different from the one he had expected. For instance, could it have been one of the 2 volumes he had envisioned just earlier? Man, Al, how are you feeling? What kind of question is that? It's like you're the parent of an adolescent who's struggling to get a grasp on a sense of distance. As you can see, no results just yet. I thought that it might be possible in 3 days, but man, I'm really at a loss with this number of books. It's really on the level of finding a single needle dropped in a desert, isn't it, man? HK, but don't give up, man. Let's search properly. I'll also do my best to help. Oi, bro. Just when he thought that, the other party suddenly adopted a proactive position, taking him aback. Time and time again, the other party had vowed unwavering sincerity towards him, proclaiming that he would be of help. Neither did he think that was a lie, nor did he find that aggravating in itself. After all, he had no expectations. That which he had hoped for the most, that which he had wished the man to do, he had not done. That was why. Knock it off with the sentiments that muddy up exactly which one of us had wanted to come here in the first place. It wouldn't make any sense if I'm not getting as enthusiastic as you, bro. Man, then do it. Let's do it as if it were a matter of life and death. For 3 days, we'll give it everything we've got. Then a tremble ran through that voice. Not his own. He heard the voice of the other party trembling. He had far too much empathy, or perhaps a wave that already ought to have passed had come crashing back in, stirring those emotions anew. The feelings of regret and lamentation were things that man felt far more than the ordinary person. He knew that well. Between himself and this man, they were the only 2 people throughout the entire world to possess it. The curse of their authorities. Merely there was the man who could use it to save those whom he loved, and then there was his own self, unable to do the same. Thus, so long as the man's love was allowed to persist, it would eventually be born. The being that would bring about the world's end. In order to prevent that, at the very least, he would need to fulfill the duty of the following star, Beatrice. Subaru. Holding hands with the man who had cast his head down, his voice trembling, Beatrice quietly called his name. The emotions filling that call were tranquil, and contrary to her cute appearance, there was a mystical solemnity that seemed to prove that she, too, was a great spirit who had lived for quite a long time. Man, at the address of the great spirit, the person in question held his breath, giving no response. Witnessing that reaction, he fiddled again with the fixtures on his helmet and decided, after another comment or 2, finishing the verbal rally, he would begin. As the other party had stated, they would be searching the library in this tower for a period of 3 days. The more of that time limit he depleted, the more his head would start to wander elsewhere. Ergo, he would take action before that could happen. Man, 3 days, is that not good enough? The man's words, spoken as if ringing them out, sounded a bit desperate. Was that perhaps a reflection that he was also getting a bit nervous? It made him think for a bit. If he did find the Book of the Dead across a 3-day search, and could fully glean the emotions that woman who was no longer among them had left behind in her final moments, what might happen? He could say it with certainty. It would not change a thing. These wounds would never be healed, and this pain would never fade. To begin with, he desired no such thing. So, in response to the question the other party had hurled his way, despite knowing that it would be a complete divergence from what he had actually been asked, he deliberately answered with the following. Your stars were bad. Even for himself, it was unclear whether he viewed those stars through a positive or negative gaze. Present in this place were 2 stars, the Pleiades and Aldebaran, nay, Subaru and Rigel. And as they faced off, it was unclear who was being condemned as at fault, and who was being consoled as having done nothing wrong, even for himself. Aldebaran, he had gotten far too emotional. He had also done a poor job in keeping the conversational rally going this time. If he kept going like that, he would quite likely get drawn in and find himself uttering something that could be perceived as suspicious. He had already decided. He would do it on the next one. He had decided. The other party who had fallen silent, the man who had been named for the stars, and bestowed the names of the stars. After he finished his next remark, it would commence. Passing mana through his gate, formulating the technique, he opened up the entryway for the forbidden art. Then Subaru, Al. Then his eyes met with Natsuki Subaru's, a face on the verge of tears. Subaru al-Shamak, an incantation one not of his own. He understood. Once again, in the battle he had needed to win no matter what. Aldebaran had been defeated. Look at that, it is mine victory again. Alongside the triumphant smile of the lovely woman he could never get back, he heard her voice. The next instant, the world of Aldebaran cut to black. Natsuki Dono, while it may not serve as any comfort, your fears were not misplaced. He had been needing mana, formulating a technique. A single slip-up, and you likely would have found yourselves in completely opposite positions. I fully support your judgment as having been the best course of action. Having stood witness over the entire affair, the words of the dwarf of Ezo Cadner served as no consolation to Subaru's heart whatsoever. Just as he had said. Was there really no other way to settle things without anyone getting hurt? Illustration from Volume 43, coloring by Mukuro, source. Captain, my amazing self doesn't really get it. As just, even though I don't understand anything, my amazing self can just say this. I'm so happy you're safe, Captain. Just like Ezo, tasked with monitoring the situation, the one who was like a younger brother to him expressed his feelings of frustration as he embraced Subaru's shoulders with his burly arms and straightforward words. And he was not the only one nestling close to Subaru, Beatrice. Subaru, you made a decision, I suppose. Even though Betty could have taken it all on for you, you still got yourself hurt like a fool, in fact. Subaru, Beatrice. But Betty and Subaru performed that forbidden art together, I suppose. Subaru prepared the technique. Betty formulated the spell, Subaru performed the incantation, and Betty passed the mana through. Hence, Betty will take on half, in fact. Would be unfair for you to carry too much on your back, I suppose. Subaru, HK. With his teeth clenched firmly, what Subaru tightly clutched in his right hand, so tight that his fingers did not seem like they would ever open up, was a black orb that his own inadequacy had left him with no choice but to enact. With no other means to stop him, it was the magic orb in which he had imprisoned Al. Subaru, sorry. There's somewhere I need to go. Deep within his chest, feeling a sensation as if all the organs in his body were trembling, Subaru got up from his knees and slowly exited the library of Tegera. Holding hands with Beatrice, and accompanied by the worried Garfield and Ezo, Subaru reprimanded his legs that were on the verge of collapsing, proceeding down the corridor until he reached the room he had set out for. Then, oh tilde h Oniai-san, what's the ma tilde teeter, how's the search in the library tilde? Seeing Subaru as he appeared in the entrance, both Meili, resting on a barrel in a corner of the room, and the small crimson scorpion seated on her hair, inclined their heads in unison. The sight of her safe and sound, acting in her usual cheeky manner, was something that struck his heart, but more than that. Subaru, what's the matter? Did you forget something? Hearing Meili's voice, the girl who had been facing the other way turned to his direction. Using a cooking utensil with a magic stone to stir the pot, she blinked her round eyes as they reflected Subaru. Subaru, ah. Laying his eyes upon that girl, Subaru's body and soul reflexively tensed up. After seeming a bit puzzled for a moment, she immediately stretched out her folded legs and asked, Subaru. Then facing Subaru directly as he walked forward with unsteady, tottering steps, girl. Beatrice-chan, did something happen for some reason? Subaru is? Beatrice. Something did happen, I suppose. But Betty shall not say what, in fact. Merely, it seems like he had an overwhelming urge to see Petra right now, I suppose. Girl. Me, confused, the girl Petra wore a look of surprise at Beatrice's answer. Seeing those abundant changes in facial expression up close, the tension in Subaru's cheeks slowly dissipated. As Meili sighed a meaningful HM tilde behind him, Subaru gazed at Petra head-on, and after a moment of hesitation, Subaru. Petra, this is gonna sound strange, but can I hug you, Petra? Well, you can hug me without even needing to ask. Oh, actually, you shouldn't do that. Just thinking about it makes my heart pound and seem like it's going to burst. As Petra smiled mischievously, before she could finish giving her gentle reply, Subaru reached his arms out and pulled her body close, embracing her within his chest. Petra, ooh. At the sudden embrace, Petra could not hide her confusion. For a girl who, before he had even realized, was rapidly gaining nerves of steel, becoming better and better at not being shaken by anything. This was a clear discomposure to the point of being unusual. But there was not a single person here who would make fun of that fact. After all, Petra, hey, Subaru, are you okay? A hand reached out from within his chest, softly caressing Subaru's cheek. At the question of the girl right before his eyes, so close that they could feel each other's breaths, a distance where even the beating of their hearts collided, Subaru swallowed his breath and forced a smile. Subaru, of course, I'm okay. After all, he had to have been. After all, Petra was here, doing so well like this. And it was not just Petra. Beatrice, Garfield, Meili, Ezo, and Flam. They were all unharmed. Everyone in the tower, everyone who did not come to the tower. They were all safe. Everything bad that had transpired, all of it had been made to have never happened. Of course, it was not as though he knew everything that had occurred, and he also knew that not all of it had been bad. There had been confrontation and reconciliation. There had been betrayal and fellowship. There had been curses and vows. There had been hatred and love. There had been Aldebaran and Natsuki Subaru. Subaru, maybe I'm not okay. While embracing Petra, he caught a glimpse of the magic orb still clenched in his hand, spilling that murmur. Then the feeble sound that had escaped his lips as a murmur did not end as merely a stilted voice. Little by little, his feelings morphed into tears, flowing out from the corners of his eyes. Subaru, no. By puffing out his chest and declaring that he was okay, he had wished to repay Petra and the others, who had deemed it acceptable to force Subaru's return by death, undoing many irreversible things in exchange for a world left behind. He could not bring himself to do it. In sorrow and lament, with his own pathetic inadequacy, he could not puff out his chest. Subaru, I'm not okay, HK. To Petra, who had offered up so much as compensation, to Rem, who ought to have regained everything, to Emilia, who never gave up on trying to converse with Al up to the bitter end, to Beatrice, who had deciphered the mechanisms of the forbidden art while sealed together with him, giving Subaru a trump card when he returned by death, to all the people who had participated in that battle, both those who Subaru knew and those who he did not, to absolutely everyone, and finally to Al, whom he had failed to get the chance to properly talk to. Subaru. I'm sore, Petra, Subaru. Suddenly, a sharp, loud voice cut off the apology he had been on the cusp of vocalizing. It was the voice of Petra, looking up at Subaru from within his chest after having held her tongue. When he noticed that her round eyes were flickering with a storm of emotion, tears began to stream down Subaru's face, and as she caressed it with her hands, Petra, you finally said it. You finally said that you aren't okay. Subaru, Petra, there's no need to be so afraid. You don't have to carry everything on your own. Right, Beatrice-chan, Beatrice? A matter of course, in fact. Betty is Subaru's partner, I suppose. Encouraged by Petra, Beatrice tightly hugged Subaru's body. As Subaru was bewildered by the warmth of the two girls, Petra continued to smile. Petra, Meili-chan. Meili, I'd rather no tilde T. Petra-chan and Beatrice-chan should be enough. Petra, Meili-chan. Meili, phi tilde ni. Hopping down from the barrel, Meili walked up next to Subaru with a sulky face while emitting an air of half-heartedness, lightly tugging on the hem of his clothes. As if in place of its master, the small crimson scorpion leapt off of her hair and onto Subaru's shoulder, nestling its body close to his cheek. Petra, Garfsen, Garfield, yeah, Captain, Subaru, Guo. A huge amount of force crashed into his back as if it had been waiting, causing him to reflexively raise a cry of pain. Desperately holding his ground to avoid tipping over and crushing Petra, he endured it. He had endured it, but Petra, Ezo-san, Flam-chan, will you join us as well, Ezo? I am an outsider, so I shall refrain. Still, I stand by Natsuki Dono. Flam, I only just arrived here and have yet to fully process the situation, but understood. The presence that only arrived later without hesitation nestled close near his right hip. Now in every direction, he was being completely embraced without any escape swarmed by such warmth. Subaru unwittingly exhaled, ha. Subaru, what's up with this? From an outside perspective in reality, Ezo was looking on as a bystander. So from his perspective, just how foolish must Subaru and the others have looked in their current state with everyone all clumped together like this? It must have looked stupid. Petra, it's fine. After all, the one who told me that I'm an idiot was none other than Subaru. Subaru, did I really say such a thing, Petra? You did. Subaru, among all the people I know, there's probably not a single person smarter than you, Petra. He truly believed that. Surely that was the case, and so it was obvious to her, clever as she was. Amazing. This was what it truly meant to be wise. There was a big difference from someone like Abel, who was just a clever idiot. Subaru, I've decided. His face was still covered in tears. He was still stuck in place, being embraced by everyone's kindness from all directions, and he had just admitted that he was not okay in the slightest, but he had made up his mind. Subaru, Al, it seems like you hated me so much that you could never forgive me, but he did not know the true reason behind that. Only, he would not let things end without finding out. So much had been on the verge of ending, but thanks to the determination of many people, unwilling to allow that ending, it had been averted. Hence, although he was not okay whatsoever, Natsuki Subaru had decided. That was Subaru. I, no matter what, will definitely save you too. Even if he had committed abhorrent deeds that would have made him the enemy of the world, everything, both the good and the bad, had been made to have never happened by means of return by death. Thus, that was Natsuki Subaru's vow. And hearing that vow of Natsuki Subaru's, Petra Late gave a satisfied nod. Petra, that's my Subaru. Indeed, the girl who had not become the Witch of Tristisha smiled. Arc 9, Interlude Cheer. Original web novel chapter, complete machine translated by Archbishop of Guilt, proofread by Archbishop of Brawn, human translation by Witch Cult Translations, Archbishop of Indignation, complete art sources. Mr. One Thonk Sumidazawar right from the very beginning. There was only ever one ending that the Witch of Tristisha, Petra Late, had needed to aim for, strive towards, and ultimately arrive at. That was from before she had ever become the Witch of Tristisha. from back when Petra Late, a mere village girl, had ended up reading the outrageous artifact that was Natsuki Subaru's Book of the Dead. From back when she had first learned that Natsuki Subaru, in exchange for his own death, had been fighting in a constant struggle in order to alter the fates of countless people. From back when she had fallen in love with Natsuki Subaru through their ordinary, quiet days together, discovering what brought him joy, what made him grieve, and what caused him to feel happiness and sorrow. Taking all those varied reasons, gathering them together, bundling them up, and collecting them all into one, she had made her decision. Petra, because no matter what, Subaru still wants to do something about Alsan, right? Honestly, from Petra's point of view, it was an unthinkable idea. If one were to count up all the things Al had done on their fingers, not even all the digits on their hands and feet would be enough to list everything. So they would need to go as far as using the unseen hand to enumerate the rest of what the hands and feet had been unable to. To that extent, Al had done enough irreversible things to fill a mountain. But even so, she did not believe that at heart, Al was a heinous villain who had done all of that while scorning everything. Petra, I wonder, is this the influence of being corrupted by Subaru's book? It might not be her place to say it, but Petra was a realist, and the extent of what she could handle was limited. Rather than just limited, it was more accurate to say she deliberately kept it limited. After all, if she were to use her abilities to their fullest extent, her vessel would have been capable of carrying an extraordinary amount of things, a fact which Petra took great pride in. She would not feel ashamed of that. However, using her vessel to its limits, she did not believe that she would be able to treasure everything that she could cram into it. And yet Petra, Subaru's greediness, but that's what I like about him. That's wrong. It's part of what I like about him. And so, because that Natsuki Subaru could not be changed, Petra Late would do it. It was a painful decision, one that seemed to cut deep into her, as if mercilessly ripping her heart to shreds. By making Natsuki Subaru return by death, she would reset everything that had happened. From the moment she made the decision to leave the Pleiades watchtower and journey alongside the imaginary Subaru, Petra Late had been forging ahead towards that ending. She had firmly insisted on becoming the holder of the witch factor of Tristisha, taking it upon herself to pay most of the compensation, save a small few exceptions, that came with wielding the authority. She had not spared any cards she could play in the negotiations, and provided all of the information she could share, thereby plotting the course for the Aldebusters. Petra, if me reading the book is what caused the Witch of Envy to go on a rampage, then I'll be able to use that too, right? Ever since the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony, Roy Alfred, was released from the prison tower, and the effects of his authority became clear to her, a certain suspicion had sprouted within Petra. Having read the Book of the Dead, if Petra were to be dispossessed of her memories, just what verdict might the Witch of Envy pass then? She also wondered if this was perhaps the very strategy Al had aimed to use in order to make the Witch of Envy withdraw, since he had claimed to have no intention of destroying the world. Hence, when Roy Alfred was defeated by the combined might of the Aldebusters, while he was tied up and barely clinging onto life, she had made a promise with him. Petra, if you want to eat me, I'll give you a chance. Of course, this was a promise she intended to break without remorse if he had not been willing to keep it. Corrupted by Natsuki Subaru, Petra had become an outlaw who bore no reservations whatsoever about breaking the promises she had made with people she disliked. Moreover, in preparation for when that unlikely event came to pass, she had secured a reliable ally. Petra Remni-sama is truly amazing. With sincerity, even when setting aside the tremendous bias from Natsuki Subaru's influence, she believed this. Rem had uncovered Subaru's return by death back then. It was turning back time. But even if the impetus for that was Ram-gi explaining the true nature of Al's authority, she had pieced it together on her own. On her own, Rem had come to the realization that Natsuki Subaru was a person who had always continued to fight by sacrificing his own life. Though the thought of that had made her happy, she also felt devastated. Petra, but that's why I can entrust it to Remni-sama. No, I can't entrust it to anybody but Remni-sama. No matter how many wonderful things happened along the way, no matter how many unrelinquishable feelings she gained, Petra Late had resolved herself to overturn everything and make it so that none of it had ever happened. And true to that, even Rem, who had at long last regained her name and memories, and had thus truly returned home to them all, would be erased and disappear. Knowing that full well and still determined to go through with it, Petra had an obligation to get Rem involved. They were kindred souls that knew they were going to be erased, who in spite of that were fellow women who, from the bottom of their hearts, wished for the person they loved most to not lose even a single thing. She could have only ever entrusted this to someone who truly believed that there was no other way, one who was willing to give up everything for love. Such a terrible thing could have never been entrusted to someone who, if they believed a better solution might exist somewhere, would relentlessly search for it until the very last moment. That was why Petra and Rem were the ones who would carry this through. Petra, Subaru, Emiliani-sama, I know you must be so tired. I'm sorry, but I'm going to wind up being a burden too. I'm sorry. All the thanks I'd wanted to say could never be enough. Thank you in the truest sense of the word. That is what she had wished to convey. Knowing everything that she did from having read the Book of the Dead, Petra late had wished to assist both Emilia, who was walking down a thorny path, and Natsuki Subaru, who had chosen to work himself to the bone in order to support her. That would not come true, no matter how hard she tried. Petra late would always be a mere village girl who knew absolutely nothing at all. That would be frustrating, it would be miserable, and no matter how many thank yous and sorry she said, it would never be enough. Even so, Petra, I wonder, did I really do everything I could? Given the constraints in her situation, had she not done the absolute extent of what she was capable of? Al had prepared an all-star lineup to ensure he would not lose, and yet she had only been granted a single chance of trial and error in order to overcome him. There were limits to how unfair it could be. But she had done it. She had pulled it off, though she had been a little taken aback when Otto, stripped of his memories, had joined the fray midway. But everything, every single bit, had been thanks to everyone joining together. Petra, hee, I'm pretty amazing. Aren't I? Think you're going to fall for me now? Yeah, seems like I might. Slightly inclining her head, she greeted him with the cutest face she could put on. At Petra's adorable gesture and question, the imaginary Subaru blushed in a shy manner. Was this just a deception that Petra had wanted him to say, or was it genuine enough that even the real him would actually say it? Petra, well, since I'm about to disappear, I might as well interpret it in the way that's most convenient for me. She gently reached out, placing her hand over his intangible one, entwining their fingers. A phantasmal perk to this degree could surely be allowed. She had worked so hard, after all. Subaru, by the way, can I ask you something? I mean, it's kind of weird for me to be asking, considering my position. Petra, Tilda, what is it? Subaru, even before Clinsan passed the witch factor down to you. Just one time, Petra, you paid some compensation for the traversal, but you never told me what it was, did you? I've just been wondering what it could have been. Petra, since I didn't tell you, why not just leave it at that? Subaru, don't be so cruel. Even his pathetic expression looked cute, so Petra let out a small chuckle. But as expected, imaginary or not, Subaru was still Subaru. Even if he was a resident of her mind, he would not take liberties with what Petra had kept hidden from him. Those things which she did not wish for him to see or know. Relieved by that, Petra stuck out her tongue in a playful manner, and Petra, it's a secret. That made the imaginary Subaru put on a sullen look, but Petra wanted to keep it a secret. It should be fine to have at least one maiden's secret that she would not show even to the imaginary Subaru. And besides, this particular maiden's secret had just a touch of girlish cunning. Back then, to Clind, Petra had offered a certain possibility of hers as compensation. That was, Petra, the possibility of me becoming Subaru's bride. The surprise on Clind's face when he learned of Petra's resolve had been truly remarkable. Bearing a weighty history as a dragonkin, the eyes with which Clind had looked upon Petra as she sacrificed that potentiality of hers contained a reaction overcome with such deep emotion that she would never be able to forget it. That was precisely why she had felt so apologetic. After all, it was that compensation that had convinced Petra. Petra, if I could offer that as compensation, then the possibility of that future truly does exist for me. Considering the abilities of the witch factor of Tristisha, it would be more accurate to say that Petra had offered up part of her ability to exert influence over the world. Specifically, the various efforts she would have needed to make in order to secure a future in which she married Subaru. But such details meant nothing to Petra at that moment. What mattered was to believe in a future in which Petra late would become Natsuki Subaru's bride. And that had been proven by none other than a witch factor, something that made contact with the very core of the world. Because she had that evidence, she had resolved herself to see it through, and had thus been able to make it all the way to the end. That was why, Petra, do your best me. Whether or not I seize this chance depends entirely on how hard I try. From the village girl who had become the Witch of Tristisha, utilizing even a witch factor for the sake of her own happiness, that was an earnest cheer directed toward her future self, one who would never become the Witch of Tristisha. It was the heavy-hearted cheer of love from a tough and determined girl from another world. Illustration from Volume 43, coloring by Mukuro, source Arc 9, curtains close, Reweave. TL note, the original title of this chapter is Reweave, written in English. Original web novel chapter complete translated by Archbishop of Transportation, machine translated by Archbishop of Brawn, proofread by Archbishop of Masculinity, Archbishop of Shipping, Witch of Umbri, Archbishop of Regalia, human translation by Witch Cult Translations, Archbishop of Pragmatics. Complete art sources. Krat King Gagamu 8888. Hirokyuti Sasugi, while looking at the servants of the Bariel residence work from afar, Frederica felt a sense of restlessness beyond her control. Frederica, I am used to being treated as a guest when traveling with the master, but it is a bit unusual with how things are in this mansion, especially with the current state of things. Reflected within the gaze of Frederica's emerald eyes as she said this was the hectic atmosphere of the mansion. Swift and well-led, it was clear to see that the staff were a team of extremely capable people, managed by efficient leadership. Even when they became aware of the terrible news brought by Frederica and the others, they did not fall into dysfunction. That alone was worthy of admiration. Frederica, Priscilla Sama, it seems she was truly adored by everyone here. The tragic news the servants were informed of the notice that the head of this mansion, their mistress, Priscilla Bariel, had lost her life in the Valetian Empire. Frederica letting out a heavy sigh, Frederica cast her hazy eyes downwards as she observed the garden from the balcony. Frederica, due to her position, knew how it must have felt to have those she served, such as Roswal and Emilia, to leave her behind at the mansion, and to have no other option to pray for their safe return. If she found out at that time that her prayers had not been delivered, just how devastating a blow to her heart would that be in truth? Many of the servants were grief-stricken, and many of them were shedding tears. When they became aware of her death, not a single person had left the duty in the mansion, which could only be seen as a testament of their relationship with Priscilla. But it was not just due to Priscilla being loved by everyone, Frederica. I believe that Schultzama's resolute demeanor touched everyone's heart, too. Frederica was deeply moved by the young servant who had accompanied Priscilla to the Empire, and with her death, had to bear the responsibility of conveying her dying will, a task that he had accomplished splendidly. Schultz looked as undependable and skinny as a small animal. However, he did not entrust the unenviable duty to Frederica and Roswal, and instead used his own mouth and words to accomplish this great task. Though the servants had not left the mansion and chose to stay in their current jobs due to their adoration for Priscilla, there was no doubt that their faith in Schultz had been another large contributor. Whilst being an outsider, Frederica wholeheartedly agreed and could not bear the heat that prickled at the corner of her eyes. Then, "Oh yeah, here you are, Frederica. I've been searching Tilda for you." "Frederica, master." Raising his hand slightly, the tall figure stepped onto the balcony. Roswal greeted her, as Frederica bent her knees and gave a small curtsy. "Frederica, for making you search for me, I humbly apologize. What business do you need me to attend to?" "Roswal." "Business? I wouldn't go so far as to call it something like that, boo at Tilda. The preparations are nearly completed, so I just wanted to speak with you for a moment." "Frederica, preparations?" Roswal. "Yes, the preparations, Tilda." Roswal smiled faintly, leaving one eye closed. His yellow eye, a mismatch to his right eye, was left open as he stood beside Frederica on the balcony and leaned against the railing. "Roswal, there's quite a lot of land that's worth the effort. I don't have many acquaintances in the south. Priscilla Sama's late husband, Lord Leip Bariel, was Nuat Tildu, a man that left behind a good reputation." "Frederica, for the master to say that, he certainly must have been quite an unpleasant person." "Roswal, Oya, how harsh. Has Petricon also poisoned you and made you lose your obedience to me, Tilda, or maybe?" Roswal tilted his head, and as he looked into the eyes of Frederica beside him, Roswal, "You don't like my plan to use Schultkun, do you?" "Frederica, I do not think that what you are doing is wrong, master. Also that it is for the royal selection, and by extension, ultimately for the sake of Emilia Sama and her camp." Roswal, "Though easy in theory, it's not easy to convince the heart, is it, Tilda?" Understanding this yet still saying it, Roswal's crooked personality was unassailable. If Emilia were here to speak, she would probably say that it was just a sign of his mischievous side, and that he deserved a proper scolding for it. "Frederica, with my relationship with the master, it is very difficult. Emilia Sama. If Emilia or Petra were here, they would attack using a straightforward approach. If Ram were here, she would use unorthodox methods to make Roswal reflect. But perhaps because he had anticipated this, Frederica was here by her lonesome. Frederica, even omitting the debt of gratitude she bore, which could not be repaid, knew that when it came to Roswal's actions, despite his evil ways, he worked for the sake of the camp. The goal that unified the Emilia camp was ultimately that of the royal selection. In the royal selection, the time they spent in the Valetian Empire had made them fall behind. Even without this, Emilia had been lagging behind since the start. If they wanted to catch up, if they wanted to gain some momentum, then they could not rely solely on conventional means. Towards that end goal, to gain the support of the Bariel domain, which had lost its absolute pillar, that was Priscilla Bariel, Roswal moved forward with devoted and dispassionate maneuvers behind the scenes. "Roswal, since Priscilla Sama has died and the next fief's lord has yet to be elected, an acting provisional governor will be appointed. Fortunately, I can produce a candidate from my associates. I would just have to appoint one of the Ryuzudonos, someone from the mayors, as a liaison." "Frederica, grandmas, is it not premature to get them involved?" Roswal, "Spare the rod and spoil the child. Isn't that what they say? If you continue to gallantly keep them locked away in a birdcage, they will never have the chance to learn to spread their wings." I also agree with Yao Tilda, though. As Roswal steadily and dispassionately filled in the holes in his plan, Frederica doubted if Emilia's criticisms of Roswal were true, if his evil actions were just a pretense, or if he truly was as much of a villain as he appeared to be. Perhaps since he could flawlessly devote himself to being the villain, he was not able to properly open up his heart to his fellow camp members. He was too diligent. "Frederica, master, at least show a bit more consideration." And just as she was about to point this out, and not let this misunderstanding sow great doubts in not just the camp, but also the Bariel domain, and in Schultz's heart, a voice interrupted her. "Thigh, this is very much terrible. Margrave Sama, where might you very much be?" "Frederica, What is it, Schultz-sama? Abruptly, Schultz's panicked voice could clearly be heard from below, causing Frederica and Roswal to exchange glances with each other. Roswal raised his eyebrows as he also seemed to have no idea what was happening. So the master pushed away from the railing and looked down, raising his voice to yell out, "Schultkun," as Schult ran into the garden down below. Then once Schult had been called, he opened his eyes wide and raised his voice, "Schult. Margrave-sama, you very much must come down immediately. Someone claims they very much need to see you, that they have to report something to you. That which you are now viewing is the will left behind by the late madam." Saying this, the contents of the sealed letter were revealed by a girl of crimson hair, a maid who introduced herself as Yi Tenzin, whose words caused Roswal to widen his eyes in shock, motionless. Roswal, up until this point, it had been unusual to see her master display his discomposure so openly. But that reaction was only natural. Having ascertained the same contents, Frederica and all other parties present were struck with astonishment. Above everyone else, as the central figure addressed by the written contents of that letter, Schult experienced the greatest shock. The contents of the letter were: Yi, the head of House Bariel, Priscilla Bariel, hereby declares that when it comes time for her official successor to be determined, the following personage, Schult, is to have his name altered to Schult Bariel, and he is to be ushered in as the legitimate son and rightful heir to House Bariel. Schult, Priscilla-sama, me. Schult blinked at the unforeseen event, his face seemingly unsure if this was a dream or reality. However, placing her hands on Schult's shoulders from behind, Yi, who had revealed the location of the letter, smiled and said, "You're getting way too surprised." As she rubbed her cheeks against his, "Yi, considering how much the madam doted on Schult-chan, doesn't this totally make sense, though in truth, I think she had intended to keep it hidden during the royal selection." Schult, Yi-sama, how long have you known about this? You left the mansion so many months ago, and I am very much glad you are finally home, but Yi, I found out just before Schult-chan and the madam left for the Empire. After all, it was around that time when she had prepared the letter. At Yi's quiet answer, large tears began to well up in Schultz's eyes. If one were to ask, they would discover that Yi was a maid who had previously worked at the mansion and had been on leave for quite a while. But upon receiving news of Priscilla's passing, she had come rushing here. As one could see, Yi seemed to be quite close with Schult, and it also appeared that Priscilla had held great confidence in her, entrusting her to guard the important letter she had left behind. The revelations that came forth as a result of all that were a great disruption to Roswal's plans, Frederica. However, thinking of Schultz-sama, it might be for the best. Roswal, Frederica, it might be a bit different from what you had in mind, master, but for Schultz-sama and the spirits of everyone in the mansion, it will surely be a salvation. Truly, she was an incredible individual. Despite having been royal candidate and an adversary of Emilia, Frederica had had little contact with Priscilla. However, she could only describe her as an incredible person. After all, Frederica, to derail your schemes to such an extent, master, without a doubt, she must have been a worthy adversary to Emilia-sama, correct? Yi embracing Schult from behind as his small body trembled, looking over the letter that had been left behind once again. Yi breathed a sigh in response to her own decision to return to the Bariel mansion. All of her judgments had been for the sake of helping Al accomplish the objective he was aiming for. Yi, the fact that he didn't give the signal means that his plan at the tower must have failed, tilde. Originally, Yi was supposed to converge with Al at the nearest town as he set course for the Pleiades watchtower, and by helping him accomplish some duty that he had no choice but to fulfill, the promise had been that she would then ascertain his last moments as his life came to naught. However, without any signal given at the established time, Yi judged that Al's plan had failed, and withdrew from the nearby town. Straight from there, she made her return to the Bariel mansion. Yi, for me to be openly returning to the mansion like this, is it the first time since Al-sama prevented me from assassinating the madam? But then again, in the cases when it was not out in the open, she had visited the mansion rather frequently in order to maintain communications with Al. The letter she had used as a pretext to return to the mansion, too, was information she had obtained on one of those non-overt occasions, while she had concealed herself in the roof. Though to Schult and to the nasty aristocrat Roswal L. Mathers, who had attempted to prey on him alongside his maid, she had pretended it was a letter entrusted to her by Priscilla. Yi, in reality, I just caught a glimpse as the madam prepared and stored it away in a secret safe. Thanks to the fact that the letter had been stored within a secret safe, its whereabouts had been revealed to her without anybody else learning of its existence, lending credence to the notion that Yi had simply been entrusted with the secret. For that reason, she felt a little guilty capitalizing on Priscilla's death. But madam, were you truly not aware that I had been watching? In all honesty, even Yi could not find a clear answer to that mystery. Priscilla had prepared the letter to officially adopt Schult just before venturing to the Empire, storing it in the safe at around the same time. But regardless of having been Yi's master for a period of time, her perception was not to be made light of. That fierce woman of character, possessing eyes that seemed to peer into the hearts of others, had she truly believed that Yi had not been present? Utilize this letter skillfully and have it serve your own interests. Take the opportunity to save Schult as well. Perhaps it was with such an arrangement in mind that Priscilla had hidden that letter in a secret safe, one that nobody, save for Yi, having concealed herself in the roof, would have been capable of finding without turning the mansion inside out. Either way, Yi, I shall do so, madam. I must wait for Al-Sama after all. Choosing to take advantage of Priscilla's kindness, Yi had returned to the mansion for that purpose. As mentioned previously, Al had not given the signal to go ahead with the plan. Likely he had failed at the watchtower, and the plan had fallen into a state where it would be difficult to carry out. But Al would not die. He was alive. Yi, after all, Al-Sama is a monster. Al would not die, he could not be killed. Because he was such a monster, Yi obeyed him. It was all in order to ascertain that he fulfilled his objective and died in satisfaction. To ascertain the disappearance of the being who had taught her dread. For that purpose, she would keep Schult at a distance from the Amelia camp. If something had happened to Al, the Amelia camp, who had accompanied him to the watchtower, would have been involved. She had no choice but to prepare for when he broke free, remaining in a location where mobilization was possible at any time. Hence, Yi, Schult-chan, let's carry on the madam's wishes together. It's all right. After all, from now on, I'll also return to the mansion and help you however I can, Schult-chan. Schult, Yi-sama, yes. Yes, of course. I will very much try to live up to Priscilla-sama's expectations. I very much wish for Yi-sama to help me with that. At the determination of the upfront and adorable Schult no, of the boy who had become Schult Bariel, Yi showed an exaggerated look of delight in her eyes, and the other servants were deeply moved to the point of tears. The maid accompanying Roswal also wiped a tear from the corner of her eye, touched by his courageousness. The Margrave was making an indistinct expression, as if his expectations had been off the mark, but taking that as proof that Priscilla had still managed to exceed someone's expectations post-mortem, it was quite satisfying. Indeed, Priscilla had been a worthwhile master to serve. That alone was the truth. Schult, I'll very much do my best. After all, when Al-Sama and Heinkel-sama finally return, I very much wish to present them with an admirable appearance. But, as Schult got red in the face with such enthusiasm, Yi hesitated on how to respond. Al's return was something that Yi was also awaiting. But when it came to Heinkel, Yi, for Heinkel-sama to return, it might be a little bit difficult, tilde. Heinkel, Guowa. Crashing to the ground following a feeling of suspension, Heinkel raised a deep shout. After groaning for a bit, he slowly moved his limbs around, undoing his restraints. Gaining freedom from the fine threads that had bound his wrists and ankles, he grasped a sense of liberty for the first time in a while. Heinkel, piece of shit. In a manner most loathsome, he spat out words as if to curse the misfortune that had befallen him. The one who had tied Heinkel up, leaving him in a small hut in a forest that nobody would visit, was a girl named Yi who had declared herself to be one of Aldebaran's accomplices. There was some incomprehensible history about her being a former maid who served Priscilla while simultaneously being an assassin sent to kill her, and she had tempted Heinkel, saying that if he helped Aldebaran, he would get the chance to obtain that which he desired most, the dragon's blood. She had tempted him, and yet, Heinkel, gotta be fucking kidding me, saying the plan failed the moment there was no contact from that Aldebaran guy. In the end, as Heinkel sought explanations and the continuance of the plan, she mercilessly kicked in his knees and elbowed him, tying him up as he bled from the nose, before promptly disappearing on her own. From Heinkel's perspective, he had done nothing to deserve being left hanging like this. Heinkel, each and every one of them, HK. Upon the death of Priscilla, whom he had been counting on, he turned to Amelia as his next recourse, only to be rejected, and when he reached out to grasp the hand Aldebaran had offered him, the hand shook him off, casting him down into hell. As a result, Heinkel's prospects had circled back to the dead end they had been at before the start of the royal selection. Heinkel, but even so, he could not give up. He could not bring himself to give up. Not once had he ever been able to give up. Heinkel, shit. Shakily standing back up, he wiped his dried nosebleed on his sleeve and began to walk. He knew not where those legs would take him, but even without a destination, he could not bear to halt his tracks. After all, Heinkel Istria was a husband and a father. Heinkel, just you wait, Luana Reinhard. I'll... Falteringly dragging his feet along, with his hand placed on the hilt of the sword hanging by his waist, Heinkel pressed forth. He had no destination. All he had were his prayers, worn out and rusted over after many long years of endurance. Subaru, in the end, I'm sorry about all this commotion, Ezo-san. Ezo, no, it was unavoidable. I also understand that your circumstances have changed. For now, I shall remain here until other personnel arrive as a replacement, but if necessary, I can always provide a testimony. Subaru, that'd be a huge help, truly. Speaking these words softly, Subaru bowed his head to Ezo's gentlemanly reception. The location was the 5th floor of the Pleiades watchtower, the expansive area just before the Grand Gate. There, Subaru's group had completed their preparations to disembark once again, seeking to depart from the tower as soon as possible. After a meager half-day sojourn, It was an early morning departure awaiting the dawn outside the tower. Meili, it seems a little like you guys are always in such a rude tilde sh. Oni-san. I wonder, couldn't we return from the tower a bit more qui tilde etli, Beatrice? You can say that again, I suppose. Last time he was sent to the Empire, and this time it's such an abrupt round trip, in fact. Petra, that isn't Subaru's fault. The one who's to blame for everything is Alsan. Geez, what are we even going to say to Shultkun, stupid Alsan? Quietly exchanging those final comments were the girls of the returning group. Naturally, each of them had their own reservations about things having turned out like this, about this mere half-day sojourn, about the situation of them needing to hastily depart, and about the one who had caused those circumstances. Only for Subaru, it was painful that the person who had caused it kept receiving blame. Garfield, Captain, I've gone and loaded all the luggage into TH Dragon carriage. We can get going whenever. Thereupon, slightly opening the grand gate, Garfield returned from outside and called out. Having gone a step ahead by loading up the dragon carriage with all of their belongings, he knitted his brow at Subaru, who had raised his hand. Garfield, your mug is looking real stingy, Captain, though I get that you're frettin' same like Roraji's deep-cut nail. Subaru, I know that you're trying to encourage me, but I don't really get it. Deep-cut nail Roraji, Garfield, it don't really matter. You can't change something once it's happened, and so it's a matter of what you can do from here on out. Yeah, my amazing self will help you in any way I can. Flashing his fangs, Garfield vigorously clapped Subaru on the shoulder. Under that force, Subaru thought his frail shoulders might shatter. But those sentiments filled him with joy 100 times greater. Besides, it was as Garfield had said, what mattered was what he had decided to do from this point forward. Subaru, I'm going to find out just what exactly it is that I've decided to carry. With those words, Subaru placed his hand over his chest, touching the magic orb hanging around his neck. He declared his resolve. When Subaru and Beatrice had been sealed in a magic sphere similar to this one, it was not as though he had clear knowledge of all the details concerning the massive, colossal battle that Al had incited. Subaru, the interior of the magic orb had been dark, difficult to maneuver inside, and kept him in a dreamlike state of mind that made it unclear whether he was conscious or not, as if he had returned to being a fetus submerged in the amniotic fluid of his mother's womb. Inside, Subaru's sense of what was reality or dream was hazy, leaving him unable to say anything for certain. As expected of the adorable Beatrice, she had admirably devoted herself to reverse engineering the technique behind the forbidden art that had sealed them. But the only thing Subaru could do when he found himself in a state of being consciously aware was to invoke the authority of Greed Core Leonis, to gather the presences of his nearby allies, and perceive the intense changes in their emotions. Even so, thanks to the reiteration of longing, desperation, and violent fluctuations in the powerful emotions of his allies, he had been able to perceive the shifts in the extraordinary circumstances through his soul. Particularly distinctive were the intense hues of resolve and determination within Petra, and the monolithic swell of emotions that Rem harbored towards Subaru. Due to having received those, Subaru expressed his intent to depart the tower in the early hours of the morning with utmost conviction. Originally, their purpose for visiting the Pleiades watchtower had been for the sake of Al, so upon finding out that it had just been a pretext from him, any reason to remain there was lost. But not only that, Petra. There's a way for the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony to properly throw up the things he's eaten, writes Subaru. Yeah, and present within are the people who have been devoured until now, including Rem's name and memories. In response to the words of Petra, who had likely gotten the best use out of the authority of gluttony in her strategy during the loop before he had returned by death, Subaru gave a deep nod. In that moment, without even the chance for words to be exchanged, Rem, with eyes which seemed to comprehend it all, had driven her Morning Star into Subaru. Splendidly wielding the spiked iron ball that Subaru had kept polished every day, she had certainly regained her sense of self. Beyond any shadow of a doubt, that was the result of Gluttony's involvement. That was the conviction he held, and furthermore, Gluttony had already been apprehended. There existed no reason to not thoroughly pressure him, and force him to vomit up everything that had been eaten. And so, for the sake of those direct negotiations as well, Subaru, let's get going, off to the nostalgic royal capital. We'll confront Gluttony and make him hurl everything up. And besides, it seems like I can't keep remaining indifferent to the history of the kingdom and to the history of this world for any longer. Clutching the magic orb in his fingers and thinking of Al sealed within, Subaru admonished himself. In response to Subaru's declaration of resolve, Beatrice held his hand as she stood by his side. Garfield stroked his fang with his finger, and Meili shrugged her shoulders with the small crimson scorpion sitting atop them. Then, as Petra donned a dignified and resolute smile, Subaru received her gaze. For the sake of Aldebaran, the one who called himself the following star of the Pleiades, an opposing force who wielded the same power as Subaru, yet still one whom he had resolved to definitely save no matter what, Natsuki Subaru pressed forth to the royal capital. He would find out. After all, he knew that remaining in ignorance would be insincere, and he would never be able to forgive himself for doing so. Hence, Subaru, bring it on, O inevitable fate. Carrying those feelings upon his back, Natsuki Subaru declared his intent to surmount any accursed shackles that might stand in his way. It coincided with Natsuki Subaru's declaration of resolve. At the current moment, in a far distant land, the very destination Natsuki Subaru had announced his departure for in the royal capital of the Dragon Kingdom of Lugunica, a certain incident was unfolding. In this early hour of morn, the majority of the royal capital's citizens were still asleep, letting the break of dawn go by from within their dreams. The royal castle Lugunica, which ordinarily ought to have been enveloped by an extraordinary tranquility, was enshrouded in a peculiar atmosphere. The source of that atmosphere was the very heart of the royal castle, the throne room. The impetus for the royal selection had been the extinction of the royal family at the hands of a disease. And so, in the absence of a sovereign, the throne room of the royal castle was firmly closed off, with the exception of holding monumental ceremonies. However, on this day, on this morning, the doors to the throne room were flung wide open, and there, the leaders of the kingdom, the council of wise men, the faithful vassals who had won the trust of the deceased king, as well as even the royal soldiers, emanating a solemn air of tension, were all gathered. In this kingdom bereft of a monarch, each and every one of them bore a heavy responsibility in their individual positions. Despite being an early morning summons, nobody had arrived tardy, and there was not a single person present who displayed drowsiness in their eyes, nor any miscreants who dared to exhibit an attitude lacking in concentration. Ergo, no matter the time, the weight of the attention poured into this place was no less than that of the kingdom itself. Taking all of that in by her lonesome, a woman maintained an air of silence. Woman kneeling down on one leg atop the blazing red carpet laid out across the marble floor was an individual clad in robes of indigo blue, bowing her head with her hands clasped before her chest. That posture of prayer was so polished, it caused the military officers to recall their martial training and the civil officers to recall their etiquette training, spurring them all to reflexively heave sighs. That was the extent to which the woman, with a mere gesture of offering a prayer, had completely overwhelmed her surroundings. HRRRMM, could you please raise your visage? Only one man amongst the crowd did not find himself captivated by the woman's prayer, letting his voice reverberate through the chamber. Calm and intellectual, it was the kind of voice that would naturally lend that impression to any who heard it, and its owner was one of the people involved with the castle as it received the kneeling girl no. His position could even be described as their representative. Miklatov McMahon, in the kingdom of Lugunica, bereft of a monarch, he was the central personage of the council of wise men who steered the nation's politics, and even in this situation that had been prepared in great haste, he was the utmost important individual whose voice held the greatest influence and sway. Sagacious individual known for his outstanding ingenuity and his extraordinary faith and devotion towards the kingdom, he possessed so great a presence that none other than the king himself had joked. The nation shall not waver even if the Lugunican king dies, but if he were to die, the kingdom would fall into ruin. His gentle appearance and mild manner of speech may have been deceiving, but in reality, the king of Lugunica was a remarkable man, the most reliable to make an ally of, and the most fearsome to make an enemy of. Miklatov was an individual who, over many long years, had exploited that reputation to the fullest. Woman, yes. Receiving Miklatov's words, the woman slowly lifted her downcast visage. Then, when she opened the eyelids that she had kept shut, Miklatov's breath caught slightly upon meeting her gaze. That reaction Miklatov gave had not been solely limited to him. Present in this chamber as another member of the Council of Wise Men, Bordo Zurjev. Standing here as the representative of the military officers, the commander of the Royal Guard, Marcos Gildark, the central figure of the civil officers, Rickard Hoffman, and all others standing in attendance in the throne room at this very moment, all reacted. This was a woman whose mere presence had harbored enough allure to naturally draw the attention of everyone present. But in this moment, everyone's shared reaction was not merely caused by the way she conducted herself. It was her appearance, long, elegant golden hair and crimson eyes blazing with dignified intent. Possessing a meaning far more significant than simply being beautiful, they were striking to all those present here, nay, to all who lived in the kingdom of Lugunica. Thus, woman, to begin with, allow me to express my thanks for your graceful reception of my sudden visit. Considering our positions, this was likely far from ideal. As if she was accustomed to all those gazes, the woman, still down on one knee, gazed over all the wise and important individuals that had congregated here and uttered those words. Receiving her words, which had neither excessively abased herself, nor had failed to bear her position in mind, those present there suppressed their momentary surprise and turmoil, entrusting their response to their representative, Miklatov. Taking in their intent, Miklatov, sitting in his chair as he caressed his long beard, he interposed a HRRRMM as a sigh. Miklatov. My, you seem to be one willing to say things where most others would hold their tongues. Be that as it may, I suppose there is no meaning in pretending otherwise. After all, you have spoken nothing but the truth. Woman, When you phrase that in such a frank manner, it does place a burden upon my shoulders, too. As you can see, I am quite young and lacking in experience, so I had been fearful that I may not be able to muster words in front of you all like this. Miklatov, HRRRMM, though you might say that, you seem rather dignified. It is as if you are well accustomed to all eyes falling upon yourself. As for why that is so, I can come up with quite a few ideas. Woman, indeed, I shall not deny it. The pair had a difference in age enough to be grandfather and grandchild, but there existed nary a falter in the exchange between Miklatov and the woman, nor did it seem like things would devolve into a one-sided probing on account of one actor falling short of the other. As both of them grasped that neither would be the case, they simultaneously smiled as if letting out a breath. Woman. In this early morning, I could not possibly waste everyone's precious time, given how busy you all must be. Without further ado, may I begin the main subject, Miklatov? HRRRMM, very well, you may do so. At this age, getting up early is of no issue to me. But when it comes to important matters, I find it painful to defer them no matter how old I get. That is especially so when it is a subject broached by the Divine Dragon Church, which has placed itself at such a distance from the royal castle. Everyone he had generously prompted her to continue, but Miklatov's words caused the atmosphere in the room to instantly grow tense. That response was immediately slackened, recognizing it as a discourtesy to the woman who had visited the royal castle all by her lonesome. But the reason behind it was something that nobody present could have done anything about. The name Miklatov had raised, the Divine Dragon Church, was, as the name implied, a religious group that worshipped the divine dragon Volcanica, founding their faith in the grace of its power and the protection of the covenant. As the kingdom of Lugunica christened itself the Dragon Kingdom, the exceptional depth of its ties to the dragon was well known, and to a greater or lesser extent, the citizens of the kingdom considered themselves to be receiving the favor of the divine dragon. Due to that self-awareness, even if they were not officially part of the church, the majority of Lugunica's populace harbored feelings of reverence concerning the divine dragon. Within that sort of environment, the potency of faith that those who officially adhered to the church harbored towards the divine dragon went without saying. In order to avoid shaking the nation with that immense influence, the Divine Dragon Church refrained from drawing near the royal castle, which bore responsibility for the nation's politics, and they each contributed to the well-being of the citizens within their own domains. That was the unspoken agreement. That was how unprecedented an event it was for a nun of the Divine Dragon Church to visit the royal castle, attempting to speak on a matter before a group that included the council of wise men. Only woman, there is value in doing so. Precisely because there was an understanding of how unprecedented it was, there existed a reason substantial enough to break that unwritten rule. A woman's declaration, proclaiming that, indeed, this was meaningful enough to gather Miklatov and the others in the throne room, and have them hear what she had to say, succeeded in its purpose of filling them with expectations. Hence, following the silent encouragement from the wise men, the woman spoke of the reason for her visit. Woman, all adherents of the Divine Dragon Church mourn the recent perils of the kingdom from the bottom of our hearts. As per the unspoken agreement, we have remained at a distance from national affairs concerning the battle for the throne, the royal selection. But ever since news of the catastrophe at the Watergate City reached our ears, we could no longer remain still. Miklatov, the Watergate City Prostella, and the incident with the witch cult. We too are pained regarding the damages to that city. But surely the Divine Dragon Church does not intend to admonish the royal candidates involved with the incident. Woman. Under that assumption, the significance of hastening to break the unspoken agreement, and the fact that I said prior there would be value in hearing what I had to say be contradicted, it would be contradicted. Revealing her true colors with the sudden counterpoint, the woman's youthfulness showed itself as she corrected her speech. As if to cover up the awkwardness of it, the woman cleared her throat with a small cough. Woman. At any rate, I have no complaints to present regarding the royal candidates. It is not as though I harbor no reservations towards any of them, but that would be a matter of my own opinion, and not the consensus of the Divine Dragon Church. Miklatov, if it is not the opinion of the church, that would be your modest view as a citizen of the kingdom. In fact, I believe we ought to proactively lend our ears to it, but HRRRMM, that would likely veer this discussion off course. Woman, indeed. I shall bear in mind that you are a talkative personage, Miklatov Sama, but let us proceed to the main topic. That which we wish to discuss is not the attribution of responsibility, but on the matter of the damages. Miklatov, let us hear it. Woman, in the Watergate City of Prostella, those who fell upon harm at the hands of the witch cult, it seems like several cases have been identified, but the Divine Dragon Church can offer a means to provide aid. That instant, at the meaning contained in those words, the atmosphere in the throne room underwent a great tremor. However, as the source of that tremor, the woman's dignified posture remained undisturbed, continuing to stand up straight while basking in the gazes of the wise men. She had not exhibited any wavering in her gaze or demeanor, and there was an assurance in herself that would not permit her to speak without thorough conviction. Miklatov, HRRRMM, With that single interjection, Miklatov cut through the stirring atmosphere. Nevertheless, even Miklatov, a man of preeminent wisdom within the kingdom, could not help but be surprised by the woman's proposal. And so, as the wise man caressed his beard with a slight amount of restlessness, Miklatov, supposing that is indeed true, we could not hope to ask for anything more. Bringing the matter up with the royal castle was, woman, if we had gone ahead and proceeded to act without permission, it would not have been received all too well, correct moreover, Miklatov. The ones who would not receive it well would not just be limited to us at the castle, but the witch cult too, after all. To the fact that went without saying, the woman drew back her slender chin in agreement with Miklatov. Naturally, if they were able to neutralize the harm that the witch cult had dealt, it would certainly be an undesirable event for the witch cult. Ergo, the Divine Dragon Church wished for something. Miklatov, the kingdom's certain protection, due to the distance between we who govern national politics and the Divine Dragon Church that governs religion, something of this nature has never truly taken shape over the many years. Woman, yes, indeed. On this occasion, we wish to actualize that. That is the collective will of the Divine Dragon Church. In order to push in favor of that decision, I have a proposal. Miklatov, HRRRMM, a proposal is it, and that would be, woman. First of all, allow me to present to you a demonstration of the relief we are capable of providing. Placing a hand over her chest, the woman declared so, causing Miklatov to raise his eyebrows. That was a welcome request. As she said, it was a proposal to provide a basis for their decision, so they could not object to it. Merely to bring a victim from the Watergate city all the way to the royal capital would be, woman. There ought to be someone you have in mind. Let us make that person the first. Miklatov, very well. First, I grant you the permission to propose this matter. Commander Marcos. Marcos, yes, sir. His name called out by Miklatov, that titan of a man clad in armor from head to toe, the commander of the Royal Guard, Marcos, responded with a booming voice and stepped forth, bowing before the seats of the Council of Wise Men. Miklatov, could you please escort her? This shall be regarded as a matter of great importance to the kingdom. Be prudent. Marcos understood. I shall be accompanying you. Woman, yes, your face is, no, your whole body is rather large. I look forward to working with you. With a small bow of her head, a degree of gentleness dwelled in the woman's expression. Perhaps that was because the discussion proceeded in accordance with her wishes, and the purpose of the Divine Dragon Church's visit seemed like it would be fulfilled. Understanding that it would thus catch her a bit off guard, Miklatov decided to ask her a certain question. Calling herself a messenger from the Divine Dragon Church, the woman had gathered Miklatov and the other leaders of the kingdom at the castle in the early morning. And so, he asked about the aspect of her that had attracted even more attention than simply her involvement with the Divine Dragon Church. That was, Miklatov, excuse my terrible impoliteness, but may I ask to hear your name, Miss Nun? Woman, I am a nun sent by the Divine Dragon Church. Brought there directly by Marcos, the woman paid a visit to the royal residence faced with the person who called herself a nun. Ferris could not hide his puzzlement. The reason why Ferris and Wilhelm were staying in the royal capital was to make a direct request to the royal castle to enlist in the survey team en route to the Pleiades watchtower now that it was cleared for entry, and by using the wisdom of the sage, extolled as being all-knowing, to learn of a means to save Crush, who was still suffering even now. Of course, from the letter sent by Amelia and the others, who had already returned from the Pleiades watchtower, it was made clear that the sage's existence and wisdom were nothing so convenient. But even so, it was a greater possibility than the stagnated developments in healing magic. Ferris, really how stupid. No matter how much I improve on any pre-existing healing magic, all it does is make it so I can't die, while doing absolutely nothing to relieve Crush-sama's suffering. Amidst his feelings of desperation, the research of the Blue had elevated the field of healing magic existing in the kingdom of Lugunica by not one, but 3 whole levels in this short period. But at this time, that did not make Ferris feel anything other than worthless. At present, he was unable to save the person he wanted to save the most. That fact pressed Ferris into a corner, plunging him into darkness. And so, even though he had wished to try relying on the sage's wisdom at the Pleiades watchtower, Ferris, save, Crush-sama, the Divine Dragon Church can really, woman. My faith forbids me from speaking falsehoods, and I am not interested in further tormenting those who are already astray. Even if you do not believe me, it seems like your commander does. Responding to Ferris's trembling voice, the nun gestured to Marcos, who had accompanied her. As Ferris raised his voice, exclaiming, "Commander." To Marcos, he nodded with his boulder-like expression, Marcos. I've heard that the Divine Dragon Church possesses magic and techniques that haven't been unveiled to the public. Starting with Miklatov-sama, the rest of the Council of Wise Men also believes that there is value in lending her credence. Ferris, but if anything else were to happen to Crush-sama, woman, none can lift the Quain stone alone. Ferris, HK. Silently, as the nun spoke those words, Ferris's breath caught reflexively. As Ferris's eyes welled with tears from turbulent emotions gushing forth within him, the nun gently reached her hand out towards his, and with her slender fingers, she softly undid the firm clench of Ferris's own. With her doing so as she pleased with him, Ferris suddenly took notice of her beautiful golden hair, as well as the earnest illumination filling her crimson eyes, and widened his own eyes in surprise. That realization spurred on by confusion, he failed to understand its significance. Woman, I beg of you, please allow me to aid the one you hold ever so dear. The divine dragon church prays night and day for the well-being of the kingdom's citizens. No matter the doctrine they embrace, there are no exceptions to that. Ferris, who are you? Woman, she held her breath at Ferris's question. However, keeping that brief hesitation contained to the blink of an eye, she gently held his hands in her own and replied, That was woman, Philor. That is my name. 15 years ago, the daughter of the king's younger brother had been abducted, her whereabouts unknown ever since. With the same name as that vanished princess, and bearing the golden hair and crimson eyes emblematic of the royal family, the nun introduced herself. Illustration from Volume 43, coloring by Mukuro, author note. Here ends Arc 9. Thank you for accompanying me this far. What I wished to accomplish with Arc 9 was to portray the light and the darkness of return by death. What could the light of death be? To everyone who has finished reading, which did you think was the return by death of light, and which did you think was the return by death of darkness? Either way, we will be plunging into Arc 10 from the next chapter onward. There were many parts that did not go as planned, but overall, I think the gamble in storytelling is whether or not what you actually end up writing will end up being more enthralling than what you had imagined before writing. The plot of Arc 10 is interesting, and I think some parts will be even more interesting than the plot. Look forward to it.